Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Inherited the Blacklight Virus? Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Quirkless. Why him? In this day and age, on Earth, at the very least the 80% of the planet population had a mutation in their base DNA that gave them superpowers, literally quirks, either incredible like spitting fire or shooting lasers from their eyes, to more mundane powers like super speed or super strength, or even just fairly tame ones like change hair color at will or control nail length or eating everything you want and never getting fat. But if you were part of the remaining 20%, you were just human. And depending on where you lived, you would even get the on everything else, bullied, ostracized, and insulted. Luckily Japan was a bit more accepting about somebody lacking a quirk, with only very rare exceptions, but of all people that had to be born quirkless, young Izuku Midoriya, age 4, was honestly the very last one that deserved it, because he really wanted to be a hero. Not for money. Not for women. Not for fame. He may have been just a kid, but a desire that pure ingrained that deep inside his soul would hardly go away even as an adult. He really wanted to be a hero just so he could protect people and do the right thing, like his hero and or obsession All Might. He wanted to be a symbol of justice like the man himself that was considered the symbol of hope of all Japan, but without a quirk, even a pathetic one, this was not possible. And sad as he already was, as soon as the green-haired kid saw his own mother cry at the news of him being quirkless, the poor kid simply came undone and ran away, already believing that the woman was feeling ashamed of having a normal son, his father? Who knew where the guy was? Izuku didn't even remember his face while his mother never talked about him. In truth, the poor woman, Inko Midoriya, was crying for a completely different reason. She was heartbroken, unable to believe her precious boy had been denied his chance to be a hero because of a quirk of fate. And the bitter irony of this left a disgusting taste in her mouth. She also felt guilty because for a brief instant she was feeling relief about her son's lack of powers, just for a second thanking the stars for making sure her son would not live the dangerous life of a hero like he wished for, and she hated herself for that as soon as she caught herself having those thoughts, hating herself so much that she cried in guilt about her own selfishness. Unfortunately, she was too late to see and understand how her baby misunderstood her reaction, and when she finally noticed, he was already gone, and with a horrified cry of, "Izuku!" she had launched herself to the chase, hoping to find her son and mend the bridge between them. With Izuku running without a real plan, the kid soon wandered through the busy streets of the city, forcing the river of people around him to part slightly to let him pass through while they themselves never stopped for an instant. And young Izuku could see them all, schoolgirls still wearing their high school uniform talking excitedly about their hero training, old men and women walking by with a small smile, one of them with 3 eyes while another with a furry tail they used to hold giant grocery bags, kids showing off their first signs of quirks and getting lavished in praises by their parents. Quirks everywhere he looked, big and small, useful and useless, everywhere, wherever he looked. And then there he was instead, a quirkless nothing. It was then that at the opposite side of the road a store door exploded outward, causing everybody around to run away screaming in fear so to let the man that walked out have all the space he wanted. Ha! Run away, assholes. I am the Great Whiplasher, the guy wearing a cheap Halloween mask and a shabby dirty hoodie declared while dislodging the bones in his right arm so to freely elongate it to thrice its length and turn the entire thing into a long whip. And with the cookery knife he was holding in his hand, the whole thing looked especially lethal. Whiplasher, rubber muscles Quirk isolated to just his arms. He needs to dislodge his arm's bones to use it to its full potential. Another edgy kid. Contrary to all the chaos and fear surrounding the scene, especially since the guy attacked whoever came too close to him while running away with the money he stole, Izuku heard an old man talk behind him with a tired voice, and the grandpa was also cringing hard by the looks of it. Izuku asked, curious. Believe it or not, long time ago there weren't all those superpowers around, then they popped up all over the place and the world went crazy for them that I miss those times. Stuff was easier without edgy supervillains wannabe. The owner of the voice was an old black man talking with a heavy accent. He was leaning forward on his walking stick while talking, but something told the kid that the man didn't actually need that cane, considering how fierce the light in his eyes still was. "Are you not afraid, mister?" Izuku asked, tears and sadness momentarily put aside out of sheer childish curiosity. "Afraid? Back in the days I used to break little edgelords like those for fun. In it, I even enjoyed making them soil themselves and cry," the old man answered, shaking his head. What now? Now I guess I'll fix this mess, kid. Even just for old days' sake." Incredibly, he shoved the walking cane in Izuku's tiny hands and straightened his back like nothing, somehow turning almost younger in an instant, and looking as if somebody had tried photoshopping the face of an 80-years-old gray-haired old man on the body of a mid-30s, jacked young man coming right out of a gym. Even his old man clothes looked strained against his now hulking physique. "No hero in sight yet. I guess they are waiting for the news crew to come here for some good PR bullshit. God, I hate those prima donnas," the old man hissed with a booming voice as he walked towards the so-called whiplasher with heavy. "So, who are you, loser?" the criminal asked, eyes full of cruel amusement hidden under the cheap plastic of his mask. "Spare me the edgy talk, kiddo. I already heard it all from other unoriginal punks like you. It's been years since I last heard something original come out from the mouth of little sheets like you," he answered, cracking his neck and knuckles loudly as he walked. "Get bent, old man. I will be the greatest criminal mastermind of this whole cesspool of a city," the criminal answered, madly waving around his whip-like arm in random patterns. "As I said, zero originality. And that is not how you make a whip fist, you Chinese bootleg copy. I am Japanese, not Chinese. You all still look the same to me, kiddo. Now stay still so I can kick the sushi out of you." "Racist," the villain yelled as his knife whipped towards the old man at blinding speed. "Who gives a f dash?" the other answered, unfazed. It was then that the old man felt something small impact with the back of his leg, almost tripping him. "Sheet. The brat?" the old man thought as he left himself fall to the ground while holding the kid close to him and in his arms so that both could roll away from the incoming attack that dug a hole in the concrete floor, showing that there was indeed some force behind the attack itself. "What the hell are you doing?" he hissed angrily. "He is dangerous, he has a quirk. Let's go." Izuku answered while pulling on his sleeve, unfortunately for him without actually moving the adult. "Listen to the kid, fossil. Next attack will behead you, so take the little snot-nosed sheet and run away." "Haha, there is no need for that, citizen. Justice has come to save the day," another voice declared loudly, full of smugness. Have no fear. Captain Courage is here. An old pro-hero, judging by the head full of gray hair deep in contrast with the colorful costume and face mask he was wearing, continued talking as he joined the scene with his blinding yellow cape fluttering in the wind behind him. "The F is he? Mr. Why you shouldn't say bad words," Izuku muttered with a small, shy voice. "Okay, the funk. Is he?" the old man asked again between clenched teeth as the horridly dressed hero in pink and yellow clothes started battling the masked punk. "See Captain Courage. I think. He was a pro-hero when my mommy was 4. He never became famous. Dunno why," the young kid answered. "Burp of justice. Boo." At that the hero gave a loud belch that produced a shockwave strong enough to send the small thief flying. "Arg. It's not over yet." Gatling burps of righteousness. Burp, 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 burp. "New. Kiddo, trust me, between horrid costume and stupid powers it's easy to tell why he never made it as a famous hero," the strange old man answered, his cringing rapidly reaching maximum level the longer the fight went. "Enough. I won't be defeated by a loser." Having finally recovered by the humiliating attack, the young thief pulled out a second knife and dislodged and elongated his other arm so to form a second whip. "You fool. Justice will always prevail." Super burp of victory. Who? Whatever he was trying to do failed miserably when his planned burp came out as a weak whimper, too weak to even produce a faint wind. "What? Out of gas already?" the thief asked mockingly. "Just give me a second," the hero answered while opening a pouch on his bright orange belt to take out a can of soda and a handful of frizzy candy so to immediately start wolfing everything down without an ounce of manners. My God, that is pathetic, the old man muttered, face-palming at the sorry spectacle. Yes, young Izuku added, for a moment almost happy to be quirkless if the alternative was turning out like that. Even he at 4 had standards. All Might is awesome. Heroes should be cool and awesome, not silly like that. The kid thought, heroes should not have lame powers if you asked him. Now die, you idiot. The thief yelled in glee as he launched himself in a two-handed flurry of attacks whipping everywhere in a random pattern, making the burping hero shriek and scamper away trying to keep distance. Wait. Spare me. Just a minute. No. Go F die. K-wish. Scared out of his mind by the double forward move, the escaping hero tried using the first thing he found close enough to himself as an improvised shield, and that happened to be Izuku himself. Aya! No! The old black man yelled as he saw both knives pierce the kid's body all the way through. One down, 2 to go. Hi he he he, the thief said, laughing in glee. I am sorry. I was scared. I wasn't thinking Anne and Dash. Both of you, shut the F up, the old man bellowed furious, making both immediately snap their mouths shut, loudly. Figured. Have no fear, I am going to fix everything, okay? It's my fault too if you got wounded like this. I feel cold, the kid muttered weakly, his spine having been severed cleanly and his stomach turned to shreds. It will be maybe a couple minutes before he died, but for some small miracle, he had been spared the pain. Everything will be okay. I just wanted to be a hero. Izuku whimpered, crying softly. You will be one, everybody deserves a second chance, was all he heard before everything faded to black, right when the old man, hands turned into long sharp claws, making both hero and thief start screaming in abject horror and fear as he jumped both like a roaring beast. Untold amount of time later, hospital. Izuku, when the boy woke up, he immediately heard the desperate cry of his mother, soon followed by her arms circling him tightly so to crush his face in her bosom, all this while her tears took only an instant to soak his head completely. Mommy? The boy asked. Yes. Mommy is here. Inko answered, sobbing. Sorry. For what? I don't have a quirk. Mommy was not angry about it, silly, she answered, kissing his forehead while showing a gentle smile. But, you were crying. Because I was sad, I wanted everybody to see my little hero in action, so what the doctor said made Mommy sad. Inko answered. Hero? Little Izuku asked with big watery eyes. Oh, you are my precious little hero. Inko answered, peppering the boy's face in kisses making him giggle. I saw a pro-hero fighting, Mum. Once finally released from the motherly kiss barrage, the kid said with a small smile. Oh, you saw All Might-san, the woman asked, knowing very well how happy that would make her boy. No, it was Captain Courage, the hero you told me about. Oh, that one at IS, he's still around? Inko said with a grimace. Yeah, he was very silly. There was a grandpa with me. Where's he? The boy asked, looking very worried. Captain Courage took him to safety before announcing his own retirement from the hero business. How are you? A doctor asked as he entered the room followed by a tall man. Ooh, I am okay. Very good. Miss Midoriya? Can we talk? The same doctor asked, pointing outside the room. Of course, Mommy will be back soon, okay? She answered before following the doctor outside. Okay, Mum. Hospital. Right outside Izuku's room. Miss Midoriya, this gentleman is Mr. Heller, he was the one to take your son here to us. Nice to meet you, but please, call me James, the tall black man in his mid-30s said with a heavy accent. Nice to meet you, James-san. Thank you for taking care of my son. Inko answered with a deep bow. Think nothing of it, luckily your son's quirk kept him alive. I don't think a normal kid would have lasted long enough for me to take him here. Even running as fast as I can with my own gift. Q Quirk. Inko repeated, taken aback. Yes. Unfortunately our hospital is way too small, so we are not equipped for quirk users. It is a great slide of luck that his regeneration fixed his wounds by itself. the doctor explained. But my son is quirkless, Inko said, utterly confused. I saw his spine rebuild itself, madam. That is quite not so normal, if you ask me. Heller answered, and for a second a flash of mirth could be seen in his eyes, luckily though it went undetected by the other two. Indeed. We tried taking a blood sample, but as soon as that leaves his body it turns black and it returns inside his veins by itself. So it would be better to take your son to a specialized facility for quirks that make normal exams impossible, so to avoid complications to go unnoticed. I can even call one for you myself to book a complete checkup and make you avoid waiting lists, the doctor added. But I still have the results here. Inko answered, showing them the papers detailing Izuku's lack of quirk. UH.IT looks legit, even done with way more care than usual. It may be that the results were mixed up then, the doctor muttered with a thoughtful expression. The boy was in a bad shape, document. I am no medic, but can it be that being near death made his quirk pop up? James suggested, and immediately having to catch the heavily swaying Inko as near death was clearly not a term she wanted to hear associated with her son. It would not be the first time I hear about survival instinct triggering the activation of a quirk in somebody so young, but on a quirkless? It would mean that in truth the gene was merely a variant, different enough to give false negatives upon testing that I will have to notify some people about the chance that we may need to make the quirk test a more broad one, just in case. The doctor answered while waking away, so much deep in thought to barely remember to give his farewell to the two. We got him curious, good for him. By the way, James said. Yes, the woman answered. Captain Courage did not voluntarily retire, exactly. Apparently some strange old guy messed him up badly together with some common street thief. Once done, the two looked like as if the poor BS artist took a dive inside a giant blender. I would try to make sure the kid won't see the news for a while. It's a sorry spectacle. Very messy, the young man answered. Ew. Quite. Do you mind if I pay your son a visit? Just 5 minutes to see if he is okay. Last time I saw him he was, well, it was bad. Okay. Just don't scare him, please. He doesn't do well with strangers. Inko asked. I'll be careful, madam. Promise. James answered as both returned inside the room. Izuku? Inko asked. Yes, Mum? This is Mr. James Heller. He took you here to the hospital where those good doctors healed you. Hi, kid. Hello, the boy answered shyly. You look sparkling new. They fixed you up nice. I dunno, I was asleep, the kid answered, unsure. Then it means they were very good. Are you that grandpa's son? You look similar. Izuku, Inko said, appalled. Ha, don't worry, madam. I am not offended. Giving a rough, chilling laugh that had the woman shiver in dread, Heller walked closer to the kid to pat his head gently. No, unfortunately I am not. Oh, sorry then. It's okay. But talk to me a bit about you. How do you feel? James asked, curious. Oh, I feel very good, the boy answered. I am glad. So I heard you like All Might the superhero. Why? Because he is cool and... One day, in the distant future, Izuku Midoriya will always remember that moment as the starting point of his life as a hero, and the fact that, technically, he was still considered quirkless never stopped making him chuckle. Several years later, Apartment 23B apartment complex. Izuku Midoriya, age 14, was waiting for a certain somebody to open the door after having knocked on it incessantly. Coming, a gruff voice answered, and when the door finally went pull open, a very tall muscular black man wearing a black hoodie and dark blue jeans showed up. You are late, kiddo, the giant man said. My teacher got a little emotional towards the end and his speech lasted longer than usual. Izuku answered with a shy smile. Sheet, you are still a cinnamon roll like you were at 5. Get in before diabetes kills me. James answered, rolling his eyes and moving aside to let the kid enter. I am not a cinnamon roll, the young man muttered with a pout. My sugar levels say otherwise, kid. Now stop pouting, it makes me want to hug you and protect you, and I am not a demon mother hen, the other answered, huffing. The apartment was, as usual, small and a total mess. A couch could be hardly seen under piles of discarded clothes, and the small table in front of it was littered in crushed beer cans and sport magazines. The only two areas that were not dirty were the second bedroom and the giant flat-screen TV right next to the only window, proof that whoever lived there with James Heller either didn't care or had long since admitted defeat, preferring to keep clean only their side of the apartment. Want something? I have soda or beef udon, James said once checked the pure empty desolation that was the fridge. Beef udon. Leftovers from yesterday's dinner. James answered, shrugging uncaring. Soda then. Izuku answered, grabbing the flying can the other through him. Don't make it explode, kiddo, the tall man said, smirking. So mean. Groceries will be here soon. Good for you, you need to eat healthy. Izuku answered, sighing in relief. I don't need to eat, Izuku. Just like I don't get sick nor I need to sleep. Heller answered. I know that, I am like that too, the young man answered, and that made his own school uniform ripple as if alive. Way more comfortable than normal clothes, eh? Tailor-made to your necessities and easy to change. Giving a wry smirk, the man's clothes too shifted into a more formal suit and then back to his previous clothes. I wish you told me sooner that you gave me a quirk. Izuku answered with a small whine. Again, it's not a quirk. It's a virus, a bioweapon. Heller answered, growling annoyed. But it works like a quirk. It doesn't. You even still register as a quirkless. Their pretty exams keep failing, maybe because Blacklight is not natural, but man-made. That I am no scientist. But you have eaten dozens of them. Yeah, I have eaten a bunch of eggheads, but I prefer to keep them separated from me, thank you. Do I have to eat people too? Izuku asked, looking miserable. No. You can regenerate as well by eating normal food. I am just saying that in a pinch, should you be in a life or death situation, grabbing a small living animal and consume that would actually be more effective. Heller said again for what sounded like being an answer he was forced to give at least twice a day for the past 5 years to the exact same question. Like a rat? The young man asked, now with a green face perfectly matching his green hair. You were half dead that time, so I grabbed the first living thing I could while taking you to the hospital. Please do forgive me if I was worried a 4-year-old was about to die in my arms. I am happy that I do not remember the taste. Izuku answered, gagging. Pages. I am not, he answered red-faced. Whatever. Does your mother know you are passing by here today too? Heller asked. No, I just came here to say hello. Then hurry up and go home. And remember, tomorrow we'll train again. I want you to learn to control the powers of Blacklight perfectly. We have been doing this for 5 years already. I know what our schedule is. Izuku answered. Good. Now go. I won't have Inko Midoriya on my but because you got home late, James ordered, shoving both kid and soda can out. Haha. Okay. Izuku answered, laughing and remembering how his mother, pretty much half the size of Heller, could still hold her ground against the hulking man. Eyes you. A new happy cry rang in his ears as Heller's roommate appeared with 2 giant bags held in her arms. Himiko. Izuku answered, just as happy to see her. Himiko Toga, another pet project of Heller. She was a lean girl with golden cat-like eyes, blonde hair tied in 2 messy buns, with hair jutting around randomly with position and direction that Izuku knew for experience were actually planned instead of casual, and wearing a similar school uniform to his. The two had met during one of Heller's training session. At the time the man was explaining to Izuku how to use the body augmentation power of Blacklight together with parkour for fast travel chases through the city, and of course mixing all that together with few random and small acts as hero to give the young man some groundwork should he really manage to get in the hero course of UA High School even while being still categorized as quirkless. Even if hero work when still not under UA's banner and a hero license was actually considered illegal, thus forcing the two to wear masks and hoods to not be recognized and arrested. In one of those sorties, Izuku happened to witness Himiko about to stab a boy to death during a moment of psychotic breakdown and stopped her without the poor victim even noticing. From there they got her story, forced to forcefully repress her quirk due to her parents' insistence and high standards along way too much pressure that had been added to her for way too long until she finally snapped. Sure, she also shoved that same kitchen knife deep into Izuku's heart, but the boy was more concerned about her mad laughs with crying fit the same time moment to notice care about the blade neatly carving a necessary organ in half. The boy simply went on to try and help her calm down while ignoring his own profuse bleeding. Lots of further tears and excuses later, along some explanation as to why Izuku did not die on the spot, and Heller caved in at the boy's demands and accepted to have the girl become his roommate so that she could escape the clutches of her parents before she actually attacked and killed somebody with normal durability. It was not like the man lacked enough money to raise her since he had 2 jobs ongoing thanks to his powers of shapeshifting. The girl now looked a bit better, even if she still tended to slip into more violent and bloodthirsty bouts of violence, but to Heller's surprise Izuku seemed open to let her stab him until she calmed down whenever she suffered from the more violent ones, all for the old man's confusion. She also came to love the boy up to unhealthy levels after 3 years of exposure to him and thanks to his quirk and powers, some of which very similar to her own, helping her to keep her own impulses in check. His being so hard to kill also appealed to her more violent side as well, but still, neither Izuku nor Heller knew of her infatuation as she was still surprisingly shy when it came to express it. Need some help? Izuku asked, concerned. No, there's no need. Himiko answered immediately, and her teeth, as always looking way more sharp than normal, shined in the light thanks to her wide smile. You sure? They look heavy. It's okay, don't worry. James. Come here this instant, she answered, dropping the smile in favor of a bestial roar that made the windows rattle, before returning to smile immediately after. Coming. Heller answered, coming out from the apartment once modified himself to appear like an older version of himself. You can go, kiddo, I'll help the harpy. I am not a harpy, she hissed back in anger. I'll go then bye. Bye Izuku. Himiko answered, beaming and watching him leave with a longing look on her face. I can't help but notice that you never smile like that with me. Heller admitted. Go jump down a cliff, she replied, marching inside and leaving both bags to the man. Kids these days no manners. At least keep your side of the apartment clean, damn it. F you. With Izuku rode towards his home. Few minutes later. Cheating a little by going roof hopping, the young man managed to recover the time he wasted visiting Heller and was well underway to reach home on a more normal pace when he felt the hair at the base of his neck stand up, and acting on instinct he dropped down into a low crouch to see a mass of green sludge fly past him to hit a car and cover it completely. My good reflexes, the living jello said jovially as it compacted into a vaguely human shape lying leisurely on top of that same car. May I help you? Izuku asked with a strained tone, trying to sound casual and not on high alert. Yeah, I just need a lift, the thing said. I am afraid I can't drive yet. Ho. No, silly. Not by car. I mean let me ride your bod dash, wham. What the thing was saying while surging forward like a sentient raging river went cut short when another car parked nearby went lifted and swung like a bat to hit it in the span of a second, launching it away to splatter on the floor. Hello? Izuku asked, worried, and dropping the bent-in-half car he was holding on as an improvised weapon. God, I killed him, the young man shrieked in fear. Hello? Hoping fervently to have not just outright murdered something, he cautiously neared the motionless pool of living slime. Why, are you okay? He asked again, now standing above the inert pool. Just give me your body. The sludge villain yelled as he attacked again, this time managing to enter inside the young man's ear with its whole body. Yelling in pain, Izuku grabbed his head with an expression of agony as he fell on his knees. A second later, the same green slime hurriedly exited from the boy's ears to reconstruct its body, only now half the sizes and looking more like a slime kid instead of a full adult. What the F is wrong with you? Your body tried to eat me, the living slime yelled in horror. Boo, my quirk is very well that it can eat living beings easily. Izuku answered with a meek and apologetic tone, all the while thanking the stars that there was only he and that thing in the street at the moment. I can tell. The sludge answered with a roar, and with his new high-pitched voice the effect technically was also kinda hilarious. Whatever. I still need to find a body to hide in, and if not yours, I can always take over another, the slime human declared before rapidly running away. Take over. WW8. Izuku, understanding that the thing openly admitted he wanted to steal somebody's body, launched himself to the chase. What the fuck? Sludge yelled as he saw the unassuming preteen boy start running behind him at a speed clearly not human, and with enough strength under each step to crack the street under him. Shit! The sludge yelled in surprise while turning from human-shaped to just a long stream of slime. At that then the thing started ricocheting from every surface in hope to gain extra speed. Stop running! Izuku yelled. No, the sludge answered. Who the F's yelled dash. Not too far away, behind a corner of the street, a blond boy with untamed hair named Bakugo yelled annoyed at the ruckus happening behind him. W him. W him. Without giving the boy enough time to finish talking, or just activate his explosions-based quirk, both Izuku and Sludge unceremoniously ran over him without stopping. Even Izuku did not notice he had basically ran over his former childhood friend turned schoolyard bully with how focused he was on stopping the villain from hurting somebody via body snatching. And when Bakugo himself will finally regain consciousness, he will find himself on a stretcher by an ambulance with a small concussion and several teeth missing while doctors kept pestering him in questions about how he managed to get slammed down so hard to get his face and body stuck 3 inches deep in pure asphalt without dying. With Izuku. Stop running. Izuku ordered. No. You stop chasing me. The sludge answered, diving inside the gutter of a near apartment complex to run upward its wall and explode free on its rooftop. What now? The villain said, with a challenging smile. Boom, 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 boom. What the F dash? The thing shrieked in surprise as the boy simply kept running, only now purposely stomping down hard at each step so that his soles could go deep enough into the concrete wall of the building to give him enough foothold to run vertically on its sheer surface without losing speed. Give up and get arrested, then I'll stop. Izuku said. Never. The sludge villain answered as it simply descended down the gutter at the opposite side of the building. Scry-ee-nee-nee-nee. Without missing a beat, Izuku's left hand morphed abruptly, his skin and bones breaking apart into a shapeless black mass of flesh, then compacting to form 5 long jagged blades protruding from what looked like an oversized mockery of a human arm and hand made of overgrown and malformed pitch-black flesh, and using that same transformed hand to slow down his descent as he jumped down the building by easily plunging its absurdly sharp blades deep into the wall. Heller never was one for worrying about property damage back in the days, so when he started training Izuku in the use of the Blacklight virus he had infected the boy with, it never actually occurred to him to also teach the kid any approach beside the, as long as it works and it's fast, then do it. Kind when faced with a threat that it was a miracle in itself if Izuku came to prefer blunt attacks with the simply named muscle mass power of his new quirk instead of taking over the shred to ribbons. And shuffle through the memories of the consumed later modus operandi of his teacher. This didn't mean though that the boy didn't know how to fully use every power the 200-years-old bioweapon he had roaming around in his bloodstream gifted him with. It was all merely personal preference, and it never ceased to amaze Izuku to see how something man-made dating to way before the appearance of quirks could actually give to proper quirks a run for their money. It was made by power-hungry eggheads with a god complex. They wanted their sheet to work well and do everything, and they got it. Heller would always answer when questioned about how it was possible that an artificial quirk like the Blacklight virus could do all it did. So there he was, Izuku Midoriya, age 15, technically still considered quirkless, and yet having the powers of an ever-evolving super virus created back when superpowers were only stuff a selected few had. A virus that had the primary objective of surviving and keeping its host alive by any means necessary up to rewriting his entire being and give the middle finger to the already loose laws of nature of a quirk-centric world. Shapeshifting? Yes, for both clothes and identity. Super senses? Switchable on or off at will. Super strength, defense and speed? Very yes. Super adaptability and survival? It just happened, completely automatic. Weapons creation? Everything he wanted from every part of his body. The only limit was his imagination, and if he will manage to replicate the effect of gunpowder for the more complex ones. The Blacklight virus could even create new abilities if put in extreme life-or-death situations, so it really was a one-way ticket to the top of the food chain. The only problem was that Izuku's unwillingness of consuming other humans meant that his reserves of biomass will never be overabundant like Heller's that still had it in spares even after decades of him lying low, so never really replenishing his own reserves. But eating slightly more than a normal human when in need was not an actual issue, as Heller begrudgingly covered that angle himself, whenever he did not directly infuse some of his own biomass into Izuku out of annoyance. "Just leave me alone. Are you not tired of chasing me, you freak?" The sludge, having finally been cornered after another long chase, yelled in both fear and anger as the kid stalked closer to him. Once returned his arm to normal, even his school uniform rebuilt itself, as that too was made out of Blacklight cells. "Freak? I am not a freak," Izuku commented, looking quite hurt at the statement. "Yes, you are. You can't chase people through half the city and not be one," the living goo answered. He was still reduced to kid sizes and he didn't seem able to recover the lost mass. "There you are," a new voice yelled in triumph. "Oh no," the sludge muttered in abject horror. "Detroit. That voice," Izuku yelled at the same time, and he will forever deny that it was a very fangirlish squeal type of scream what came out from his mouth. "SM Izish," the owner of the voice finished saying at the same time as Izuku, and a mighty punch simply disintegrated the sludge villain, splattering him on the floor and creating a crater on the point of impact. "I caught up to you finally. But I was certain you were taller before you gave me the slip," the pro-hero muttered, unsure at seeing a way smaller pool of groaning unconscious goo than expected. All Might, squealing again, young Izuku had just lost whatever self-control he had and hugged his idol obsession tightly, actually making said giant of muscles whimper a little in pain at the unexpected pressure generated by those small arms. Hello. All Might tried saying, unsure, and even if used to adoring fans being kind of physical in their approach, he was still feeling a bit preoccupied because thanks to their difference in sizes and current position, Izuku looked about to do very unsavory things to his junk. "Please tell me there is not a convenient camera somewhere. I don't want to end like Ultima Man." He still has to recover from a similar misunderstanding after 15 years. The pro-hero thought in alarm as he managed, with more difficulties than he had anticipated, to dislodge the euphoric fan from himself before anybody could accuse him of child molestation. All Might. Izuku in the meantime had his overall IQ dropped to a single digit before managing a slight recover and pulling out a small notebook and presenting it to the hero with a way too deep bow. "PP please, data autograph?" he managed to blurt out after his third try. "Ah, that's it? Easy as pie," All Might answered, chuckling, and once carefully trapped the villain inside a small bottle aptly created to hold him, he signed the small book with an ample flourish in a way he could tell made the boy's day a great one. It was then that a hidden gadget inside a secret pocket of his hero costume started silently vibrating, making the pro-hero turn deadly pale. He had just 2 minutes to leave and look for an isolated place before his powers gave in, blowing his cover and uncovering his secret identity. Bye. Being in a hurry never brought good things, and being as near hysterical as All Might was in his hurry to leave, he actually pocketed both villain and Izuku's book of autographs in his costume and leaped away. Wait. The young man really wanted to tell the pro-hero about what he did, but he had jumped away way too fast for him to talk, so the boy just latched to the man's chest a second before he could leap away. "What are you doing?" the older man yelled with wide eyes, and watching the wind pressure of his jump turn the kid into a wildly flaying ragdoll just hanging boneless from his belt as the two literally flew very high in the sky. "You took my autographs album, I just want it back," Izuku answered, simply, and totally unfazed by the lethal height he was at. It was not like he could not safely glide back to the ground thanks to Blacklight. It was the first thing Heller taught him actually. "Oh, that's it? Here." Even if weirded out a bit by their mid-air dialogue, All Might handed back the small book without a fuss. "Thank you," the boy answered with a happy smile, and letting go of him so to fall down freely, presumably to a gruesome death. "What the hell are you doing?" Showing that he was totally unaware of the boy's, simile Quirk, powers, All Might shrieked in fear and with bulged-out eyes as he barely managed to grab the front of the boy's clothes in time to stop his fall and keep him airborne until both could land from the jump on an isolated rooftop away from prying eyes. "I let go of you like you asked," the boy replied as soon as both landed. "I never did ask you that," All Might answered. "Oh, sorry then." "Not a problem. All that matters is that you are Blua," the pro-hero answered before puking a big mouthful of blood on the kid's face before somehow deflating into a scrawny, malnourished version of himself pretty much a third of his former size looking like a skeleton with some skin through on haphazardly. Are you okay?" Izuku asked, looking very perturbed by the abrupt change. "This is going to be hard to explain," All Might answered with a defeated sigh. 2 hours later, Maid Cafe, a fast call to Inko and a long explanation later. "Here you go. Soda for you and tea for your uncle," the pretty girl in maid outfit said with a gentle smile as she delivered the order, and leaving with a small wink that made All Might blush a little. "So 0.3 hours time limit?" Izuku asked once the two were once again alone. "I underestimated my enemy and got reminded why that is a bad strategy, and no matter what I try, I can't fix the organs he damaged, and on top of that my time limit keeps getting shorter. I just wasted away until I became like this, I guess? It's a miracle in itself if I still have a semblance of a stomach and respiratory system worth its name," the pro-hero answered with a sigh. "Oh," the kid answered looking sad. "I ruined the myth, eh?" All Might asked with a bitter smile, as if feeling ashamed of himself. "What? I am just sad that you got hurt. You are still my hero, no? You are the hero," Izuku answered with shining eyes of utter adoration. You keep fighting no matter what. You help the weak and fight evil just because that's the right thing to do. I want to be a hero just like you. Not like Mountain Lady. She always holds live streams during her interventions or like Power Boy taking selfies after every job so to collect likes and followers. You do it just because, not to sell merchandise," Izuku answered, looking a bit shy when bad-mouthing the man's colleagues. "Oh, I do have themed merchandise too," taking it in stride, the pro-hero answered with a friendly chuckle while drinking. "Yeah, but you give most of the money to charity," the boy muttered. "To be fair, I too did those things during my first days as hero. We all get corrupted by the UA's idol-like heroes mentality at some point, most then luckily snap out of it, but I guess he is a bit blind when it comes to me." All Might also thought amused, watching the kid still squirm a little at the idea of catching a drink with him, his idol, even after uncovering his little dirty secret. "If I can ask." "Why yes," Izuku answered, immediately. "What were you doing there with Sludge? He is a dangerous criminal. His quirk make him a threat for unsuspecting civilians. I want to be a hero like you, so when he said he wanted to take over a body to hide from the police, and apparently you, that I acted without thinking and tried to stop him. I could not let him hurt some innocent passerby just because they happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time. Heroes exist to stop that from happening," Izuku answered with a small voice. "He could have took over yours, you risked a lot," All Might answered, a bit harsh and a bit impressed at the same time. "I never considered that, I just wanted to stop him from hurting others." "Take over his body? I wish. His quirk tried to eat me." Sludge's voice came in answer from the bottle inside the man's pocket. "Your quirk?" the hero asked. "If asked, downplay your abilities. Blacklight was a demon nightmare years ago. People may still have data even after centuries." At the question, Heller's voice rang inside Izuku's head making him flinch. I am basically a quirkless, I just have a very good immunity system. That's all," Izuku answered with a red face. "Immunity my butt. You dash. Quiet down you." All Might hissed annoyed, and shoving the bottle deeper inside the same backpack he had hidden his hero costume in, making any further words too muffled to understand. I just wanted to help," Izuku added. So he has a very basic and/or useless quirk instead of a flashy one. Those are treated just as badly as being quirkless by other kids when growing up. It would explain his meek attitude, must have been ostracized pretty badly at school. Why this sounds so damn familiar? All Might thought with narrowed eyes at some bitter memories of his own childhood. So, even if without actual powers, you want to be a hero? He asked. Weiss, the boy squeaked out. The only school I know that could make it possible would be you'd out of high school, but even then, at best you could apply for the hero support class. You know this, the pro hero asked. Aren't they heroes too? They still help others and give people hope, the kid answered. Now, that is a good answer. So you do have a nice heart other than bravery in there. All Might thought pleased. So you want to be a hero for? Money? Fame? Girls? He tried asking. Who in their right mind wants to be a hero to woo girls? Izuku asked back, confused. Way more people than you may believe, the other replied grimacing, and taking a long sip of tea as if to drown some unpleasant memories. Oh, the kid muttered, looking extremely disappointed. And what about being the top dog? They want that too, he asked, looking away as if personally hurt by his own question. That happens quite often too, you know somebody like that? Immediately getting flashes of the hero, endeavor, springing to mind, All Might shot back with a calculative gaze. I may know somebody like that. The other muttered, uneasy, with his tone gaining an icy edge towards the end. I bet you know that person very well, and something tells me they have some good quirks and are not afraid to remind people of that. As always, even with the best power in the world you could still make a terrible hero. You also need the drive and the bravery to help people when things get tough other than destructive abilities, and you, kid, do have the bravery. But do you also have this needed drive? Izuku Midoriya? Getting a rather dark brainwave, All Might got up from his seat abruptly. All Might, sir? The kid asked, unnerved by the sudden movement. If you really are as good as quirkless, the man asked with narrowed eyes. Oh, God, he knows I am lying. He is onto me. Of course he knows, he is All Might. Getting a bit blindsided by his own fanboyism, Izuku just looked at the man while shaking. And if you really want to be a hero still, I will test you a little. Go through the test, I will prepare for you in a way that will impress me on your own strength, and I will help you become the hero you want to be, he declared. With my own strength? Without using the Blacklight? How much has he figured out? Mentally shrieking in fear at his own overblown imagination, the boy gave a shaking nod in answer. Good. Come at this address tomorrow and we will start your test immediately. All Might declared, rapidly writing the address on a napkin, paying the bill and walking out with rapid steps. I'll be there. Izuku answered. Good boy, the hero answered with a happy smile. I hope you know what you are doing. The kid may not be what I need, but the torch must be passed on. All Might thought while idly touching his chest where he felt the slight pull still acting up whenever he looked at the kid. Parking lot? Not too far away. As soon as he got outside, the man moved in an isolated parking lot, and as soon as he was certain nobody was around, he fished out a cell phone and hit the speed dial number of an old acquaintance. Oh, it's me, he said. Yes, the voice at the other side answered. Is it a bad moment? No. We're giving the last adjustments to a new training schedule. What do you need? I may have met another good candidate. All Might said. I am listening. Supposedly useless, quirk, good heart, optimal aptitude and clear view of what a real hero is, the pro hero listed. Sounds both good on paper and eerily familiar. Physical aptitude? Apparently very average, just a schoolboy, but above average stamina and speed as he had apparently managed to chase and keep up with Sludge. The guy slipped me while I was chasing him, so at the very least the boy chased him for a good 20 minutes. That's how long it took me to get a drop on the guy again. Not too shabby then, if it's close enough to how events actually went. What do you think, personally? He remembered me of myself, same bright eyes and ideals about being a hero. You were actually quirkless though. He says he has just a good immunity system, since that almost ate Sludge when he tried to take over his body. Even if I think the boy is hiding something, his abilities should not be any greater, at least not with the low self-esteem he has at the moment. You know how kids are with people with not cool quirks. Treated pretty much like full-fledged quirkless. I know that even too well, there's a couple of them with similar issues in every new class every year. So he is like I was before you found me, sensei? Another voice, way younger, asked. Did you put me on speaker? Sorry about that, I wanted to hear his own opinion on the matter. That is sly and underhanded. Perhaps. What do you plan to do, Mr. All Might, sir? The young voice asked. He seemed to show the right mental attitude to be a good hero, but I want to test his physical one. Should he show the good drive, I want to put a good word for him for the hero course, not the support one he clearly planned for. And what about? That is an issue not for now. Sir? Yes. Can I watch your test too? Yes, but why? I want to see him, sir. If he really is like I used to be, then I too want to help him. We all deserve a chance. Is not a powerful quirk that makes a hero. Well said, we all deserve a chance. All Might muttered, talking too low even for the phone to pick up. What do you think, Night Eye? He finally asked. I'll be there as well. You are hardly impressed by aspiring heroes, so if this kid got you even just curious, then I will check him out myself. But he has to impress me, otherwise I will de facto fight your own recommendation, for his sake and health though, nothing personal. Always the harsh one, but I agree. About your boy instead, ready to show him off like you wanted? I can come there immediately. Please don't treat me like a nice car, sensei, the young voice asked, sounding a bit ashamed. Well, you kinda are. Sensei. Haha, but we have a plan then. Get him ready and proper, I am coming over. He will be ready, the voice at the other side answered, closing the call immediately. So point two possible candidates, I wonder where this will go. All Might muttered with a sigh as he started walking towards the high school building. Meanwhile, with Izuku, a pro hero is on to you? Udaman moron. Izuku too was on the phone, and as soon as he got the full story of what happened, Heller immediately started yelling at full power at him in blind anger. I swear I was cautious. Izuku answered. Apparently not enough. I told you already, we can't risk having others find out that the Blacklight virus is still around. Hiding between the crowd of people with quirks can help only so much if you go around showing off. Heller answered. I was not showing off. I never show off. That's why people still think I am quirkless. And treat me like one. I already told you that I am sorry for forcing you to lie this low, but this doesn't change the fact that you clearly let slip something that made him suspicious. Whatever, so he wants to test you tomorrow. Standing by your words, he may very well be trying to make you slip and see if you are hiding something. BSTRD must think that since you are 14 and are being tested by your absolute favorite hero, you will do everything in your power and impress him. What should I do then? I do want to impress him, he asked. I'll be at your place in 10 minutes, and be ready to pull an all-night because I am teaching you how to lock down Blacklight powers completely so to appear utterly human 101. When that BSTRD will test you, you will register as above average physically for somebody your age, but nothing superhuman. I will also be there hidden just in case. We'll make sure you will shine for being yourself, not your powers. Heller declared. As a shine? But what if they decide I am not cut to be a hero? Not cut to be a hero? Back in the days you did not need a defying license to do the right thing. They don't want you to join their pretty school even if you have heart and head in the right place? Then you'll go vigilante on their butt. Normal school kid by day and hero by night, easy as pie. That is illegal. That's why it's called vigilante job. What's important is the final result, saving the day. It still doesn't mean you can't just spy on pro heroes or whatever and copy them if you are worried about lacking something. Big deal. Okay, I'll trust you. That you do, kiddo. I'll turn you into a hero even if it's the last thing I do. Thank you, James. Izuku answered, smiling with a touched expression on his face. You are doing it. What? Smiling that effing innocent smile that makes people feel warm and fuzzy. I am not, the blushing kid answered, still smiling. I can feel my blood turn into syrup, so I know you are doing that. Dimminute. Heller said, grumbling and cutting off the call abruptly. "Thank you, James. I'll be a great hero, just you wait," Izuku declared before hurrying home. End of chapter. I am trying to spread info and backstory through few chapters. I don't want info dumps, and this was even too close to being one. I have a plan, just give me a chance. Thank you. I like to think that by now I showed that you can trust me, even just a little. Extra file, hero costume. Heller watched the short message Izuku sent him detailing how he actually got into Udata High School, and the man could tell the boy was still squealing while typing that short message. He just needed to see how shaky the picture of the acceptance letter Izuku sent along his message was. Well, he did it all right. Going to need to think about a present then, Himiko said. A present? James asked back, confused. You are his mentor, you are supposed to give him a present as well, the girl replied. What about you? I am baking him a pie with my own hands. So you won't ride my coattails, you stingy a-hole. I did not plan to, the man replied lamely. Yeah. Let's see. At that the man scrolled through his phone's contact lists until he found the one he needed. Hello? The woman's voice at the other side asked as soon as she picked up. I need a favor. Heller said, immediately down to business. Of course you need one, Daling. I knew you would have accepted my offer for some lessons in etiquette. It's not about that, you midget. A pity you really need some. What's it then? She replied, sighing dejected at the man's lack of manners. Do you still make superhero suits or have already fully switched to dressing up supermodels? Heller asked. Supermodels? There is nothing super about them. Spoiled, stupid little stick figures with poofy lips who think only of themselves. I used to design for gods, the woman answered with a loud, vitriolic tirade that forced James to move away the phone from his ear. I get it that superheroes still have it hard on that side of the globe then, he said. You have no idea, darling. I am just getting back from a fashion show in Milan and I am already so tired of this mundane take on fashion that it will be a miracle if I do not hang myself before this stupid jet lands. So, I guess asking for your help with a little project of mine is impossible? Heller asked with a savage predatory smile. Totally impossible. I am far too busy. So ask away before I recover my sanity, she answered immediately, sounding painfully eager. I am tutoring a boy into becoming a pro hero here in Japan and he just got accepted in Udata High School, so I was told that as a mentor I have to give him a present. And you immediately thought about me, isn't it, darling? The woman asked with a superior smirk. I remembered that you used to do this for a living, since you never shut up about it when I used to be your bodyguard years ago. James answered. I was just trying to give you some lessons in style. You can manipulate your entire being and create your own clothes, and yet you prefer going around dressed like a homeless pauper. Whatever. Can you do it? The boy has my same identical powers, so I guess you already know what to do. I have some ideas already in my back burner I was keeping warm in case you caved in, darling. But I will need measurements and more details about him to do a proper job, you know it. I will send you few pictures of him along an update about his powers. As for measurements, I will just steal those from the aide at your school as soon as they take them, so he won't suspect a thing. Please do. They have a dreadful sense of style when it comes to hero costumes. They either go STR or overachieving. I will make sure at least one hero in Japan dresses properly. Leave it to me, the woman said. Thank you. As for the money dash, this one will be on me, darling. You will pay for repairs and that's it. I have a subsidiary branch in Japan. They will be able to fix any damage should that happen, but the main stitching and design, I will take care of that. Thank you. Think nothing of it, darling. Just send me the details as soon as possible. In the meantime, I will take care of the materials and the design. I'll call you once I am ready to ship it to you, the woman answered, closing the call. And the present has been taken care of, Heller declared, smugly. Who was it? Himiko asked. The best. At the same time, private jet, airspace over the ocean. Dietling. Now, that is a nice smile if I ever saw one, the very short woman admitted as soon as she saw the pictures of Izuku Heller sent her. That I think I will go with a nice shade of green, to complement his hair, but I need to add something more to it, something bold, but at the same time elegant, functional, and simple. Yes, she said while taking a near notepad and immediately starting to draw prototypes as the old fire inside her artist heart ignited again. And I already know what material to use to create a costume for somebody with powers like that. Hello, the guy on the phone answered, groggily. Rise and shine. I need your endosim fibers to accompany my new ultra mesh I am using for a super suit for a friend. The suit must be able to transform just like its owner and protect him, along temporarily patch up small tears until proper repairs can be done. And I need your creation to act as support for this to happen. Why should I give you something I normally use for my own armors, Edna? The man answered, huffing. After everything that happened last Christmas, darling, I thought I held you wrapped around my finger. I mean, I still have the pictures, she answered, smirking. That I hate you with every fiber of my billionaire, alcoholic being. How much of the stuff do you want? The other answered with an inhuman growl after a long pause of horror. I'll soon send you the details of the suit, so if you want you can add some details variations of your own. If you do not turn it into a hobo suit, that is. It's a big concession this one, darling. If I have a spare minute. I also have pictures of the following end-of-year's party. Damn it. Okay, I will help you. Thank you, Tony. Yeah. Just send the details along, you evil witch. Jarvis, remind me to make sure nobody has cameras next time. The man answered while closing the call. He didn't even say goodbye, always the same rude kid, the woman said in distaste. Sometime later, you had a high school classroom. The class was going through a small pause between lessons when the door went open to show a girl with goggles on her head and pink hair many recognized as May Hatsum, the invention maniac from the school's Department of Support, Class 1H. She had a thick parcel in her hands. Hey, Midoriya. You got a package. Thank you. That must be the present James talked about. Izuku answered, immediately opening it to see the completed hero costume. A green full-body skin-tight jumpsuit with a red belt, dull black arm braces, dull black leg guards that reached up to his thighs and beige gloves decorated with blue stripes that had been created to deal with and support his limbs' transforming abilities, along with red boots with metal soles able to sustain his leg power. It also had a hood with long ear-like protrusions that resembled All Might's haircut with included a metal, diamond-shaped mask with 8 holes that doubled as respirator, that had been added because the boy adored the hero, so the two designers begrudgingly caved in and added it as a personal present to the boy. Now, that is not half bad. You made it yourself? May asked, curious and shamelessly pulling it away from Izuku's hands to study it. No. A friend of mine asked a friend of his and dash. Scriffublu. A strangled, unhealthy and indescribable sound came out of the girl's throat as soon as she saw some details of the suit thanks to her eyes zooming Quirk. This is like AA superior version of super mesh. I only saw deep web pictures of it. I thought the Americans never let this get out of the border. And it's linked to a layer of nanobots made cloth sandwiched between 2 layers of mesh acting real-time in response to any movement. This thing is as alive as it can get. Who did this? She asked, getting way too close to Izuku's face, uncaring of his personal space. I have no idea, I swear, the poor boy answered. There must be some recognizable logo or dot or. It was then that she saw it, right inside the neck area, 2 logos, one in elegant calligraphy that had been evidently sewn there by hand and under it a logo instead branded in place by a machine, and seeing both together on the same suit had her eyes bulge out tremendously. Stark Industries. How did you get those 2 to design you a suit together? May's scream at that point became legendary, exploding the windows and turning whoever had hearing-oriented quirks in the whole school momentarily deaf. Easy to say, from that moment onward Izuku's days as a schoolboy became, if possible, even more hectic as he went stalked tirelessly by the genius girl in hope to get more details out of him. End of the extra file. I can already tell I could do better for a first chapter, but I honestly tried my best, even if I have no idea how much original I managed to remain compared to the many fanfictions that have been already written on this show. As you have certainly already understood, I am changing the dynamics between Izuku and Mirio, just like I will also slightly modify the dynamics between little Deku and Song of Ice and Fire, Todoroki, because I actually like that silly bicolored head of his. He looks serious but not insufferably so, sorry, smiley face. Also yes, the two designers behind Izuku's costume in this story are canon. Because I said so. Sorry again. Dagoba Municipal Beach. The place was a real junkyard, junk of every size and shape having been washed on the beach through the years and accumulated to ridiculous levels, to the point even specialized groups had more than once admitted defeat in front of the overwhelming quantity of garbage deposited there. Here we are. This is the place. All Might, still in his real scrawny form, said with a wide smile as he proudly showed to Izuku the mountains of stuff littering the place. Lovely, the boy answered, unsure. The boy was unaware that another pro-hero was secretly watching his every move while accompanied by his own pupil, even if the other aspiring hero was a bit disappointed that All Might was not present as promised. He, just like many others beside a very small group of trusted individuals, didn't know that the skeletal guy everybody knew as All Might's secretary was instead the hero himself. So what am I supposed to do? Izuku asked. I want you to clean this place completely, the pro-hero answered, smirking. Yeah. You have until the entrance exam at the High School, manage this and I will help you become the hero you are destined to be. That he must know something, there is too little time to make it possible for a simple human to clean this. He must suspect I am hiding something. Unless. Maybe he knows and wants to see if I am overly dependent on my powers. So he must be suspecting something and wants to test me, the me beside the powers. I can do this, the young boy thought in determination, and doing as James taught him, he focused hard until he managed to suppress the powers of the Blacklight virus to the point his strength was barely above a normal human his age. I'll do it, he declared. Then off you go. This lovely beach won't clean itself. All Might answered with a pleased nod. He is determined, that much I can give him. Even if he looks like something a strong wind could blow away. From his hiding spot, Night Eye muttered with a low voice. So mean, the boy with him answered. I am not being mean, Mirio. If ever, I am actually worried about him. Night Eye answered. Ooh. In the meantime, Izuku kept moving away small objects by the armfuls. At least he is being smart about this. Had he started with the big ones, he would have burned too much energy and not managed to do much today. He has energy for an army, sensei. Mirio answered, impressed. That he does. Ah? The young man looked at his mentor with a curious expression, unsure about the man's strange, intense gaze. Ho ho. Working hard, youngsters? A new voice said, making everybody, spying heroes comprised, jump in fright as none of them saw the old lady in question join the scene. Oba-san. Good evening. All Might greeted the strange old lady with a respectful bow, while Izuku behind him had a moment of realization as he recognized who the old lady really was. I hope this is not child labor, is it? The old grandma asked while nailing All Might with a stern glare. Oh, of course not. Just testing the boy for a little while. The pro-hero answered immediately. Testing, she asked, sounding even more suspicious. Just a small test, nothing more. I will keep my eyes on you, youngster, just in case you are trying something fun with this boy. Don't think you are too old for me to spank, the old woman answered while sitting on an abandoned fridge lying half-broken on its side. No. There is no need for spanking, madam. All Might answered, shaking his head wildly. Good. Go on, boy, show this scrawny thing how strong you are. Yes, Oba-san. Izuku answered with a wide smile. Several days later, the last day before Izuku's deadline. From dawn to dusk, with barely a small pause to eat, young Izuku worked tirelessly day after day to move away as much garbage he could, but without the added strength given to him by the Blacklight and doing his best even if he already knew he could not manage the feat, especially with cars and other heavy garbage that would require either a full team of people with heavy machinery or at least a super strength Quirk to succeed, let alone doing it in the accorded time. What time is it? All Might finally asked. Almost noon. The same old woman that had come to cheer for Izuku every single day without fail answered nonplussed once checked her watch. I think that's enough then, the pro-hero declared with a sigh. The utterly dirty Izuku uttered, unsure. I saw enough, the other clarified. Oh, so? What do you think? The boy asked. You have a good enough grasp of what a hero is supposed to be, you have the drive to push through any challenge on your path no matter how helpless, and you never actually argued about a clearly impossible task being shoved on you. But unfortunately you are not what I am looking for, physically speaking, I mean. All Might said. So I am not fit to be a hero? Izuku asked, looking utterly broken by the news. Not that. I meant that IT doesn't matter. What is important is that I know you can be a wonderful addition to the support squad, and I can only expect great things from you once there. All Might clarified. Oh, thank you then. Izuku answered while looking definitely happier at hearing that. It was not like he had not planned to enter the support class and then get a place in the main hero course during the school's famous sport festival through subtle use of the Blacklight virus so to still keep most of his abilities hidden. So it was an entrance test for becoming a hero? Good job then, the old lady said before clapping a little. And he passed that nicely. All Might answered. Thank you for your time, mister. Izuku said, bowing deeply towards the pro-hero. Think nothing of it. Well, I guess we'll go our separate ways then, take care. I will see you tomorrow at the entrance test, the pro-hero said, walking away to secretly meet with Night Eye and Mirio. Bye, the young kid answered, cheerfully waving at his retreating back. Well, it went better than expected, the old lady said with a masculine, deep voice as soon as the hero disappeared from sight. At least he doesn't know about Blacklight. We managed to hide it. Izuku answered, collapsing tiredly to sit on the floor and making his clothes ripple heavily. It's hard to keep it subdued, isn't it? I am ready to bet the thing was itching to hell and back to wake up. Heller said, smirking as the old lady disguise he was wearing exploded into a shapeless blob of biomass that then returned into being his original form, young as he was the first time he himself got infected. You have no idea, the boy answered. The good news is that we still have enough time to cram a quick review of what you know in the few hours you have before dinner. Inko will have my butt on a platter if I take you home late. You ready? James asked while grabbing an abandoned van missing both tires and engine and lifting it with one hand as if it weighted nothing. Let's start with something easy. The blade, he asked. Yes. Izuku answered, and both his arms broke apart and rebuilt themselves to form two giant blades with jagged edges taking the place of his hands, and long enough to have the tips slightly touch the ground, held in place by thick root-like bundles of oversized muscles intertwined together to form arms, twice the size of his human ones. How can somebody so harmless-looking have such a brutal version of my powers still escapes me? James admitted with a deadpan tone. I am not doing this on purpose. Izuku answered. Whatever. Cut this. Heller answered, nonplussed, and throwing the van like a mere softball at the boy, making it travel at a couple 100 miles per hour. Ah, the school kid grunted, and using his left arm blade to easily cut the van in two like a hot knife through butter so that both halves could harmlessly fly past him at his sides. Good. Finally your blades have the proper durability. Now for something smaller. Cut. Heller answered, throwing everything he could put his hands on in random directions so to force Izuku to hop around and even twisting midair to cut as many of them as he could. Nice to see you have not slacked off. Very well, warming is over, it's time for the real training. 1 hour later. Faster with those claws. I want to see this garbage be reduced to nothing. Heller ordered sharply. Yes. Izuku answered, now with each hand morphed into what James called claw form, and each of the 5 long blades that had took the place of the boy's fingers were working overtime to cut everything in front of him to pieces, turning the long line of car parts, cabinets, fridges and whatnot into tiny scraps no bigger than an orange. I am falling asleep here. Faster! Channeling the soldier inside him, Heller bellowed again. 1 hour later. Hop, hop, hop. Fast, kiddo. The villain threw a lot of people down the building, so you better save them. Once done with the claws, Heller had collected hundreds of pieces of glass, cracked vases and other very fragile stuff and kept throwing them up in the air for Izuku to catch. Bayonet! Izuku yelled as he kept throwing fist-sized ball of goo that then exploded into webs of adhesive black tendrils that caught the falling objects before they could fall to the ground and break. Bayonet? What the hell is that? I wanted to give it a name. God, you sound like a Diamond anime character if you call out your attacks like that. Sorry. Don't be, is not like it makes a difference, as long as you like doing it, then do it. Thanks. You sure these will disappear? The tendrils are 100% biodegradable and hold inside nothing of the Blacklight virus. It is actually the exact same compound of normal spiderwebs, only black and XXL in size. Now shut up and do not slack off. Yes. 1 hour later. Keep the rhythm. Heller instructed as he held up vertically the driving cabin of a truck to use it as a sandbag of sort for Izuku to punch freely. Crush, crush, crush. Like this, the boy asked, arms now still looking normal, only full black and with his fists having the fingers fused together to form a solid block of hardened skin and bones. Also, small pointy stubs could be seen protruding forward from his knuckles. As he kept punching with a boxer stance, the truck cabin kept getting flatter and flatter. Good, remember your leg work too, it helps putting your entire body weight behind every punch. If you are so adamant in using only blunt attacks, the tendrils and muscle mass powers must be trained to perfection. I know. Good. I'll take another target and we'll continue. Heller said, personally folding the poor remains of the truck himself so to throw it onto the giant pile of other flattened garbage the boy produced. 1 hour later. 100, 101.102. Bend those knees more. Heller ordered. Yes. Izuku answered. He was holding on his back a tall tower of heavy garbage and using that as weights to make his squats harder. 20 tons is still too little, you need to train more. James commented. I am training. Izuku, utterly drenched in sweat, answered with a strained voice. Yeah, but we need to increase the weight. Again, the boy shrieked, horrified. Blacklight increases your strength exponentially, but only up to a certain point. You also need a good base strength. Increase that and you will increase the final power you will put out with Blacklight. So do not think that you can skip on basic training. I won't skip it. Izuku answered, looking almost offended at the accusation. Good boy. Also, good job with the whip fist, having it ricochet like that from every surface is a good strategy. Thank you. The boy answered with a small shy smile. That we almost ran out of time, you know what this means. No pain training, no. Izuku whimpered with a pale face. Don't worry, before that you will also give me few hundred push-ups with weights. Now hurry and finish this set. Yes. Don't be a wuss, having a good pain tolerance is useful as well, especially should you get showered in bullets by common thugs or get one or both arms torn off by a more serious threat, getting distracted by pain can be fatal. Weiss, the poor boy answered, his expression utterly miserable. Once the training session was finally over. After a total of 6 hours of non-stop training, Heller declared Izuku free to go back home, clearly satisfied by the results of his little test of the boy's abilities. Already done? We finished early, the boy said in surprise. You are as ready as you can be. Unfortunately, once entered into that school, we won't be able to do this every day like we used to, but if you keep a good training schedule for your body, you will learn everything else you need about your powers by yourself. But I can ask you for help if I need, yes? Izuku asked. Of course you can, kiddo. Come on, I'll accompany you home, so you can help your mother prepare dinner. Answered, ruffling the boy's hair while enjoying his weak protests, and circling his small shoulders with an arm, he guided the boy outside once switched identity again, unknowingly passing right in front the hiding place of All Might, Night Eye and young Mirio. The boy was not completely sincere. Night Eye said bluntly. He said he only had a good immunity system. All Might answered with a small voice. Listening to his mentor, he has been asked to hide his powers from everybody. Why? Mirio asked. Blacklight, the name sounds familiar. I need to check few things before we confront young Midoriya about it. Night Eye said. Why confront him? All Might asked. I did some digging after you talked about him when we met and while we watched him go through your test. And I discovered a medical file declaring him fully quirkless, with several additions from a more advanced structure confirming it, and yet we saw him do all that. Your office is close by, you want to pass by there before going to his address? If it is not a problem. May as well. Can I come too? Mirio asked. If you want, both pro-heroes answered. Several hours later, Midoriya household. James, Himiko and Izuku were helping Inko clean the table and wash the dishes after being coerced by the short woman to join her and her son for dinner, and Heller suspected she was doing this because, for some reason, she believed Himiko to have feelings for Izuku and wanted to give the two few excuses to be together. They are so cute. Inko muttered, watching the two teens washing the dishes together and alone in the kitchen. Are you still going on with this idea of yours? James asked. You boys are all the same no matter the age. You are just so helplessly blind, the woman answered with a desperate sigh. Dling dlong. I'll go. Inko said, shaking her head at James' hopeless case, and opening the door to see All Might and Night Eye look at her with a curious expression. May I help you? She asked. We are looking for Mr. Heller, we know he is here. Who is it? James asked, peeking towards the door. Mr. James, we need to talk. About the Blacklight virus and what happened almost 200 years ago in New York. Night Eye answered. Izuku, Himiko, take Inko and run. I will keep them occupied as much as I can. James ordered with a low and slow tone and turning both his hands into their claw form once returned to his original appearance, scaring Inko deeply with his transformation. What is happening here? The woman demanded with a scared voice. This way, Mom. Izuku said, talking slowly while he carefully positioned himself in front of her to gently push her away. All this while Himiko kept her narrowed eyes trained on the two pro-heroes and welding the two biggest kitchen knives she could find. Wait. Let's calm down, we are not here to arrest anybody nor fight you. Mirio said immediately, putting himself between the two groups. Sorry kid, last time I heard that I got shot by a squadron of soldiers. James answered with a growl. Please let's calm down. We really are here just to talk. All Might added with a placating tone. Then talk, what do you want? What do you know of the events of 200 years ago? What really happened in New York? What was the Blacklight disaster, really? You talked as if you know that virus really well. Night Eye asked. What do you know? James asked back with narrowed eyes. Not much, as with everything else from the pre-Quirk era, many details have been lost, and whatever remained is not clear at best or a full-fledged myth at worst. What remains of the Blacklight myth is few incomplete accounts of monsters and horrible mutations brought forth by some bioweapon that either turned people into bloodthirsty monsters, or even created nightmarish creatures worthy of a horror story. Night Eye explained, showing the thick folder in his hand. I don't trust you, James declared. Understandable, but please, give us a chance to prove you we are not enemies. All Might answered. Get a seat, this is going to be a long story, but I guess you all should hear the full thing finally. Once looked into Izuku's eyes, James gave a long sigh and turned his arms back to normal. 2 hours later. And, this is pretty much the whole thing I guess. James said once finally finished his tale. Impressive, so it was not a weapon of mass destruction, but an artificial quirk that could be mass-produced. Night Eye exclaimed once Heller finished the fast rendition of his story about himself, Alex Mercer, the Blacklight and everything that transpired so many years ago. I still don't get why you call it a quirk. This stuff was made to kill everybody, it was by chance that they saw what it could do to some people, then to them Blacklight became the ticket to humanity's next step of evolution. Some of those beings were even too happy to see it as a sign that only the worthy could become superhumans, as if the virus itself could elect chosen ones to uplift them. James answered. And you infected my baby with that? Inko yelled while checking every inch of Izuku's body with a horrified expression on her face. It was either that or letting him bleed to death, even by running at my top speed. I would have not been fast enough to take him to the nearest hospital. So you took a gamble, Mr. Heller? Mirio asked. Not exactly. As soon as his blood touched my hands I felt a pull towards him, so I guessed it was the blacklight inside me reacting to a compatible host, and since I did not want a dead kid on my conscience, I helped him. To be fair, I was there to help you, James. Izuku muttered, uneasy. You tried to save a cocky adult even if you were just a kid. I am impressed. All Might said, chuckling. Oh, he was psing himself all right, and yet there he was pulling on my sleeve to force me to run to safety instead of just running away and leave me there. Bravery bordering on the idiocy. That's him in a nutshell. James answered, ruffling a little the boy's hair and getting his hand slapped away by a still angry Inko. I saved your son's life, woman. A little bit of gratefulness would be appreciated. Umph. Inko's only answer was a more possessive hug of her son and an angry pout. All we know is that the Blacklight disaster was caused by 2 terrorist attacks using bioweapons to create mindless monsters, nothing more. Night Eye explained. I am not surprised. I bet all those white-collared buffoons did everything in their power to destroy every proof of their involvement with the project. Even the Gentech industries that actually created the thing were thrown under the bus as a scapegoat. Those money-hungry BSTRDS did not want their $1,000 suits dirted by the mess. Heller answered. That and probably discredit or outright killing whoever could testify about superpowered humans fighting in the streets like you mentioned. The entire incident had to be edited heavily so to leave other medical industries free to keep working on their project about evolution. Night Eye confirmed. And then, Quirks appeared, and the thing went abandoned completely. All Might added. Izuku muttered, unsure. What do you mean? Mirio asked as well. I heard few stories from my mentor, and dear James here confirmed it. Ever since Quirks appeared 200 years ago, we humans as a race have stagnated. We did not move forward too fast. Sometimes I wonder if we would have already colonized the stars by now if Quirks had not started popping up all over the place. The pro-hero said with a wishful tone as he looked outside the window and towards the night sky. Or maybe the project for humanity's evolution actually worked. Heller countered, growling darkly. Superpowers hardly appear out of nowhere. Back when I was a kid, superpowers were stuff only found in comic books and movies or that very few chosen ones had. Then several years after what happened between me and Mercer and the decommissioning of Gentech along the sudden disappearance of everything related to Blacklight, kids started showing off quirks right at birth or immediately after. You can't tell me that it is all a coincidence. James said with a low voice. You mean to tell me that whoever was the first to have a quirk may have got it thanks to whoever inherited the notes of Gentech about their experiments on Blacklight and the human DNA? Mirio asked with wide eyes. What do I think? Everybody, no matter the quirk, can discover if they have one thanks to a standardized test you can take in any hospital or clinic, and kids hardly have the exact same quirk of their parents. Everything starts from a casual mutation of always the same gene that then influences the rest of the host DNA. For all we know, this could make Blacklight the precursor of the quirks, the prototype of something that changed humanity forever once perfected. Heller declared. This is surprisingly heavy, Himiko admitted. You, for example, if you ingest somebody's blood you can copy their appearances, to the point of copying their quirk if you want to become them hard enough. Sounds familiar? Heller said while circling through identities, either male or female or old or young. Your consuming ability. Izuku muttered. And yours, if you actually consume somebody. I don't want it. I wouldn't be able to consider myself a hero if I go around eating people. It is the exact opposite of who I want to be, the kid answered. Then prepare to eat a lot, otherwise you won't be able to store enough biomass to use your powers. Heller answered, sighing. Creating a specific diet to have him have enough proteins, iron, calcium, and everything else is not a problem, Mr. Heller. At worst, consuming living animals as well can be a proper, more acceptable alternative. Night Eye answered. What do you mean? I can be a hero? Izuku asked, hopeful. Of course you can. Everybody can be a hero with the right attitude. Mirio answered with a blinding smile. Sorry, but I can't risk people knowing that the Blacklight virus is still around. Heller answered. As I said already, very few proofs of its existence have survived to reach us. As long as young Midoriya does not call his quirk Blacklight, or any other keyword easily connected to that, nobody will know. It will be hard to explain why he results as quirkless still while exhibiting those powers, but coming up with a new name for it will hardly be a problem. Night Eye answered. That would be my fault. I kept track of Izuku while he was growing up since I don't need to eat or sleep, meaning I didn't need a job either, so when he went to that specialized hospital to run new tests, I managed to sneak in and edit the results. The fact that with him Blacklight makes it actually physically impossible to take his blood made it easier. James explained. Kids are by default hyperactive and Izuku really wanted to be a hero at so. How? Inko asked. How come nobody ever noticed? The virus is all about genetic superiority. It rewrites the entire DNA of the host, everything. The thing acts like a parasite and it wants its host to be perfect for it. I saw it in the memories of Mercer and the other people I consumed. The best hosts are feetses, followed immediately by kids. Can you guess why? James answered with a meaningful expression. They are still developing, something happening in a very smaller degree in adults. If the virus wants to make its host as much genetically perfect compatible as possible, then doing so while the host is still in a heavily developing phase would be ideal as it would be able to guide said development the way it wishes. Night Eye answered. And you were 4 when you were first exposed. All Might muttered. He never really showed signs of the infection before he hit 10 years of age. By then the virus was well underway to get the kid where it wanted him. To be as a host, so it could spread its wings a little on the outside as well. James said. It was then that he approached me, that he explained what I could do and turned the whole thing into a game, comprised keeping it a secret from everybody until I could join the hero course. Of course then I grew up and got this same story. By then I decided by myself to keep the virus a secret to protect the life of the man who saved me. Izuku added, looking at Heller with a grateful smile. Sorry about that, kiddo. God only knows I would have loved to see you kick the butt of that explosion nuts kid. James answered, sighing and yet smiling a little. I knew little Bakugo was getting unreasonable with his quirk. Inko muttered with a dejected expression. So he has been training with you about using his powers since he was 10? All Might asked. Every single day, Heller confirmed. And his quirk has exceptional healing abilities. Night Eye added. Mercer survived a nuclear explosion happening at few feet from him. If you are infected with Blacklight, you become extremely hard to kill and almost impossible to wound out if you have enough biomass in you, that is. Fire is a good way to deal with the virus since without anything to consume it can be easily incinerated, but it has to be an absurd quantity of heat in a very short time, and I am not talking about a simple explosion, I mean hundreds of thousands of degrees flaring in a second. That will keep an eye on Endeavor then, just in case he gets an inferiority complex against kids too. All Might muttered to Night Eye, making him shake his head ruefully, but not actually denying the possibility. What about poisons? And acid? Mirio asked, curious. I took a bath into a vat of hydrofluoric acid once, courtesy of a mob boss I met 40 years ago. It worked for about a second, then the Blacklight virus modified my armor form to withstand that as well. This thing evolves really and fast, so acids or poisons or hallucinogens or even pheromones work for maybe few seconds, then the virus automatically generates defenses against it. Heller answered. Blunt force. All Might asked. That is the worst thing to use against the virus. It can be said that it doesn't damage the host at all, at best it pushes them around a bit or breaks them into chunks, nothing more. Same for slicing attacks, if said attack can cut through the armor power as well. Then it may work. All Might muttered. Mirio, Izuku, what would you think to become my heirs? Both teens shrieked at the same time. My health is a mess, and the mantle of icon of hope many gave to me must be passed on. There must be one to keep the fire of justice running, and with my deteriorating time limit that I can't be it, not for long, he explained. What he is saying is, All Might will soon die. Die? Of what? Why? How? Izuku yelled in horror. Why he never said anything? Somebody could have helped. Mirio added with a more calm tone. What my friend mean is that the figure of All Might is about to die, not me personally, the pro-hero explained while nailing Night Eye with a scathing glare. To be fair, I could have phrased it a bit better. The other admitted, nonplussed. No sheet, Sherlock. James added, rolling his eyes. Why you are All Might? Mirio Eshef. Up. Nice to meet you, my name is Tashinori and I am All Might. And as for now I can't maintain that transformation for more than 3 hours a day. Not if I don't want to make my condition worse and put my life in danger with further transformations. The blonde hero answered with a bitter smile. Oh, you don't seem surprised, Izuku-kun. I discovered it by chance, the green-haired kid answered. You got his attention by chasing Sludge around and with your determination to pass his test without using the Blacklight virus and its powers, along with the sheer will to never disclose what you can do. Mirio too is a candidate, for pretty much the same reasons as you. You two are physically and mentally perfect for what he needs, especially taking in consideration your ideals and attitude. Night Eye added. What are you two planning? Inko asked with narrowed eyes, and Himiko too gained a sinister light in hers as she too smelled how fishy the entire deal was. My quirk is special. It can't be stolen, but it can be willingly passed on to others, like passing a torch to the new generation. I was Izuku's age when I got it, and had been holding high the legacy of the one-for-all quirk ever since, but with me being reduced like this, one day I risk to completely lose the ability to tap into it. I am not even sure I would be able to pass it on should that happen. Tashinori explained. So you need an heir of sort to pass that quirk to before that happens. And a highly trained kid like Mirio or a super regenerating and adapting kid like Izuku are the best candidates. What are the downsides of that quirk then? James asked. You got the nail on the head. When used at full power, one for all puts an insane strain on the body and mind of the user in exchange of a really explosive power boost. When I first met young Midoriya, I thought that somebody like him would hardly use this quirk, but since I believed him to be a quirkless like I was before receiving it, I admit I got a bit impartial. He reminded you of yourself, eh? James asked. Quite a bit actually. All Might answered. You have a quirk already, Mirio-san? Izuku asked. Yes, I can turn intangible at will, and if I return tangible while inside a solid object I will be repelled outward at high speed. Mirio answered with a proud wink and thumbs up. Amazing! So you can phase through attacks or ambush enemies or spy everywhere or dash. Izuku, going full geek mode, started talking at high speed before James' hand forcefully covered his mouth to shut him up. Yes to all that. It still feels weird since I feel like I am basically falling through everything, air and light comprised, but thanks to Sir Night Eye I have become good at calculating trajectory and position on the fly while blind and deaf. Mirio answered, looking gratefully at his mentor. It was not hard. You are a good student, Mirio. Night Eye answered, nodding. Won't his quirk get in conflict with yours? I thought nobody could have more than one quirk. Hellerest. There are 2 ways to get more quirks inside a single person. 2 quirks can do that actually, one of which is my one for all. My quirk works in perfect harmony with every other ability, Tashinori answered. And the other quirk that can do that? I'd prefer to not talk about him, if possible. Whatever. What now? The other asked. Now I am in a quandary that I have in front of me 2 perfect candidates for my quirk, and I have no idea what to do. All Might answered with a depressed sigh. Can't you give it to the 2 of them? Himiko asked. No, every holder of one for all can pass it on to a person only, the pro-hero answered. Will you lose it after passing it on? Hellerest. Yes, once passed, I will remain with few dying embers that I will be able to use for a limited amount of time, and once depleted, I will lose it forever. Then give it to Mirio. Izuku said. Me? I have the Blacklight virus, so when the time comes I won't be able to pass the one for all quirk to somebody else. My entire body is made out of that virus by now. If who receives it is not compatible, then the nightmare that happened 200 years ago will repeat, the boy explained with a gentle smile. They can both be the next icons of justice and hope. There is no need for that quirk to inherit the title. Inko added. Oh, One for all is special, is not your usual quirk. It is magical, in a sense. One of the 7 great mysteries of this world. All Might explained with an amused chuckle. So he thinks that you will pass only that quirk when the time happens, not the Blacklight. James said. Yes and no. A small imprint of that virus will remain within One for All, probably a single side of its powers, but nothing more. This quirk is literally a conglomeration of the will and beliefs of each and every holder, and it grows stronger after each passing. Tashinori explained with a fond smile. Then give it to Izuku. Mirio said. The boy yelled. Please explain. Night Eye asked. What percentage of it do you believe I can handle? Mirio asked. At your current level? Tashinori asked back. Ahoo. 0.60%, 0.65% at best, then you will go rebound and start straining your body to the point of self-damage. It's a good estimate. Night Eye confirmed. And me? Izuku asked. Hey kiddo. James cut in. Thunk. Inko screamed in utter horror as a kitchen knife went plunged deeply in the kid's forehead by Heller. You monster! Tashinori bellowed, fully transformed into his all-might persona, uncaring of the damages he was doing to himself. Next to him both Mirio and Night Eye too were ready for battle. Calm your melons, people. James said nonplussed, smiling amused as a confused Izuku went cross-eyed and failed to grab the handle of the knife sticking from his forehead. Splurgblesga, the kid gargled out while drooling. I f'd up the part that controls his speaking. Sorry. Looking unperturbed, James pulled out the knife and grabbed a raw steak from the kitchen freezer to slap it on top of the wound. It was then that the others watched the piece of meat get eaten by Izuku's forehead so to close the wound in an instant immediately after, making his eyes recover their normal color from their momentary dulled state. Ouch, the boy then muttered with a wince. I guess he can go 80%? Heller asked, sitting back at the table as if nothing was out of ordinary. Yeah. Tashinori answered with an unnerved look in his eyes. Izuku, talk to me. How are you? Are you okay? I can take you to the hospital. Inko in the meantime was in full panic as she shook his boy wildly. I am okay, Mum. Izuku tried saying while roughly manhandled by the hysterical woman. That was beautiful. You are not helping, Himiko, the woman screeched. I guess we can say that he can go that high. Tashinori said, dryly, and deflating once released his transformation. Unfortunately, he has not huge reserves of biomass like me, so your rebound stuff can still happen and have his own muscles get torn to pieces or the bones broken under the stress of the quirk's power. Good news is that he will heal pretty DMN fast from that. Heller said with a shrug. Next time you want to show off your powers, hit yourself. Inko howled in fury. Okay, the other answered with an annoyed frown. My suggestion remains. At the moment he is ahead of me when it comes to accessing the full power of the quirk, but I plan to reach that level myself. Mirio said, may as well have a showdown to decide who will get it someday in the future once both are ready to fully use it. Heller muttered, uncaring. Wouldn't that defeat the idea behind the quirk? Himiko asked. Whatever. James answered. WW can train together if you want. I too want to become a great hero. Openly ignoring the two, Izuku tried saying while offering his hand to the older boy. I would love that, Midoriya-kun. Mirio answered, laughing amused and shaking hands with the boy. Can I call you senpai then? Izuku asked with an adorable expression and hopeful tone. Bottom. Why yes. If you want. Mirio answered with a more shy expression. Mirio senpai. Izuku said with a blinding, happy smile. Bidump. They usually stop being adorable once reached the teen stage. Night Eye said with a perturbed tone, and watching unamused as his pupil went overcome by the kid's aura. The boy's a special case. James answered, grimacing. Well, I guess we can go then. I will tell you who I choose tomorrow after the entrance test. Tashinori said, getting up from the table and motioning the others to follow him. Sorry for the intrusion, madam. Night Eye added while bowing a little towards Inko. I will see you at school then, Midoriya-kun. Mirio said with a thumbs up. Of course, senpai. Izuku answered. I will accompany you to the door. James added. Outside the house. Yes. Understanding that the man wanted something, Toshinori got closer to James so that the two could talk. You were not honest before. You really are dying, what is it? The man asked, making the pro-hero flinch a little in discomfort. The man that reduced me like this left. Something in the wound, it's like a cancerous growth. It's sapping my strength and life and makes it impossible to transplant new organs. They all rot as soon as they put them in place. Even healing quirks can just slow it down. All Might admitted with a disgusted frown. I see. Where is it? James asked with a frustrated sigh. Here, behind what remains of my liver and close to the spine. Unfortunately, the area is also inoperable to surgically remove it. The other answered, lifting his shirt to show a literal crater covering the side of his body. Sorry. James uttered before plunging his entire right hand inside Toshinori's body. All Might Toshinori, both Night Eye and Mirio yelled in horror at the same time as they watched the flesh of the pro-hero turn black around Heller's fist, with the veins there also turning dark purple and bulging out grotesquely. There it is, the little sheet. Heller said with a predatory smile as he roughly pulled his hand out in a splash of blackish blood. Here, it should hold up until you take him to the hospital. The man then said, using the webbing produced by his mutation to hastily patch up the hole he left on Toshinori's side. Are you okay, sir? Mirio asked, horrified. No, I have a hole in my side. What do you think? All Might answered with labored breath. A little souvenir. Have somebody study it, just in case other cases pop out. James said as he showed them the rotten mass of flesh he was holding in his hand. It smelled foul and looked to be slightly pulsating like a deformed heart. Grabbing an abandoned newspaper from a near trash can, the living embodiment of the Blacklight virus wrapped the putrid mass of flesh with it and handed it to Night Eye, making the bespectacled pro-hero accept it with narrowed eyes. How did you do it? He asked. When you live longer than any DMN human on this planet, you actually live long enough to learn a few tricks whatever you want to or not. And I have consumed enough scientists with several degrees in bioengineering and biology to know how to manipulate genes to attract every single cell of that tumor-like sheet to myself and then trap it inside a bit of flesh of our friend here. Have him run some tests. I should have got every scrap of it, but ask for a second opinion, just in case I forgot something and the thing grows back. James answered. Why? All Might asked. Still with a weak voice. You spent your whole life trying to be the best hero for this entire godforsaken planet. If even just half of what they say is true, then you are so good you pretty much sheet rainbows. I did not want you to kick the bucket just because a sore loser tried to poison you. Too many people look up to you, Mirio and Izuku especially. Your fans deserve to see their hero die of old age surrounded by his loved ones, not eaten alive by some tumor leaving behind just a malformed corpse. You still have a job to do, soldier. So man up, get your organs healed and keep the fight up, you pansy. Said that, James gave a stiff military salute and rapidly walked back inside the house without another word. He likes me as well, Demon Sundra. Toshinori commented with a weak chuckle. Be as it may, we have wasted too much time. Come, I'll take you to the hospital to get patched up. Night Eye said, helping the man walk towards their car parked not too far away. So you will get better? Mirio asked hopeful while he too helped All Might walk. If he really removed that growth from my body, chances are that I can at least finally repair the damages. As for getting back in shape, I don't actually hold too much hope about that. Toshinori answered. Never say never, you yourself taught me that hope gets miracles to happen, so do not be a hypocrite now. Night Eye answered. Oops, my bad. I guess I slipped a little. All Might answered, laughing softly and wincing in pain. Stop laughing, he merely stitched you up with some adhesive slime, so do not tempt fate. Sorry. Good, let's go now. I'll drive. Midoriya Izuku, you are fated to become something incredible once mastered your quirk. It will be a nice challenge to keep up with you, I can't wait. Mirio thought in excitement as he stole a last look towards the modest house before leaving with the two pro-heroes. If only he knew how tightly his and Izuku's destiny were actually intertwined, even he would feel overwhelmed, but for now, he was still unaware of the important turn his fate had just took, all because he wanted to join his mentor and his idol in a strange home visit. End of chapter. I know what you are thinking. You made Izuku pretty much immortal, won't this ruin the FIC's plot? And you may be right, but let's be honest. Have you ever seen the pure heart shonen protagonist actually dying for real? Except in Dragon Ball, where death is pretty much part of the plot? I haven't, at least. And I believe that in the end the Blacklight virus is a more believable way of surviving near-death fights than mere plot armor or 11-hour power-up through flashback. Alex Mercer survived a nuke exploding at a feet from him. Giving the middle finger to death is a canon power of the virus. Sorry about this. You had a high school entrance. There was a lot of people gathering in front of the school and clamoring to enter, all young boys and girls looking hyper and jittery, and generally overcome by anxiety, unable to wait for their occasion to shine and join the prestigious school to become heroes. Hohoeya. So many people. Himiko said in wonder as she looked everywhere in great excitement. Every year this place is flooded in applicants. You would be able to write a thesis on Quirk's variety just by watching all the brats here. Every single Quirk user in the DMN city tries to get in. Some people here are at their third try at the very least. I didn't even know it was an option. Heller answered while scanning the place. You used to come here to spy on them? Izuku asked. In the short pauses I had whenever I was not training you, I tried coming here to come up with some convincing name for your Quirk, just in case you were adamant in joining this demon school. I just pretended to be a freelance journalist and asked around for minor details. The man said. I heard that the first test is written, and that while not too hard, it's very stressful. Himiko added. You sure you can join? Or that you want to? Izuku asked. Oh, I may be a bit older than you, but ever since the SRM donor and the womb that gave me life abandoned every hope about me as soon as I manifested my Quirk, joining the AU high school so that everybody would knew about my powers and accept me was a very unrealistic dream for me that it's a miracle if I got to go to a normal school for a while before meeting you too, she answered, her more sadistic side showing up for a moment in the form of a crazed, madness-filled smile almost splitting her face in two even if she was talking with an utterly normal and calm tone. Sorry for bringing that up, Izuku said while grabbing her hand to give it a small squeeze, and both he and Heller skillfully ignored the way she always labeled her parents as. It's okay. It's okay. At least we can be classmates. Himiko answered with a normal happy smile once recovered, especially happy at the fact he grabbed her hand by his own volition. Just remember that since I got them to sign the adoption papers in my name you don't have to worry about them anymore. Heller answered, simply. Flashback adoption papers signing. Sign those FNG papers. Sign them. Heller screamed while holding Himiko's father at claw point while the man's wife was sprawled on the floor and holding her bleeding nose with a hand. I am signing. I am signing. The man whimpered in tears as he kept signing papers at high speed while trying to ignore his broken arm and the various bruises that had been inflicted on him as soon as he opened the door to see who was looking for him. And put your initials here and there. I said here and there, motherfucker. Yes, sir. Both adults yelled in answer while psing themselves in absolute fear. Is this enough? Dropping the bestial snarl on his face, Heller spoke with a normal tone of voice and turned to the lawyer calmly sitting at the table while drinking tea so to show him the newly signed documents. Everything seems to be in order. Congratulations, Mr. Heller, you have a daughter now, the old man said, nonplussed, once checked every paper. Good. Grab your stuff, Himiko, we are leaving this cesspool. James said. Okay, the girl replied with a cheerful smile. The lawyer himself was happy as well. That was the calmest and most sedated adoption he had helped along in years. He had even started to lose hope about his job before meeting this case. And of the flashback, yeah, stench of PSS aside, they looked like nice people, even if very short-sighted. James muttered, shrugging. This way. Everybody here for the entrance test, please follow me. A man with long blonde hair styled in a gravity-defying upward curve declared while using his own quirk to make sure everybody in there could hear him. Time to go, I guess. Izuku said with a nervous sigh. Don't be afraid. We'll do great. Himiko answered. You will. You will. Just remember, boy, do not hold back. Both All Might and Night Eye were clear in their message. While taking your test, give your all. James said. Why sure? The boy asked. Release every restraint. If they want you to break stuff, you will destroy it. Got it, soldier? He answered. Why yes. Good. Now go and make Inko proud. Okay. And what about me? Himiko asked. Just behave and do not stab random people. Or steal blood. Or stab people. Or drink blood. Or stab people. Or molest Izuku. Or stab people. Heller answered, completely serious. Oh, screw you, the girl replied, huffing, and watching him walk away while flashing her a middle finger. She was more than eager to reciprocate. Better get going. Izuku said as he saw how most of the people had already left. Yes, right, let's go. Himiko answered, smile ever present, until she saw a petite, cute brunette girl walk into Izuku while deep in thought and causing both to fall to the ground with her looming over him while straddling his hips, and Himiko's smile turned into a snarl in a tenth of a second. Oh my god. I am so sorry. You okay? I was fretting about this entrance test and was not looking where to go. The map I was looking at too did not help and dash. It's okay. Nobody got hurt. Izuku answered while gratefully accepting her help to stand up, and unknown to him, Himiko had already unclasped the safeties around the knives sheaths she was wearing on her belt and was now looking at the back of the two kids' heads rather intensely, especially the girls. And you are? Himiko asked with a voice several octaves lower than normal. Oh no. A relapse? Why? Still unaware of the more intricate depths of the female mind, Izuku mentally wondered as to what caused his friend to fall back into her more maniac side. Ochako Uraraka, nice to meet you. Meanwhile the girl, probably unaware of how stabby happy Himiko could get when motivated, answered as if nothing was out of ordinary. I am Himiko Toga, Ochakikan, the other answered, with her overly large and teeth-filled smile unnerving Ochako fiercely. And I am Izuku Madariya, nice to meet you, the boy added with a small bow. He is my friend. My best friend. And we are close, very close. Himiko said, casually putting herself between Izuku and Ochako. Okay. The other girl answered, now very unnerved, especially since Himiko had still to blink once since she met her. Sorry, she doesn't deal well with anxiety. Izuku muttered, apologetic. Oh. Don't worry, I am feeling anxious myself, so I understand. Ochako replied with a small smile. Then it's time to go, right? Let's hurry. Himiko said while latching to Izuku's arm with both of hers to literally drag him away. See you later, Ichi-chan, the girl called out without looking back at her. See you later, even if you made it sound like a threat. Ochako muttered very low in answer and with a forced smile. Why I have the impression that she said, my friend, as if it rhymed with, my husband-lover property, when talking about Midoriya-san? She then wondered aloud, unknowingly going pretty close at guessing how Himiko's head worked. She actually missed the future father of our kids part? Meanwhile, near the entrance. There you are. A new voice yelled happily as soon as Izuku entered his field of vision. Mirio-senpai. Izuku answered with a blinding smile, thing that caused a small part of the older young man's heart to constrict painfully. It's finally the day. How do you feel? Mirio asked while motioning two other students to come closer. Like my heart is about to explode. Izuku admitted. Oh. Yeah, I was like that too. But believe me, as soon as the things start, you will forget about your anxiety and just go through it like a bullet. The girl with very long hair next to Mirio answered with a cheerful and energetic tone. I really hope so. Where are my manners? I am Nijire. Nice to meet you. Mirio-kun told us a lot about you, Izuku-kun, the girl then said before grabbing both Izuku's hands to wildly shake them. Nice to meet you too, Nijire-senpai, the boy replied. Nah, we are friends now. Just call me Nijire-chan. Nijire corrected him, and she immediately got a cold shiver run up her spine at the hateful glare Himiko sent her from behind Izuku. Coo! the blonde girl scoffed as she moved just a bit closer to the boy. Oh, she is jealous. Ah, that's so cute. Nijire thought in amusement, and utterly ignoring the mysterious air of murderous intent emanating from the girl. That I am Tamaki. The other boy with Mirio finally added his 2 cents once prodded enough by his friends, although his answer came in a low monotone while his face was tightly pressed against a near wall. Please forgive him, he is pretty uncomfortable with new people, Mirio explained with a weak chuckle. It's okay. By the way, if you feel too stressed, just remember, write the kanji for person on your hand then. Swallow it. It will help immensely. Do you want me to write it for you? Nijire said with a helpful expression. No, thank you. If he will swallow anything, that will only be something I gave him. I am the only thing he will ever swallow. Same going for me and everything that comes from him. Himiko hissed in answer. What do you mean? Izuku asked, innocently, while the double entendre flew way up above his head but not the trios that instead looked at the girl with bulged-out eyes. Don't worry, everything will get clear in due time. She answered with an innocent smile. That was as subtle as a nuclear warhead. The trio of upperclassmen thought at the same time in wonder. It's getting late, so you better get going and, between us. Mirio, forcing himself to not look too much in Himiko's general direction, whispered with a conspiratorial tone. Yes. Izuku asked. The second part of the admission test will be a simulated battle against villain robots, so don't be afraid to go all out. There won't be victims, so use your quirk at full power with no restraint. I can't tell you more because it would be unfair, but feel free to go wild, nobody will mind, quite the opposite in fact. Thank you, senpai, the young boy answered with a grateful tone. Now go and make me proud, okay? Okay. And, he asked with a knowing smile. Do I have to? Izuku asked with a small blush. Ahoo. PP power, he said with a low voice, barely a whisper. Louder. Pooh. P-pow ear. The young man yelled as he followed Mirio's lead, making the other people present look at the two of them with shocked eyes. Haha, that's the spirit. Now go and give it your all. Mirio said with a thundering laugh as he watched the poor boy hurry inside with an adorable ashamed expression plastered on his face, soon followed by Himiko. So, Nijire said with a knowing smirk once seen the two kids enter the building hosting the first test. So, the blonde man said unsure. Mirio-senpai, the girl asked, chuckling. What's wrong with that? Nothing. I just find it very cute, she said with a small smile. Seeing how much you care about him, wanna go watch when he fights against the robots? Tamaki asked with a low, monotone voice. Should we? Or better, can we? Mirio asked back, unsure. I think we can try asking to Eraserhead-sensei. Nijire answered. At least we'll be there to cheer him up should he fail and get kicked out of school. You know how merciless the 0 points robots can be when unleashed, the shyest member of the Big Three explained. I wouldn't be that negative yet. It looked like we had a good batch this year. Especially Mirio-kun's little protege. Nijire answered. He is not my protege. Just got a new friend. Mirio replied with an embarrassed smile. A new friend with a creepy quirk, you said? Tamaki said. His quirk is not creepy. It's just that his body is a bit unstable and can change its shape. Whenever he wants. Like mine. Sort of. Mirio answered, unsure about how to describe the Blacklight virus without blowing Izuku and Heller's secret. Oh, it can change that much? Let's go watch then. I want to ask him few things. Let's go. Nijire ordered while moving towards the testing ground in a burst of childlike curiosity. Now you did it. Tamaki muttered with a sigh as the two boys followed the girl at a more sedated pace. Sorry. Mirio answered with an apologetic smile. Later that day, battleground, UA Entrace exam practical test. The written test was a bore fest. Himiko muttered with a huff. I envy you, you were so fast in answering. Izuku admitted with a sigh. Most of it was school stuff with some hero knowledge sprinkled in to spice things up, I know you did well there. Have faith in yourself, she answered with a smirk and a thumbs up. Yes, she asked, annoyed. I am sorry, but I believe you should be listening to the instructions they are giving us instead of talking. A tall boy with squared glasses tried saying. Miscreant, Izukuin? Oh right. During the practical exam the candidates will conduct mock battles in a replica of a generic urban setting. Examinees are given 10 minutes to use their quirks to immobilize robotic villains in order to score points depending on the robot's point value. The more points one examinee earns, the higher their chance is to get accepted into UA High. Candidates are not allowed to fight other candidates. Doing so results in disqualification. Students hailing from the same middle school are placed in different testing areas to avoid potential cooperation. Izuku answered to the guy with a super short version of what Present Mike had just said, making him splutter in surprise. So? Himiko asked, smirking. My apologies, he was listening after all, the other boy admitted. Show off, a very small guy with ball of hair on top of his head muttered. You jelly kid? Himiko said as she skipped ahead towards the starting line like an excited kid. I am not jelly, I am hard as rocks, the boy said with a lecherous smirk as he tailed behind her while they joined the rest of the group at the same entrance. Really? Listen, I don't know nor care about what fantasy world you live in, but things work differently from whatever hentai you binge-watch daily. There is not a single girl on this entire planet that will drop on her knees for you just because you vomited out some SXL innuendo. Especially me, the girl answered while nailing the short boy with a scathing glare holding no humanity inside. He tried saying. I already have a boy I like, so drop it, otherwise I will drop you but inside a wood chipper. She cut him off, almost making him bit off his tongue. That's DM brutal, a young man with spiky red hair admitted, impressed. Himiko. In the meantime Izuku had reached the girl, turning her attitude to its utter opposite. But thought you wanted to go to different areas, she admitted, a pleased smile on her face as he neared her. The rule is about who went to the same middle school, and we didn't, but if you don't want to, I don't want to put your results in danger or risk us being disqualified or dash. Izukuin, you are mumbling. Himiko interrupted him while showing a wide smile. Oh, sorry, the boy answered, smiling sheepish. It's okay, I like it, it's cute. CC cute. I am not cute, am I? The poor boy muttered, face completely red as he walked a bit forward while looking down shyly. All woo. Himiko squealed happily as she watched the blushing mess that was her sweetheart walk ahead and take position. You got it bad, girl, another examinee, a girl with pink skin and pink hair, said with an amused smirk. Maybe bubblegum, Himiko answered while still ogling Izuku's backside. Boy, my name is Mina Ishido, don't spoil it, the girl answered with a childish pout. Sorry. A penny for your thoughts? Mina asked, curious as she saw the girl looking deep in thought. It's driving me as Izuku a screamer? Will he mind if I wear a choker and leash when we will finally do it? I wonder if he will let out a cute squeal while I am riding him dry. I hope he will. Himiko admitted while covering her cheeks with both hands, all this while her eyes gained the sinister heart-shaped glint usually accosted to more unstable lovers as her eyes pretty much molested the oblivious green-haired boy in front of her. Okay. Mina squeaked unsure as she and every other student around moved away so to leave some space between them and the strange girl. She will eat him alive, ribbit. A girl with frog-like appearances and Quirk muttered in dread and looking at Izuku with a sorrowful expression. Why did you ask, Mina-san? Another girl, this one a tall beauty with raven hair, muttered with a groan. I was just curious. Mina answered, whining. And go. Any other comments stopped when Present Mike suddenly gave the start to the test, scaring 3/4 of the present kids and turning the otherwise ordinate entrance into a chaotic stampede not different from a case of Black Friday mass hysteria. Sorry kids, but real battles have no countdowns, you must be always ready. Present Mike said with an amused tone. Test area? The place was a perfect replica of a city landscape, to the point that there were cars parked and few of them even had tickets for illegal parking. The only thing was that the only inhabitants were few robots with a bright one painted on them. How do we do this? Izuku asked. It's point-based, right? I saw we split and rack in as many as we can. Easy. Himiko answered. You up for it? The boy asked, worried. Have no fear. They said that the robots are made in a way that even for people with Quirk not purely fighting-oriented can fight them. I can do this, she answered. Okay, but just call me if you need help. Okay. Hi. Thank you. Good right, I'll go right then, okay? Izuku asked. And I'll go left, give your best, okay? Himiko asked. I will, promise, the boy answered, before jumping a one-pointer and using it as an improvised club to bash a second one to pieces. Oh, so eager. Well, it's time to get to work myself. Himiko muttered, amused, before zipping down the top of the jumpsuit she was wearing to show a bandolier of throwing knives tied diagonally on her chest and the blades on both inner sides of the jumpsuit jacket. A custom-made butcher knife with wide blade at each side accompanied by a pair of twin kukri knives next to them. Closing the armory-worth ensemble of blades on her person, there were two overly long machetes sheathed at her hips. Saintess of blades? Cutting edge. No, they sound cringy. I need a cool hero name, she muttered while assaulting a duo of one-point robot villains that were nearing her with unfriendly intentions. Control room, above the fake city. The room was full of monitors checking every single hero applicant to mark the exact number of robot villains they downed and how many heroic points they earned through goodwill. And as usual, the principal of Yudata High School, Nizu, was surveying the entire operation himself and personally directing the way the robot villains moved so to give everybody equal chances to shine. Would you look at that, your pet project is doing nicely. And his powers sure are versatile. How was his quirk called again? The small ratman said while sipping his tea. Metamorphic, that's how he called it. And the boy is not exactly a pet project of mine. Toshinori admitted, unsure. Is he not your heir then? He asked. My what? I mean, how do you know? All Might asked with a defeated tone. About your quirk problem? I wish to remind you that your dear teacher was my friend as well. I know because she told me about your quirk. So he is the one? Nizu asked. That I don't know. Both him and Mirio are perfect candidates. I still haven't decided. I'll wait after this test to take a decision, the man admitted. So you have not gone all the way yet? Nizu asked. You make it sound like I am about to sleep with them. Toshinori yelled with a red face. Yaha! At that Nizu let out a chilling deranged laugh. Principal Nizu, the top pro hero muttered with a childish whine. Don't spoil my fun. In all seriousness, the boy is good. That girl you told me about instead, the one with the transformation quirk. Toga-san? Yes. You said her quirk gives her mental instability, is it? More like small bouts of violence linked to literal attraction to blood. Apparently she was exposed to its powers way too early and that gave her faint personality issues. The fact that she can even briefly copy quirks doesn't help. Her doctor thinks that part of her brain fails to recognize who the real Himiko Toga is whenever she transforms, and that makes her go through short episodes of identity crisis when the transformation expires. So now a part of her randomly goes short-circuit and she briefly loses control when under intense emotions. Is not very clear, All Might. Nizu said, humming. If I was good at this I would have been a psychologist, not a superhero. Toshinori answered. True. And you say that boy helps her? More like, Midoriya-san is the only one that can work with her both when she is normal and when she is having a moment of hers. He can become her moral compass and voice of reason in those moments, so to speak. So you are suggesting to use the buddy system with her? Nizu asked with narrowed eyes. Train them both as partners from the start, yes. And both will be up for it? Himiko has an unhealthy crush on him, she'll love the idea. And he is a good boy at heart, he will go along as well, even just because it will help her. You ship those two, the rat said with a deadpan voice. Outrageously yes, Principal. I do. Toshinori admitted with a straight face. So, let's go with the buddy system, even just to keep her from going villain. God knows one with that power would be a pain to deal with, otherwise. But she will have to keep meeting counselors and psychologists and use other weapons besides knives, no matter how incredibly good she is with them, even just to not have her get tempted to stab random people for their blood when having a moment of violence. Her adoptive father and teacher suggested to give her blunt knife-shaped tasers, and maybe a baseball bat-shaped one for those enemies. At least she will be able to defend herself with weapons made to knock down people non-lethally instead of cutting them to shreds. I'll send a note to the support team, should she pass. She can carry a couple small knives for cases of emergency, and to use her quirk, but she better not overdo and behave. I trust her she won't. Toshinori answered, smiling in satisfaction. A thing though? Nizu asked, unsure. Yes. Does she have to yell, yoink, every time she kills a robot? The Ratman asked with a grimace. Yoink, 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 yoink. Yoink. From the video feed they heard Himiko yelling that word whenever she downed a machine, all while showing a wide-fanged smile and movements worthy of an Olympic gold medal gymnast. We all have our quirks, Principal. Toshinori answered, smirking. That was a bad joke, really bad. If I was good at this I would have been a comedian, not a superhero. That can't be your answer to every criticism. If I was good dash. Finish that sentence and I will smash your knees. Yes, Principal Nizu. All Might answered with an annoyed childish pout. Principal Nizu, one of the guys manning the system said in alarm. What? One of the 3-pointers is not answering our commands, it's going rogue. Define rogue. Out for blood, sir. It seems to think that beheading humans is a form of non-lethal takedown, the guy said with a shiver. Can you remotely stop it? Nizu asked. Already tried, Principal. I get no answer. We cannot control it. We barely get updates of its status and position. Last known position? Sector 33. The east side. Which students are there? We'll tell them to avoid it. All Might answered. Let's see. Azui, Tenya, Mamashiki, Koji, Shigeta and Midoriya. Oh. He is in mortal peril. What were the chances? All Might muttered, somehow feeling like he should not be too surprised of Izuku being too close to a very lethal situation, all for the pro-hero's confusion. With Izuku, at the same time. Ea! Izuku yelled as he kept punching the chest of a 2-points robot until it caved in, and grasping the resulting hole with both hands, he pried the entire chest of the thing open to tear out every component he found until the thing fell on its back, destroyed. Another one down, this should bring me to a good position, the boy said with a satisfied smile as a second 2-points tried jumping on him. Brayag! An instant before the machine could even touch him, a shadow was over the robot followed by the furious rumbling of an engine, and the kick that Shadow delivered cleanly beheaded the robot in a single hit, and Izuku knew that Shadow. Hello! Izuku said, waving at the same bespectacled boy he had met during the test presentation. You should be more careful, you know? This test has been made to put our bodies to test, they are not playing nice, the young man answered. Oh, I know. Don't worry, but thank you for the help. This may be an entrance test, but I would have not respected myself as a hero if I left you in trouble just to... The other answered with a small smile. Nice to hear. I am Izuku Midoriya, nice to meet you. Izuku said, presenting his hand. Ida Tenya, it's a pleasure to meet you. Ida answered, shaking the offered hand firmly. I saw you kick that robot with exhaust smoke coming out from your leg, and I swear I heard the sound of an engine coming from you. Was it your quirk? Izuku asked with a very excited tone. Yes, you are very perceptive. Ida admitted, impressed. What's its name? Izuku asked. Engine, passed down the Tenya bloodline for generations. Ida answered with a proud voice. Cool. Does it also make you super fast? I bet the exhaust can also be used to attack and defend yourself. Why yes. Does clogging the exhaust on your legs cause problems? The green-haired boy kept asking, talking faster and faster. I mean. What does your quirk run on? Body fluid? Blood? Does it have a very specific fuel it needs? He can't be guessing all that just by chance, does he? Ida thought in alarm as the boy, one he was sure he never met before, was asking too many specific questions and going on tangents that were unknown to young Midoriya himself, dissecting his family's quirk. I would love to answer all your questions, but we are on a tight schedule and we should first focus on passing this test. It can happen later. Okay? Sweating profusely at the possibility of somebody leaking too many details about his quirk, Ida put an abruptly stop to the flood of questions. Sorry, I just get very excited about hero and quirk stuff. Izuku admitted with a sheepish smile. It's okay, I too am excited to be here and dash. Ruin, a girl with big round eyes and very long tongue, yelled as she ran past them, chased by a 3-point robot clearly going on a rampage. What has happened? Bang. Midoriya-san. Ida yelled in abject horror as the robot lifted a near-parked car and threw it at Izuku, catching him fully and shooting both boy and car through a near building and into another area. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. What happened? The short boy with hairball from before shrieked in surprise as the flying car came flying through before slamming against the wall next to him, and what attracted his wide eyes was the human arm that could be seen sprouting from under it, lifeless. Somebody got hurt. A very tall girl with raven hair yelled in shock in answer. Attention to all examinees, a robot is going rogue. If you see a 3-point robot with the serial number Imperial 3303, keep your distance and switch area, the robot will not go for capture. I repeat, the robot won't go for capture. Do not put your life at risk to try and stop it. A staff member will take care of it. Present Mike alerted the entire area thanks to his quirk. It's the rogue robot. Leave the area. A young man with red and white hair yelled as he used his quirk to create a wall between the crazy robot and several other participants in the test. Oh god. She is dead. The frog girl said once checked the pulse on the arm under the wrecked car, her voice broken by out-of-control croaks. Who was it? Himiko asked. He said his name was Midoriya and I had no time to help him. Ida said with a distraught voice. He'll be fine then, she answered, relieved. What do you mean? His heart is not croak. Beating, the frog girl answered in horror. Oh, that's normal. He doesn't have a heart or organs. Himiko, totally ignoring the rampaging robot behind her, answered with a wide smile while walking towards the dead arm. No organs. His entire body works as brain, lungs, stomach and stuff. It's his quirk. She answered while using one of her knives to prick her finger and then cut open the palm of Izuku's hand. What are you doing? The tall girl asked. What's your name? Himiko asked, nonplussed, as she left few drops of her blood fall from her finger into the deep cut on Izuku's hand. Momo Yayorozu. Nice to meet you, Momo-chan. Step to the right, will you? Himiko answered with a very wide, fanged smile as she saw Izuku's hand clench thigh around the blood she dropped on it. To the right? Like this wham. As soon as she did step aside to the right, the wrecked car flew past her and slammed at ludicrous high speed against the rogue robot body, taking away one of its arms, making it topple over, and as soon as that happened, the other boys and girls present assaulted it like a pack of hungry wolves. The timer. The test. The supposedly dead boy that was under the car was heard screaming in horror as he woke up, showing his entire body having been reduced to a wreck of crushed flesh. You did not oversleep, I woke up your quirk. Himiko answered, laughing at his adorable, worried expression. You have. Ida said, unsure, while pointing at the torn arm at Izuku's feet. Thank you, the young boy said as he collected the severed left arm from the floor to reconnect it to his shoulder with a wet crack sound while ignoring the rest of his body rapidly repairing itself. All good, he then asked while moving that arm around in a chorus of popping bones. No other pieces missing. Ida answered, unnerved. It's my quirk. My DNA is unstable, so every part of me can do everything else, meaning that I can heal fast and regenerate if I sacrifice some body mass to use it to substitute what was damaged. Izuku explained. Indeed, they could see him heal, but turn absurdly thin at the same time in exchange, until he looked like somebody that hadn't eaten for days, like sporting sunken cheeks and eyes or skeletal limbs. So every cell of your body can cover every role, I see. It's not too different from my quirk. I too can transform part of my body, although to produce small objects instead of body parts. Momo answered. It keeps him alive pretty nicely. Himiko said. Why yeah, the boy admitted with a sheepish expression. Hungry? Himiko asked. Starving. It shows you should stack more biomass in you. Yeah. Have no fear, I will deal with that. A tall muscular man with face mask said as he joined the scene, only to see the rogue robot on its side missing half its torso, half melted and heavily damaged by a dozen other quirks. Okay, we have a good batch this year. Good job for stopping it. Carry on with the test. The pro hero called Gunhead admitted impressed, giving a shrug to the situation and simply walking away once seen everything was under control. That was close, the short boy muttered with a sigh. I would not relax if I were you. There is a horde incoming this way. Tsuyu the frog girl said, pointing towards a giant group of one-pointers hurrying towards them while chasing the pink girl Mina. Sorry. They heard her scream as she literally skated on the ground with her naked feet so to gain just a bit more speed to escape. How did you attract so many? Himiko asked, yelling, impressed. A moron with a hard-on for explosions. He wanted to play it tough and tried to attract as many of them as he could to destroy them all at the same time. Mina answered, now finally reaching the other examinees. That does sound like something Kaken would do. Izuku muttered in answer. Where is that guy now? Momo asked as Mina moved at her side and the robots circled the troop. Dealing with his own horde, she answered. Not too far away. Die. Especially you. You will die the most. Back to the group. Working like clockwork, Ida zoomed back and forth through the thick group of robots that had assaulted them in droves. At the same time, Mina was seen showering them in acid to corrode their heads down to nothing so to deactivate them. Yoink! Not to be left behind, Himiko kept shoving knives into the eyes of the robots attacking her, smashing their main brain to pieces in a single move. Rip it! Make room! Tsuyu yelled as she jumped a robot's back and used her long tongue to grab its head and drive its blind rage-like charge against a trio of one-pointers at high speed. She looks angry. Izuku, both arms turned into blades, said in surprise while bisecting the robots around him at the chest. She was forced to retreat by the rogue robot. She is trying to cleanse her honor. Ida answered while momentarily stopping next to him. Oh, you can also transform your arms? Yes, in several forms too. Nice to know. Good luck, Midoriya-san. To you too. Izuku answered with a wide smile as he watched him sprint away again. When a one-point tried to sneak up behind him, the green-haired boy morphed an arm into a thin, wicked-looking hooked sting and once dodged the grabbing attempt. He shot it forward like a long whip that beheaded it in a blur of motion. And while Izuku was doing that, another student approached the pack of robots to attack them himself. Yeah. Taste my sticky ball. What? The tiny boy said once noticed how everybody else was looking at him strangely, even the robots. Are you going to scream that whenever you use your quirk? Himiko asked, unnerved. Yes? It's my battle cry. Cool. Mineta answered, proud. Control room. To each their own, I guess. Nizu commented with a scrunched nose. It still gives bad mental images. Toshinori admitted. That he does. How are we at points? The principal asked to the men manning the system. Several of them have surpassed the 40 points threshold, sir. Good, and since they only have 5 minutes before time expires, I think it's time to bring out the Yakuri switch. Niza declared while lifting the lid of a very cliché red button labeled Executor Kun. You sure, sir? All Might asked. Yes. Yaha! The mouse bear man answered with a maniacal laugh while pushing said button, causing a loud siren to briefly blare to life and the entire testing ground to shake heavily. Be strong, guys. The hard part starts now. Toshinori muttered as he watched the giant robot emerge from underground and immediately starting to hunt down examinees. With Izuku, 2 minutes later. We got separated from the group, the boy said. Yes, but we need points, so the less people are around, the more robots there will be for us. Himiko answered. Both had been separated from the others thanks to a trio of three-pointers that had singled out the girl and chased her away, causing Izuku to jump in to give her support against the machines by following her, and now the two were alone and running through the streets to find other robots to fight as the time before the end of the test was running short. The ground keeps shaking, that giant thing is way too big, the blonde girl admitted while checking which knife she had was still usable, before growing unsatisfied at seeing every single one she had reduced to dull stumps of iron. Metal on metal is not good for knives. Izuku tried saying. I knew, she answered with while ditching her entire collection. No other weapons? Only one, this is my last knife. Himiko answered while uncovering the last machete she had strapped to her back and unsheathing it. I can always create my claws and tear off a blade for you to use. With your quirk that would be too dangerous, but thank you all the same, she answered with a touched expression. Help. It was then that they heard a distraught, tired scream not too far from them. That girl from before. Himiko yelled as soon as the two turned the corner to see the same brunette they met before the exam being targeted by the giant zero-pointer. She looks sick. Himiko commented while both hurried to get her before the robot did. Her quirk, maybe? She looks about to puke, and those debris pinning down her legs are not helping. Izuku answered. What's the plan? I intercept the attack and you free her. I will use a devastator. What? You don't have enough biomass for that. It will kill you. Himiko screamed in answer. I know. Izuku answered, utterly determined. With Ochako. I can't move. The girl groaned as she watched the looming giant robot cast its enormous shadow on her and the surrounding area. When the thing finally noticed her, she doubled her efforts to free herself, but between nausea, headache and weakness caused by her quirk, she barely had enough strength to move herself, let alone a big slab of concrete crushing one of her legs. God Sake, you are useless, she heard a voice utter as a pair of feminine hands grabbed her under the arms. Toga-san. Ochako muttered. Yeah, I am going to help you. Can you walk? Himiko asked. Not really. Diamenet. Izuku-an. I am here. Ichie. Why you okay? Ochako said, worried, once seen the boy's dried-up appearances. Just overused my quirk. I'll break you free. Izuku answered with a gentle smile, and then hardening a fist into a shiny black version of itself to smash the slab of concrete, trapping the girl with a single punch. Thank you. Incoming. Himiko interrupted her with a strangled cry as the giant hand of the robot moved down to grab them. I'll stop it. Izuku answered. No, the girl replied, horrified. Remember, kiddo, a devastator is a special move, but you need an absurd amount of biomass to use it, and biomass is what keeps people like me and you alive. If you use one without enough biomass, you will pretty much throw your life away. Never use a devastator if you are already low on biomass, you will die. Sorry, James. Izuku muttered as he overcharged his legs' muscles to jump above the hand while transforming both arms into the claw form so to shove both bladed hands deep into the robot's wrist, and then initiating the special attack once elbow-deep in metal. Critical pain road, the boy yelled, and as soon as it started, everything for him then faded into darkness. Control room. That was something. Nizu admitted in mild surprise as he and the others saw vein-like patterns travel at blinding speed up the zero-pointer's arm and reach its head in a couple seconds, and once reached the robot's throat, a giant spike of hardened tendons violently erupted upward from the top of the robot's head, making said head explode in giant chunks of crushed piece of metal and making the towering robot topple down on its back, unable to move. Yeah, it was and oh no. Toshinori started answering before noticing the horrid state Izuku was now in and turning deadly pale. What? Nizu asked. Ichi needs biomass. Now. All Might said with a horrified expression. Or he'll die. The pro-hero answered while fishing out his phone to call the only expert in Blacklight he knew. At the same time, oh, God no. Himiko muttered in horror as she cradled the head of Izuku on her lap while watching around in despair for anything she could use to help him. "What's wrong?" Ochako asked, looking in horror at what her savior had reduced himself into to help her. The boy looked completely mummified, with white hair and glassed eyes and not an ounce of fat under his dried skin. Izuku now looked like a mummy out of a museum. "He is about to die, okay? Now shut up. I need to think." Himiko answered, near hysterical. "Biomass that I need biomass. Should I chop off one of my hands?" "No, it would hardly be enough. What about the girl? It is her fault after all. She could be a good start." Himiko thought in fear, knowing that she had very little time to help Izuku, and that thought caused her mind to shift into more psychotic directions as she started looking at Ochako with eerily cold eyes. "What?" the girl uttered in fear as she felt her blood turn to ice once met Himiko's eyes. "Have no fear, I am here." It was then that the girls got the strangest guest ever join their discussion as a tall naked boy, of all things, landed between them holding in his arms what looked like to be 3 pigeons and a lone crow squirming wildly to break free. "I saw everything, is this enough?" Mirio asked immediately and with a worried expression. "Barely. Why naked?" Himiko asked while immediately grabbing those birds and snapping their necks in a single motion so to lie them on Izuku's chest. "I phase through my clothes too when I use my quirk, only my costume is immune to that." Mirio answered. "What? My eyes saw his thing. I will never get married now." Ochako cried out while looking away and covering her face. "Is she okay?" Mirio asked. "Just ignore her. Now step back, I'm going to make them bleed to wake up Izuku's quirk. That thing is starving, so don't get too close or it will get tempted." Himiko answered while cutting away a wing of a bird so that it could bleed freely on Izuku's chest. Crunch, crunch, splort, crunch, and the two could barely move away in time to see the boy's body break down into a shapeless blob of black slime that devoured those animals in less than a second with loud and wet crunching sounds. Once done consuming the small snack, the shapeless blob quietly transformed back into Izuku, still looking malnourished, but at least way more alive, so much that his eyes slowly opened. "Hey," he said with a weak whisper of voice. "Hey, you made me worry, you know?" Himiko, eyes already full of tears, answered with a wide smile while hugging him as tight as she could. "Sorry," he answered. "Tashinori-san called James, he is on his way with more things for you to consume." Mirio answered, he too showing a more relaxed smile now while gently patting his head. "Won't you be in trouble for coming here, senpai?" Izuku asked. "The timer has just run out, Izuku, the test is over so I can help you." Mirio answered, chuckling. "Oh. No questions as to why I am naked? I am always asked that." "You helped me, as for now I won't mind, just please, cover yourself," the boy answered. "This is what God gave me. A true man should never feel shy of himself and his gifts." Mirio answered. "Mirio-senpai, it's awfully cold here." "What do you mean?" "That there is very little to be proud of there, Mirio-san. Now cover yourself." Himiko answered, merciless. "Eek. Midoriya." Mirio. Just as Mirio let out a kind of undignified shriek, Tashinori too joined the scene with Heller in tow. "You could not help but put your life at risk, eh?" James said with an annoyed huff. He was about to grab Uraraka-san. Izuku admitted. "The robot won't have hurt her." Mirio, using Tashinori's coat to cover himself, answered with an amused chuckle. "Not her personally, but she would have lost her chance, and I didn't know that." "Thank you." Ochako muttered, "Tut. We do not kill applicants here." All Might said with a groan. "It is not specified in the flyers." Himiko countered. "I was not aware that 'we won't kill you' had to be specified," the pro-hero answered, rolling his eyes. "Well, it should be," the girl replied, huffing. "Here boy, I consumed some stuff before coming here, it should put you back in shape and give you a small reserve." In the meantime, Heller amassed a huge amount of biomass in his right hand in a super dense ball of flesh he then chopped off, all this making sure Ochako could not see or hear him. "Thank you, James." Izuku answered grateful, and crushing the fist-shaped pack of biomass in his hand to consume it, and immediately returning to his former, healthy appearances. Do not pull other stunts like this without a big enough reserve, okay? Heller ordered. Yes, sir. Are you okay? Ochako asked once finally able to see him back to normal. Yes, and you? Oh, much better. But you shouldn't have put yourself at risk like that for me. It was not worth it, she said. To me it was, the boy answered with a shy smile. Thank you, she repeated with a similar shy tone. They look cute together. Mirio muttered, and missing the look of deep betrayal flashing on Toshinori's face. Let's just go, the place must be empty already, James said while helping Izuku stand up. Yes, let's go. Himiko added. A thing, James. Where did you take all that biomass? A place nearby. Don't worry, nobody will make a fuss about it. James answered. At the same time, police squad headquarters. Call center. Police squad, what's your emergency? The pretty young woman with fiery red hair and snake-like skin asked once picked up the call. What do you mean, somebody kidnapped my 37 cats? She asked, unnerved as the old lady at the other side of the call kept raving madly. Mirio or Izuku? Who should get the one for all? Which boy in this specific story do you believe deserves it the most? I know this has nothing to do with the chapter, but I need help. I am going by this calculations about Izuku's initial stats. As a Blacklight user, are they good enough? Are they too much? Please tell me, because I will soon cover the Quirk appreciation test and I don't want to nerf or make Izuku overpowered. Speed. In the prototype game, everything above Harlem is cut off to minimize the map. Manhattan should be around 13.4 miles, 21.6 kilometers long. I saw in a video somebody that made Mercer run the length of Manhattan in roughly 2 minutes and 40 seconds using every speed upgrades unlocked and using the shield power to bash through any objects in his way so to not slow down. So, 8.932.40 by 2525 223.2560, 223 miles per hour, 359 kilometers per hour. If it takes Mercer 2 minutes and 40 seconds to run Manhattan Island end to end, then his speed should be about 220 to 300 miles per hour, assuming Manhattan in the game is 13.4 miles long. As for Izuku, I lowered it to 200 miles per hour, 89.408 meters per second, in virtue of his being new to Blacklight. I used an online speed time distance calculator and got that for something traveling at 200 miles per hour, it would take around less than 1 second to run 50 meters, distance for the test. Considering Izuku would not immediately start running at 200 miles per hour, I lowered his time to slightly less than 2 seconds due to his need to actually accelerate to get to his top speed. I am not a mathematician, so I recognize I may be very wrong. This should technically be the reason why he did not immediately catch Sludge Villain. Strength. In the game, Mercer can lift broken tanks that look very similar to M1 Abrams tanks, which weigh normally between 60 to 70 tons, depending on the specific model, but if the broken version, post-destruction, only can be thrown, I guessed a lifting power for Mercer of around 55 tons. So Izuku, a new holder of the Blacklight virus that is still growing, could ideally be around 30 to 35 tons. I am open to correction if I am wrong. So ball throwing would be easy to dominate for him, coming second only to Ochako due to her sending it in orbit thanks to her quirk able to nullify the pull of gravity on everything she touches. Unfortunately, I don't know how lifting strength translate to grip strength, so I believe I will leave that detail nebulous on purpose. Standing long jump. The equipment normally needed to measure the exercise is around 9 meters in length IRL, and Blacklight users jump good. I don't believe it will be a stretch on my side to have him clear the sandbox like many others. As for the other tests, help? Chapter 4, Quirk Testing. UA High School, Infirmary Office. Thank you for letting us use your equipment, Recovery Girl. Night Eye said as he moved a single strand of hair under the microscope, and using the monitor connected to it to project the thing for everybody to see. No problem, dearie. I usually only use that to teach medical class to the students showing promises with healing quirks, so I don't have many excuses to whip it out. A very short old woman in superhero costume answered with a chuckle. Good to hear. James Heller commented, and they all watched as the hair in the screen appeared perfectly normal even if it came from one of his aliases. We used one of your hair, since Midoriya-san's refused to leave his head. Won't this influence the test? Toshinori asked. The principle behind the mutation is the same. It is still Blacklight giving Izuku powers. It's only the fear of infecting everything around him that caused every cell of his body to act as a homing device and do everything in their power to return to the main body. Everything else it's up to Norm. Heller answered. You really put the fear of God in him, Heller-san. Mirio commented. In my defense, it was not intentional. I did not expect Izuku's paranoia to do this to the virus. Now put a hair in there, Toshinori. Without wishing to pass the quirk, please. Heller instructed while stressing the last part. Don't worry, you are the last guy I want to have this. You have already enough problems as it is. All Might answered, chuckling, and plucking out a single hair from his own head to let it lie next to Heller's under the microscope. Thank you. The other replied with a grateful grunt. To the onlookers' surprise, the black hair immediately broke down into semi-liquid form to consume Toshinori's hair until only the James one remained. That is fairly brutal. By the looks of it, it looked like a case of total cellular absorption. Recovery Girl guessed. Exactly. My virus, and so Izuku's one as well, are very selective in terms of host, and if you are not compatible, you get consumed. Meaning that everything of you gets absorbed, with only what is deemed useful remaining to be added to Blacklight's repertoire. The rest become inert biomass to fuel the transformation powers. Worst case scenario, the infected just becomes a carrier, a zombie-like creature with the single mission to spread infection until another optimal host is found. Heller explained while reabsorbing that single hair. There are similar cases already in nature. Few fungi and parasites can de facto control the mind of their host once infected them. Night Eye confirmed. Yes, that's why I insist on passing your quirk to Mirio. We cannot risk whatever aspect of Blacklight remaining in the quirk to turn it into a highly infectious virus that's so picky it destroys the host if they are not up to its standards. James said, sighing. I am with Heller-san in this, Toshinori. I have never seen anything like that before. We tried with saliva, blood, and even sweat and got the same results. There is no telling if your one for all will even survive once put in contact with Blacklight. You risk destroying the quirk itself. Recovery Girl added. You are right. All Might answered with a sigh. I know you want the next holder to be immediately able to use the quirk to its fullest potential, but you are not just gambling with only your legacy, remember. Night Eye explained. The torch of the symbol of hope can be held up by two hands, Sir All Might. Both me and Midoriya-kun can be your successors. Mirio offered with a kind smile. I don't want you to feel like you were the second choice. Toshinori answered with a small voice. To be fair, I was the first choice, and Midoriya-kun became the new first just because you, though he was a quirkless, if ever, you kind of implied you almost choose him out of pity, the young man answered. Oh. That does sound bad too. If one for all really needs to be passed on, then I would go for Mirio, truth be told. He was the best candidate before we arrived. Heller declared with a shrug. Are you still up for it? Night Eye asked. Yes, I will devote my life into making you proud of me being the successor of one for all. I will do my best to make justice to this quirk. Mirio then said. Mirio. Toshinori said, looking extremely touched by the declaration. By the way, Izuku said the same thing. He too thinks Mirio will be a better choice than him. Heller added. Thanks, Mirio-kun. Toshinori said with a grateful smile while plucking out a new hair from his head. Swallow this and make me proud, he then said. Thank you, All Might, the boy answered with tears in his eyes as he swallowed the tiny thing, with some difficulty. Your shampoo tastes awful, sir. The pro-hero answered with a sarcastic laugh, gaining chuckles from the others watching. Well, this passing of the torch was fairly anticlimactic. I'll be going. Thank you for your time, James. Night Eye said, grateful. Don't worry about it. Just treat your student well, Toshinori. Student is plural. All Might answered with a mischievous smile. Ah. Nobody says I can't take both Mirio and Midoriya under my wing to train both as my successors. Do you mind sharing Mirio? Knight asked, somehow with a straight face. Teacher, please. Don't make it sound dirtier than it is. Mirio answered with a very embarrassed expression. I did not say you could steal my student, scrawny butt. James hissed while moving so close to be nose to nose with Toshinori. And you would deny to young Midoriya the chance to be a student of his number one idol? All Might answered. You are really going to pull that move? I thought you were a goody two-shoes. What would people think if they learned that their precious idol is going through such underhanded measures? The other countered with acidic sarcasm. Afraid he will prefer me? All Might asked. We both know who between us is the real man, Dry Bones. Mom, Dad, please stop arguing. Recovery Girl said with a heavily sarcastic tone, making both briefly glare at her. James, I have been doing hero business for years. I know how things work, both the good and the bad. I won't let the Hero Association sway them and turn them into attention-seeking, thumbs-up-hunting fools. I'll do my best in shaping them into proper heroes, the kind of heroes they both want to be. I am not denying that you did a great job teaching young Midoriya how to use the powers you gave him, but you are still afraid the world will hunt you, and you are holding the boy back with that same fear. Let him shine. Toshinori asked. I lost my daughter and wife because of Blacklight, then I lost the second woman I had started to love. Sorry if I don't see the world with rose-tinted glasses. Heller answered, annoyed. I won't stop him should he come to you for help, I am just asking you to let him follow his dreams. Fine. But I will hold you responsible should anything happen to Izuku. And if by any chance I see government people sticking their nose too close to him and his mother, you all will pay the price, the man answered while marching towards the door. You won't regret this, James-san. Mirio promised. I hope so. James answered with a tired sigh, and exiting the infirmary once dodged one of the teachers, Shota Aizawa, entering the same room to lie on one of the beds with a tired expression. Did I hate my class? The man said after a long silence. Which one? You hate them all indiscriminately. Recovery Girl asked while rolling her eyes at the man's usual temper tantrum. One? The man grunted. The one with young Midoriya. Can I ask you why you singled them out in your annual, I hate my class moment? Toshinori asked, curious. One of the brats was not taught finesse, so he simply broke everything in his fear of failing. Fear of .0. I think I know which student you are talking about. The number one hero of Japan uttered with a sigh of dismay. Did you perhaps go through your infamous, fail this test and you will be expelled speech? Night Eye asked even if he already knew the answer. You mean that it always was an empty threat? I had nightmares about that for my entire first year. Mirio asked horrified. Yes, unless the results are truly abysmal and the student shows zero attitude, nobody gets expelled if they fail, they just get moved to the support classes. That's all. They are still asked to learn to control their quirk, and for that, they have to take part to classes here. Night Eye answered. Oh my God. That is the plan we all agreed on, scaring them a little so that they will take the tests seriously instead of treating the test as a game, but you others always fail to tell me when one or more of them have quirks that are easily influenced by emotions, especially stress. Aizawa answered, bitterly. Can you please tell us the entire story? All Might asked with a groan, and pinching the bridge of his nose to stop the incoming headache. I'll try if I have to. The parts where I was not there, it's all I have guessed by asking around, so. Eraserhead started his tale from there, all the while perusing one of the beds, all for the ire of Recovery Girl. Earlier that day, Class 1A, first lesson of the day. There was a war of stares ongoing in the middle of the class as soon as Izuku and Himiko had entered, and the one actually showing the heaviest glare was the blonde boy with wild hair of the two. Why are you here, Deku? You don't even have a quirk. Bakugo asked, spitting his question in distaste. I do have a quirk, Katsuki-sen. Izuku answered, and he ignored the momentary upward jerking of the boy's eyebrows at the use of his name instead of the nickname Kaken. Since when? Bakugo asked, snorting. Since I was 4. Not only you are useless, you are also a liar, he answered, trying to ignore the terrifying glare Himiko was launching at him from behind Izuku, one that held no humanity or sanity behind. I must intrude in this. Many of us actually saw his quirk in action, in even too many ways. Ida corrected him. Nobody asked your opinion, for eyes. Why you never showed it, eh? Afraid? I bet it's a little, useless dash. Sling. In answer, Izuku's eyes narrowed, and in a twisting of broken and rebuilding flesh his arms changed. The left one showed the 5 long blades of the claw form, while the right arm morphed into the long, thick and jagged single blade of the blade form. Each arm was a rather grotesque intertwining of root-like black muscles forming arms, twice the sizes of his normal ones to withstand the weight of the added mass and different shape. As soon as they came, the 2 mutations receded so to return his arms back to normal, even the torn sleeves of his uniform rebuilt themselves, making many guess if his clothes too were part of his quirk. It's both cool and horrifying. Mineta admitted, grimacing. I find it manly though. I mean, he can grow his own knives. Kirishima countered. He could have shown it off in another way. Like growing melons, perhaps. You have a problem, dude, the other replied with a sigh. And why were you keeping it hidden? Did you feel it was beneath you to show it? Bakugo asked, eyes narrowed and a dangerous growl in his voice. No, because I thought we were friends. I thought you would have hated me for having a quirk you thought was cool as yours and that it would have made you angry, but instead you got angry because you thought I was quirkless. I was never good in your eyes, everybody is inferior in your eyes, I have no idea why you want to be the top hero and honestly I don't think I care anymore. You want to be number 1? Go on and get to the top. Just let me do my job as a hero. What did you say? The other answered, and the tone was different from what Izuku was used to hearing. It sounded almost I said I have grown up since we were. I am moving forward, with or without you, Katsuki, he answered with a sigh. Don't you dare talk to me like that. Bakugo roared. Sit down and keep quiet. It was then that Eraserhead entered the class, surprising everybody by turning off the explosion in Bakugo's hands with a mere look. Contrary to what you all may believe, a quirk is not what makes or breaks a hero. There will be moments where you won't be able to use your powers, and if your entire skill set revolves around it, you will put your life and the life of everybody around you at risk. One-trick ponies help nobody. Aizawa explained. You all are not here to be the world's strongest man or woman, but to be a hero. We don't teach you how to brawl like drunkards in a pub so to be the top dog. We form the next generation of heroes that will make sure people can sleep safely at night knowing that there is somebody out there defending them. If you need to slide your ego with some show of strength, then do it outside the school, because if we see that happen in class against your classmates, we won't have mercy. The teacher explained, and many could swear he was leveling a deathly cold stare at Bakugo while saying that. Now, since you are here for your first day, I will decide if you actually have what it takes to actually stay here. Grab these suits and follow me. I am going to evaluate your quirks. It will be useful to understand your limits, measure yourself with your classmates, and for me personally to decide if you are worth the effort. There will be points to gain in this little test. The last one on the scoreboard will be expelled. He expelled? Mina Ishido asked with an expression of pure fear, and at that moment her complexion looked ashen instead of bright pink. Yes. As I said, I have no intention to waste time if you are not worth the effort. Aizawa answered, uninterested, and pulling out a sleeping bag from behind his desk he had stuffed with identical gym suits branded with the high school insignia he then threw at the students. Present time, infirmary. Pretty brutal, this time. Toshinori commented. That boy was about to attack another student, and by reading the files on them, it was either one green-haired head exploding and regenerating, or a blonde brat getting shredded to ribbons and staying dead, and since I cannot fully cancel mutation quirks, I preferred to defuse the blondie. Aizawa answered with a shrug. That attitude may be a problem, though any good villain could ideally use his short temper against him. Night-Eye mused. Yeah, that's why I asked Mad Shrink if he was open to the idea of a weekly meeting to resolve it. What the other kids told me smelled like superiority-inferiority complex, and for whatever reason nobody before now saw a reason to help the boy fix it. Aizawa answered. Not dog-hound? Toshinori asked, curious. Too gentle, the boy will need a firm hand, so while he needs somebody good to talk to, he also needs somebody not weak enough to give him the idea he is still in full control. Mad is used to deal with very headstrong people. His old school probably turned a blind eye to it thanks to his quirk. So they may have even secretly helped his issues developing. Night Eye said, making Toshinori sigh in dismay. That's what I thought as well. Another one, every year we have at least one of them. The number one pro hero said in dismay. One of them? Mirio asked, confused. We jokingly call them poster boys, poster girls. Kids with very developed or flashy powerful quirks that minor schools groom into becoming the shining example of their greatness before sending them to us or other high schools for heroes. In short brats that get an easy pass in doing whatever they want with the hope that one day, when those brats become pro-heroes, they will remember their school and give them absurd quantities of good publicity. Aizawa explained. And does that happen? It hasn't happened yet, especially since we usually manage to snap them out of that mentality and teach them to act like normal people. Worst case, they go villain and their school themselves do everything in their power to erase every proof they went there to save their image. Unfortunately, it never taught them to stop doing that. Toshinori answered. Oh. Mirio uttered with a sad expression. I blame social media. Aizawa answered, shrugging yet again. You always do that. Now continue, what happened during your quirk test? Recovery Girl answered. Oh, there was when it really hit the fan. That boy with the metamorphic quirk was already hyperventilating when we got to the test ground, then I started calling the names. The man answered. Earlier that day. Test ground for Aizawa's class quirk test. The assembled students were all looking at the simple field filled in equipment. It was no different from any normal school field used during gym class, and yet, thanks to Aizawa's words, the place to them felt no different from a minefield, as if any wrong step could end their life abruptly instead of their possible career as a hero. There was a wide variety of expressions too, from coldly uninterested, but still worried, faces like Todoroki and Bakugo, to full-blown fear like Mineta and Toru. Then there was Izuku, whose entire being kept rippling violently thanks to his near hysteria putting the Blacklight inside him into overdrive. You'll do great, stop worrying. Himiko said while pouncing on the opening. His terror offered to grab his hand and squeeze it hard. She was the only one of the entire class to not worry. How can you be so calm? Izuku asked in awe. Oh, I trust my abilities and I trust yours. If there is somebody that can pass this test, that's us, she answered, chuckling, and unknown to her that musical half-laugh sent a pleasurable tingle up the boy's spine. Why yeah, he answered, finally smiling a little. Good to see you are taking this seriously. Aizawa finally said, once seen all of them grouped closely and looking at him with rapt attention. The thing is fairly simple. We'll even start with an easy one, ball toss. These little spheres have inside a small tracking device that will tell me how far you will throw it. You can use your quirk freely, if you think that can help. The farthest you throw, the better. Go crazy with your quirks too, these are made to take the beating. First place gets the most points, the teacher said before passing that small ball to Bakugo. You first, firecracker. Stand there and shoot that ball as far as you can, he asked while pointing to the circle drawn on the floor next to him. Watch and be amazed. Bakugo said with a challenging tone as he stepped inside the circle and pegged back his arm. Die. The boy screamed with an animalistic roar, and accompanying the throw with an explosion that almost deafened the entire class and shot the ball far away. Ping, 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 ping. A long series of pings rang out from Aizawa's phone as he kept track of the distance the ball traveled in its fly. For your interest, each ping equals to 10 meters, the teacher said while keeping his eyes glued to the phone. I shot that beach in the stratosphere, Bakugo said with a smug smile. Not really, but 705.2 meters is still a good result, Aizawa answered, and behind him many students looked impressed. One after another all of them were called, although nobody managed to beat Bakugo's record, thing that did not help the boy's ego, and Himiko herself showed a fairly good result even without strength-enhancing quirks. I was a beast of a pitcher back in middle school, she will say with a smirk. This undefeated record continued until Ochako used her gravity quirk to literally send the ball into the stratosphere, forcing Aizawa to award her with the awe-inspiring infinity distance, making her immediately jump to the top of Bakugo's enemy list as an added extra. It was finally Izuku's turn, and he could not be more nervous as Aizawa's voice whispering, "Expelled, expelled, expelled, expelled," kept ringing inside his head. "Please, please, please. I want to throw it far away. I need to throw it far away." The kid thought in hysteria, hoping for Blacklight to indeed have enough sentience to hear his plea. And with a heavy sound, Blacklight answered to the boy's prayer. Holy sheet! Kaminari summed up the class feeling at the spectacle while Aizawa himself simply raised an eyebrow. The sound had been caused by Izuku's strengthened right arm, elongating and growing to the point the giant hand's knuckles slammed heavily on the floor. The arm was now twice the size of the boy's entire body and utterly muscled, giant and clearly powerful. "Fly!" Yelling with a tone of desperation, young Midoriya grabbed the ball, so small compared to the hand that he just grabbed it with only 2 fingers, and tossed it as hard as he could with a bang. Sound following immediately after due to the sudden acceleration of the thing. Pi 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 pi. Aizawa's phone could hardly keep up in measuring the distance as the ball immediately disappeared from view with each ping coming too fast for the previous one to be properly played. Pi 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 pi. Aizawa muttered unsure as the signal stopped abruptly and the collision alert popped up. "It seems like you hit something, too bad." Still, good result, 2 kilometers and 854 meters. Utter silence fell on the class at that ludicrous result, second only to Uraraka's similarly crazy throw. Present time. "Woo, that was a good throw," Toshinori admitted with a chuckle. "And it went downhill from there." Aizawa answered with a sigh. "I am curious, did you recover the ball? What did it hit?" Night I asked. "Captain Skyline," the other replied, wincing. "The flying hero with dragonfly wings." Mirio muttered, confused. "Exactly him. That kid managed to shoot down Captain Skyline mid-internship. He was teaching flying lessons to his intern, something about how to use her own flying quirk for surveillance, when the ball smashed his helmet open, making him fall to the ground already unconscious. The hospital report said it is a concussion. They were still waiting for him to wake up when I was called to ask why one of our ball almost split a pro hero's head open." Aizawa explained. "A foam ball gave a man a concussion after blowing apart a helmet?" Toshinori said, unnerved. "Thrown at sufficient speed, at the point of impact it could technically happen, although the strength required would be insane." Night Eye answered, unsure. "The other tests?" "Yeah, those." Aizawa answered with a bitter chuckle. 50 meters dash test. Expelled. 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 Again, the teacher's voice echoed inside Izuku's head. "Oh, no. Run fast." The boy thought in fear, and his quirk broke down his legs' muscles to rewire them for ultimate performances. "You better run fast, kiddo." "Go," Aizawa suggested before giving him the go signal, and watching in dismay as the kid turned the track into a war zone filled in craters, one for each step he took until he reached the goal. 2.03 seconds, nice, he admitted, fairly impressed. Grip strength test. Expelled. 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 "Oh God, please. Whenever you want, squeeze it hard to dash." "Correct. Is it good enough?" Izuku asked with a worried tone while looking at the grip measuring machine he had just crumpled like paper. "Yes," the teacher answered dryly, and curiously, the same test had yes written as a score next to Izuku's name. "You others wait here, I am getting a new one and then we can continue," Aizawa said with a sigh while walking a bit away to make a call. Standing long jump. Expelled. 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 Boom. The terrain exploded as Izuku propelled himself way too far and landed several meters beyond the end of the sandbox with the power of a meteor. "This is going to be a long day," Aizawa said with a sigh, having learned to leave that kid for last, So to salvage the test for the rest of the class, especially with the hole the boy created from his jump, that I am going home. Mineta said with a defeated sigh while walking away, already guessing he will end at the last place, and Suyu had to begrudgingly stop him before he could leave for real. Repeated side steps test. Expelled. 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 Bang. 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 The earthquake of Izuku's sidesteps lasted for barely a minute, but it was still enough for Aizawa to get a distress call from the city's Geology Research Commission asking if everybody was alright since the school appeared to be the epicenter. The poor man really felt like crying at watching the field get destroyed like that. The only tests where the boy didn't make damages were the sits-up and the toe-touch ones, although Aizawa was fairly certain that using shape-shifting quirks to remove the ribcage and organs and fold in half like an origami could be considered cheating. Present time. And then there was the distance run and stamina test that I had to personally tackle the kid down, otherwise he would have kept running forever. He came second place actually by 2 points, and only because the Ayuraza girl did slightly better than him at sidesteps. And because I had Tio give him some form of penalty for the damages he made. Aizawa finished his tale with a tired sigh. The equipment had long needed to be changed anyway. At least we finally have a good excuse to get new, more updated instruments. Night Eye answered. It just means that this year we have a good pool of students, we just need to adjust their attitude a little. Do not despair, Aizawa-kun. Toshinori said with a thumbs up. Yeah, the other replied. By the way, I met Endeavor while coming here, why was he more angry than usual? Aizawa asked. Apparently his kid refused to take part to the recommendation entrance test once discovered that his father had recommended him. Endeavor took it personally, apparently. Toshinori answered, shrugging. So it's true that between father and son things are not nice? Night Eye asked. Considering how callous Endeavor can be even in his best days? It would not surprise me if even at home things are not peachy. That is nice and all, but I need that bed, Shoyuta. And you need to go to class. I don't wanna. I'll skip. The man answered, groaning. You will go instead, the old woman growled back. You are not my mom. Worse. I am your healer. And you do not make your healer angry. Now get out of that bed and go to class. Recovery girl bellowed, incredibly grabbing Aizawa by the ear and tossing the man outside the room no matter how bigger he was than her. Wow. She is basically our white mage, Toshinori. And you know the old adage, you don't F with the white mage. Night Eye said while adjusting his glasses. True. Mirio admitted. Meanwhile, lunchtime. The young students of Class 1A had just entered the place when Izuku noticed that a strange boy with wild gray hair was insistently glaring at them. Who's that guy? He asked to Ida. Oh, I unfortunately have no idea. He should be a first-year student like us, though. Ida answered. Oh, that is Tetsu-chan. From Class 1B. Don't worry, he is just challenging you, a familiar voice said from a near table. Nijire-senpai. Izuku said with a happy smile, having noticed the girl just then. Nua, it's Nijire-chan. You know it, the girl answered with a vibrant smile while pinching his cheeks. Oh, they are so soft, she then said in glee while cheerfully playing with the boy's cheeks. Please, senpai. It tickles. Izuku begged with a voice distorted by the manhandling of his face. 5 more minutes, the girl answered with a whine. How the girl also ignored the unspoken death glares the rest of the school were launching at the boy, nobody knew. It was clear though that nobody seemed to appreciate the closeness the two friends were sharing. Will you cut it out, please? You are making a fool of yourself. Himiko asked while gently separating the two. Fine. By the way, senpai, why you said Tetsu-san was challenging us? Izuku asked once freed from the girl's pinching fingers. And stoically ignoring both Mina's and Toru's fingers delicately poking a cheek each. He does feel like poking Machi, you think it's his quirk? Mina whispered. Dunno. Toru answered, unsure. You two. Please, stop. Behind them, Momo begged with a groan while grabbing Tsuyu's hand before she too could try. Rip it. Spoil sport. And why is that little beach challenging us? What? Does he want his butt kicked into next century? Bakugo asked while returning the glare of Tetsu Tetsu with his own. You guys from 1A are insufferable. What? Do you think to be so awesome just because you have a monster and 3 superhumans in your class? I'll show everybody who's stronger. Come at me. Tetsu 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 will destroy you. Tetsu Tetsu roared back while turning his skin into shining steel. Who's the monster? Katsuki? Izuku asked with a whisper. I think not. Ida answered. Oh, then who is it? The boy asked. Maybe we'll never know. The other answered with a forced smile while images of Izuku's mangled corpse, returning to life briefly flashed in his mind. Wait, his full name is Tetsu Tetsu Tetsu? Like, repeated twice. Were his parents under drags when they named him? Himiko asked aloud, making a tense silence fall into the room. I don't think so, and even then, I don't believe it would be proper to ask. Nijire answered, a bit unnerved by the sudden silence. My parents are not drag users, you beach. Fight me if you dare. Tetsu bellowed madly as he rushed forward to face Himiko. Ignore the extra. Fight me instead. Bakugo answered, looking especially thrilled at the idea of fighting. Clang. As soon it became clear that the two would fight, Izuku too made his move, surprising his classmates with the heavy metallic-like sound he produced. Now. Fighting is prohibited inside the school, especially in the cafeteria. Mirio said as he managed to stop Tetsu Tetsu's charge midway by phasing through the floor and grabbing him by the back of his neck to stop him. Why you stopped me? The boy demanded. Because there is no need to fight, come on. Get back to your seat, the pie today is to die for. Mirio answered while gently pushing him back towards his table. This is not over yet, the young man hissed a last time before begrudgingly leaving. It's okay, Midoriya-kun, drop the shield. Thank you, Mirio-senpai. Izuku answered, grateful, while de-transforming the giant spiked shield protecting him, Himiko and the others behind him, back into his normal arms. Hey BSRD, I was the only one you were not defending. Bakugo roared angrily. I thought you didn't need help from others. Izuku answered. It's the thought that matters, the other shrieked unsure. Wow, Nijire was right, you are a tsundere. Tamaki uttered in mild surprise. Shut the F up. Bakugo roared in answer. Why don't you sit next to us? They always leave one free for some reasons. Nijire asked with a blinding smile while pointing to the empty table right next to the one their class occupied. The reason why that happened was fairly simple. She, Mirio, and Tamaki were considered the big 3 of the school, the strongest students, meaning that between rivals and fans there was a secret war for who got to sit next to them. Thing that resulted in that table going unused most of the times. You are our seniors, we would hate to disturb. Ida answered, unsure. Too formal. Come on. Join us. Nijire answered, chuckling. Don't mind if we do then. Mina answered while the rest of the kids sat down, and immediately making their class everybody's enemy. Especially since Mirio ended up sitting right next to Izuku. Since both occupied the seats at the very end of their respective tables. So, done? The boy asked with a meaningful look. Oh, just a couple minutes ago. Mirio answered. Congratulations then. The other answered with a wide smile. Thank you, but Sir Knight I wanted me to tell you that you have been conscripted as well. We are both heirs now. The older student said with a chuckle. But. No, but, SE have both been chosen, so you are just as deep I am in this. Sorry. Izuku muttered with a low, ashamed voice. I am happy to have a partner. Come on, smile. We have a great future ahead and big shoes to fill. Mirio laughed amused while also playfully trapping the kid's head under his arm. What are they talking about? Todoroki asked with a plain, albeit curious, tone. Something about their future partnership. Himiko answered chuckling. Don't rope me into this. Tamaki said with a sigh. Come on. It will be fun. Nijire countered. Fine. He is a strange boy. Todoroki muttered while fixating Izuku with a strange, calculative gaze. Meanwhile, at the opposite side of the city, "No, oh God please no." A normal school kid whimpered as a long prehensile tongue half-strangled him, turning his voice into a weak whimper. "Oh Saito, you are so pretty. I love pretty boys. I never tire of eating them." The girl was hanging from the wall on all four with her giant bulging eyes fixed on the struggling kid. "Let me go, please." The boy pleaded weakly a last time, before his eyes rolled upward and he stopped struggling. "Oh, soon you'll become part of me, forever," the girl said while opening her mouth impossibly wide. "You are surprisingly hard to find for somebody with various murder charges." A humanoid figure with a body seemingly made out of black-purple smoke said with a curious tone. The deranged schoolgirl, still with her crush legs sticking out from her mouth, asked. "I work for a group of individuals that may benefit from your talents, and you too will benefit from working with us just as much." Kurogyri offered with a pleasant tone. "What kind of benefits?" the girl asked once swallowed the boy whole, making her stomach deform and inflate grotesquely. The man simply ignored the angry squinting of the girl's bulbous eyes and merely chuckled. "We are preparing for a small incursion to meet a couple inspiring heroes we would like to eliminate before they become a nuisance. We are still organizing as the opening we need has not come yet, but like this you will have time to adjust to our methods. Are you interested?" Kurogyri asked. "Will there be cute boys?" the girl asked after a long pause of thought. "All the guys you can eat," the other answered. "And cute girls? I need to eat those too to remain beautiful," she then asked while caressing her face. Every inch of her body was covered in rough, dry skin covered in warts and acid green in color, making her look more lizard than human, especially with her hunchback posture. "We'll feed you all the girls you want, little chameleon," Kurogyri answered with an amused narrowing of his eyes. "Yuna, my name is Yuna Yashikawa," the chameleon girl answered while showing a terrifying smile, and the human teeth looked uncanny in her giant lizard mouth. "And I am Kurogyri. Welcome to the League of Villains," he answered while opening a portal for both. "Thank you," Yuna answered with a giggle and using the portal as instructed so that both could disappear before police arrived. Extra scene, locker room talk. It was finally the moment of a shower once done with a particularly heavy training regimen in the high school gym, one where it looked like Gunhead wanted to see how long he took to demolish the new students. Girlside, I am just saying that using all that weight as our starting point is honestly too much, Mina said with a huff while dropping her towel to wear a fresh pair of underwear. "Rip it. They just want us to give our best," Tsuyu answered. "Duh. What?" Mina asked once seeing how the girls were looking at her. "Leopard print," Momo asked while eyeing the tiny thong and bra the pink girl was wearing. "I like to look my best, thank you," Mina answered. "It does look nice on you, even if it's a bit too bold," Ochako admitted. "Thank you. I love it. Do they make it in splotches of red?" Himiko asked while nearing her own locker. "Oh, we can go check if you want," Mina answered, grinning. "I would love that." When Himiko as well lowered her towel to wear a clean bra, one of the girls in there fell into sorrowful silence. "You okay, Kyoka?" "Tourist. Yeah," the girl answered lamely, unhappily noticing a key difference between herself and the other girls. Compared to them, her chest was the size of raisins. Her classmates all had some serious honkers. Each one of them had diamond real set of badonkers. Starting with Toru, that apparently, judging by the shape of the floating towel, was packin' some big Doben honkeros. Or Ochako and her massive Dohunkabankalus. Not that Tsuyu's big old Tanhungary cougars were anything to sneeze at. But what happens next? God is not happy with little Jiro's misery and adds Himiko to the scene. She and her even bigger Bankanaga hoogs. And then Momo herself and those humongous Hangalong Hananongus of hers. Really? How can her spine sustain those two? What kind of fanservice anime has her life turned into? What the F dash? An OF way? WHYYY. What's happening? Momo asked, alarmed. The boys are showering too, right? Himiko answered with a malicious smile of utter cruel amusement. Yes? What does it have to do with that screaming? Tsuyu asked back, confused. Yufufu. Those guys just learned the true meaning of biological superiority. Izukuin's quirk elevates one's body onto perfection. Himiko answered while dropping her towel completely so to get dressed and proudly displaying the tattoo she had on. Her lower back, right above her butt, property of I. Written in an elegant font decorated by an intricate tribal design forming an arrow pointing lower still. That is a small present for Izukuin, please don't spoil the surprise. She asked. Okay. The other girls answered, now looking deeply disturbed. Male sides. Voila. Izuku was seen escaping the room in tears of shame while Blacklight automatically recreated his school uniform so to cover him. Inside the locker room the air was both somber and heavy as every boy in there had his eyes downcast and an expression of deep misery. That I hope you are happy, Bakugo. Playfully tore off his towel, and now here we are. Mizo said with a grumble. Shut up. Bakugo yelled back with a red face. It was really disgraceful. Ida added. I think we suffered enough, don't you think? Look at Mineta. He saw everything first row. Kirishima answered in tears. Wawa. I will have nightmares for days. Mineta yelled while crying his eyes out. We need to make sure the chicks never learn of this, or we will never find a girl. Kirishima declared with a sob. You all are overthinking this, all for some envy. I am shocked. Tokoyami said while calmly finishing dressing, behind his back dark shadow simply shook its head. Should we apology? Todoroki asked. Bakugo forced him to flash his bits to all of us, somebody has to. The Birdman answered. I'll accompany you. The young man answered with a nod. Even if I don't understand why he was ashamed, many in his place would have been insufferably smug about such a gift. Tokoyami said. I stand my case, he is a strange boy. A bit. Don't you think something like that would be a giant bother? Maybe his quirk helps with that too. Todoroki answered with a small shrug. Seems legit. And so, another days passed in AU High School, albeit way quieter than normal, something that had Aizawa be on edge at the alien concept of a silent class 1A. End of the extra. I guess the League of Villains lacked a psycho since Himiko here is a hero, so I gave them a new one. Imagine a giant, human-sized chameleon with human hair and teeth and dressed in a schoolgirl uniform going around eating people for some sick reasons of love beauty. I added Yuna because I plan for her to be Himiko's nemesis and have them go through stealth battles whenever they meet. A last thing. For Izuku's internship I planned for Rumi Usajiyama, the pro-hero Miruko. Since while Izuku has a lot of destructive power, he will need somebody to teach him technique, since Heller and Mercer were more on the brawler uncaring demolition style of fighting, and I wish Izuku to pair Blacklight with martial arts and they need to be the fluid kind of martial arts to complement the various powers Izuku has. And the only pro I could come up with is the bunny hero Rumi. Is there any expert in My Hero Academia reading this that can suggest a better one? I don't. Want to use an OC? Please? It also has to work for Himiko because she will follow the same tutoring since Izuku is the only one that can work with her, so they need to be trained together, following All Might's suggestion. Also. Izuku's hero name. If not Deku, translated as, I can do it, what to use? I was inclined to use Kafka or Darwin, for the metamorphosis adapting thing. Since his title will be, the ever-evolving, ever-changing hero, I wanted a name that paired well with it. Chapter 5, School Days. Penthouse, Rumi Usajiyama's burrow. Rumi Usajiyama is the best waifu. Also known as the bunny hero Miruko, a very tall woman with chocolate skin and a strong personality, up there in the top 10 of heroes and forever lover of a good brawl. Prideful to a fault, and always striving to be the absolute best, she did everything in the book to show that a rabbit quirk did not mean she could not be a hero, and as a testament of such, the four walls of her apartment were de facto filled to the brim in absurd quantities of medals and other trophies of all the strength and speed-related competitions she could legally take part to crush everybody standing between her and the first place. There were also a couple trophies for horse racing and F1 racing she stole from their old owners through bets, and in both cases she was by herself on foot when she destroyed those champions' records, leaving them in tears and trophies-less. No partners, no internships, no teaching, that was her rule. She was a lone wolf. Bunny. Whatever. Chuckling. It was the sound of a parcel being dropped through the slit of her apartment's door that caught her attention, disturbing her morning reveries of the last villain. She literally kicked through a couple of walls and making her grumble annoyed. She was also dressed in a loose bright pink pajama with cartoon white bunny heads on it. Each animal head had an X-shaped mouth and a scowl, as per usual for the US Bunny-chan line of clothing she championed. But seeing her in that cutesy attire was a death warrant. She had a badass image to maintain. Grabbing the small thing, she torn open the wrap without a second thought. Her mail was always thoroughly screened for dangerous stuff, but even then, she was gutsy enough to not mind even if a bomb did manage to pass through, somehow. Instead, inside the package she found a DVD and a ticket of her promoter asking her to call as soon as she got the disc. What does she want now? The pro hero muttered while fiddling with her phone. So you got the disc? The woman at the other side of the phone asked as soon as she picked up. Good morning to you too, jackass. Rumi answered, annoyed while idly spinning the disc on her finger. Slept well then, you are in a good mood. F off. A very good mood. That's perfect. The promoter said in honest amazement and satisfaction. Get to the point, please. Rumi begged with a groan. But my little bunny is about to start. Woman asked with a knowing tone. You know I don't watch that stuff, the woman bellowed with a red face. That's better. The original version with the ponies was way better than that garbage dash. Now see here, you hater. Rumi roared, before noticing and falling silent along, blushing even harder. Don't worry, your dirty little secret is safe with me. But, returning to the matter at hand, I think I found the perfect candidate for dash. Again with that sheet. I don't do internship. Rumi interrupted her again, and when she was about to hang the phone, her promoter spoke the magical words. Do you want to raise in rank or not? That I am listening. The rabbit hero muttered with a low and cold voice while her left leg angrily rapped on the floor. You have a spunky personality, great destructive power, and thanks to my suggestion, your costume has such a daring cut in the leg and crotch area that you also have SEC appeal to your side. You are rising like a meteor on the polls for the best hero in the forums. You just lack one thing to have the entire set for success, the promoter explained with a sinister tone. A brat following me around like a lost puppy? Rumi said with a snarl. That too would help, but no. I mean a possible heiress, somebody you have took under your wing to teach them what you know. If lone wolf, rabbit. Whatever. That lone hero attitude is good, we have seen it, but lately that is also making you look unapproachable, and unfortunately Endeavor has already utterly cornered that side of the fandom. That moron. Rumi commented with a frown. Quite so, since the unapproachable hero is taken and the hero and sidekick shtick would clash with what we are already doing. Will go midway, the lone hero that has found a possible worthy heir, while still doing hero jobs solo. I don't play babysitter. Maruko hissed in contempt. Oh, I know that, silly bunny. That is why I found you somebody able to take your abrasive personality head on and come back for more. He is even easy on the eyes, so we'll catch the Mo aficionados too along the brutal gore fanatics, and all thanks to his face and quirk, the promoter said with a proud tone. I don't think dash. Did I mention that he is also immortal and/or indestructible? You can go crazy and he won't break. And he has fluffy hair and squishy, adorable freckled cheeks, just as you like them. Really, clean your browsing history sometimes, Rumi. Libel. Lies. Whatever you say, you showed a deviant. Look at the DVD. I have a friend in Nizu that gave me a clandestine copy of what their cameras recorded during their battle trial. The kid I am talking about is the guy with the green costume that I was told was designed by 2 American big shots, so the kid is not exactly a nobody. Give it a look and then call me, even just to shot down the idea. She asked. Fine. I will see what the brat has to offer, but if for whatever reason I lose my mind and I accept, then He will have to keep up. In Miruko's world there is only one speed, mine. The pro hero answered. Trust me, if the kid is good enough for All Might and Night Eye, you can say that we are stealing gold. Stealing from the number one? I'll give it a look. Bye, Rumi, the promoter answered before closing the call. So you look promising, eh? Indestructible even. That will be put to test then, if you catch my eye enough to give you 5 minutes of my time, that is. Rumi declared while looking at the DVD. But first, she then said, turning on the giant TV in her living room. My little bunny. My little bunny. The kids' show intro sang at high volume just as the young woman sat on her sofa. Yay! Kick their butt, Twilight Fluffy! Rumi exclaimed with a childish squeal of happiness, looking absolutely adorable. The previous day, UA High School, Battle Trial Arena. What am I watching, Yagi? Nizu, principal of UA High School, asked with a deadpan stare while waving around the planned schedule for the battle trial and the names in each group. I saw that there is some animosity between young Midoriya and young Bakugo, so I thought that once seen that both are capable heroes and fighters, they would drop the antagonism and be friends. All Might tried answering with a nervous smile. You do know I already signed that Bakugo kid up for mandatory anger managing classes. That boy has violent bursts of anger, and you put him against the one kid he has more trouble with? Nizu asked. He thought young Midoriya was quirkless, then he learned he kept his quirk hidden and got angry again. Maybe if he sees that they both have cool quirks they'll become friends? You are a great hero, but as an educator, USCK. You are very harsh, Principal. Whoa. Nizu answered. I am not whining. All Might muttered with a low voice. Down the test floor. With a faint sound of static grabbing everybody's attention, Aizawa's voice rang from the speakers all around the test area. Okay, we are about to start the battle trial. Remember that brutally murdering your classmates will have you expelled. You are also wearing the first version of your hero costume and support gear, so we'll see what KNKS need to be worked out. I repeat, do not murder each other. The teams for this round have already been formed. On the hero side, Midoriya Izuku and Toga Himiko. On the villain side, Tenya Ida and Bakugo Katsuki. Start now. How do we do this? Izuku asked with a whisper, both him and Himiko already diving for cover as soon as the doors to their side of the test ground opened. Come out, we need to talk. Katsuki was heard roar in fury on the notes of the wild explosions he was creating. I guess Boombaka elected himself as the active party while Ida-chan guards the bomb. Until you consume somebody, I am the more stealthy between us, so if you distract him, I can take care of the bomb. Himiko said, smirking wide. Be easy to distract him, he wants me dead. Izuku answered with a groan. I believe in you. Himiko answered, leaving him behind with a lightning-fast kiss to the cheek before hurrying away fast to not show her fiery red face. Izuku on his part just discreetly ogled the girl's godly heart-shaped backside, perfectly hugged by the super tiny skin-tight short shorts that were part of her costume. Don't get strange ideas, she only sees you as a friend, and no matter how much her teasing gets to you. And no matter how much I would die to be more than friends. He muttered to himself while swallowing hard and cursing Blacklight for overcharging everything in his body, even hormones. Young Himiko had decided to go for the bad girl style for her hero costume, short shorts, crop top with Daddy's Little Monster written on it in a sharp font, covered by a blue and red leather jacket and red and blue temporary dye on her hair, a long bright blue shadow on her eyes, and stockings with holes on them over high heels boots. She even had a choker and a belt buckle with Daddy written on them. When asked why she chose that word, she would just wink at Izuku and giggle, unknowingly, sending his self-control deep underground. For the battle trial, she had not brought along the blue domino mask that was supposed to cover the top half of her face. Deku, where are you? Come out to play. In the meantime, Bakugo had neared Izuku's position with only a wall separating the two boys. That sounds damn threatening. The green-haired boy muttered with a shiver while shifting most of his biomass on his right arm so to enlarge it to huge proportions and take a crude club-like shape covered in blunt stubs in place of a normal fist. Switching his eyes to thermal vision, Izuku waited for Bakugo to actually be right in front of him before pulling back the hammer fist and punch forward, catching the other boy on the chest and launching him back once utterly demolished wall. Gah! Bakugo howled in pain as he tumbled on the floor. I am here, Bakugo, Izuku declared, switching both arms into the long harpoon-like shape of the whip fist, only taking extreme care that this time the tips were actually blunt even if still jagged and mean cruel looking. Finally! Fight me to your best, Det. I want to break you at your best, the other replied with a wide, toothy grin. I won't go down without a fight, Katsuki-san, not anymore. Izuku answered while taking a low, half-crouching stance with both arms open wide. That's what pisses me off. Why you kept your quirk hidden, huh? You thought it was beneath you to show it? No, because I used to like you. I thought we were friends, Katsuki-san. What is all this, Katsuki-san, bullshit now, HN? Bakugo asked while sending a small blast towards Izuku from the grenade-shaped gauntlets he was wearing, forcing the green-haired boy to dive to the floor and watch a near wall develop a giant hole. Arg! In answer, Izuku's left arm snapped. Forward, stretching like its whip namesake to propel the blunt spikes forward, making it so that it was now Bakugo's turn to dodge and watch the attack dig a deep gash on the concrete behind him. I thought you would have been happy to not hear me call you Kaken anymore. What? I can't be your friend and I can't take distance? What do you want from me? Izuku asked while recalling his stretched arm just long enough to send both arms forward in a new attack. Bang! I want you to be honest for once in your effing life. Stop lying. Bakugo answered while rolling to the side to send a duo of explosions towards Izuku, and watching the other switch his arms into a duo of shields he linked together to defend himself. I am being honest. I just want to be a hero, damn it. I don't care about followers, score and popularity polls. What's so hard to believe about it? Izuku answered with an annoyed tone while switching both arms into muscle form to assault Bakugo with a flurry of wild punches. Crash! Bakugo could only watch in surprise as the weakling crybaby he knew just exploded a wall with a single punch encased in pitch-black hardened muscles right where his head used to be before he dove to safety. I want to be a hero. Not a DMN pop idol. I don't have a DMN Facebook page or Twitter account. I don't go on live streams or post selfies mid-mission to catch likes. I'm here to help people. I don't care about all that fame hunting. I don't. The green-haired boy roared as his right arm morphed into the claw form to shred the corpse of a parked car to ribbons in a blur of sharp blades. Liar! Bakugo bellowed as explosions rained all around the two, and even propel himself forward immediately after by generating an explosion behind him and use the extra acceleration to punch Izuku on the face. Only for the boy to grab the blonde's outstretched arm to pull him along, and once planted both feet on the ground, slamming his hardened forehead on Bakugo's nose once he fell towards him, breaking it in a thick spurt of blood. What do you want? What do you want from me? Who are you to tell me I can't be a hero? Izuku yelled while headbutting Bakugo again. I will be the top dog. The world's #1. Bakugo roared back, and using both hands to blast Izuku away hard enough he heard the boy's ribs snap from under the pressure. Duh. You got it? I'll be the strongest. Bakugo howled. Crick, crick, crack. Then go and become the strongest. Get to the #1 position. I am not here for that. Izuku answered while regenerating his broken ribs and arm in a chorus of faint cracking noises. You regenerate too now? Always could, that is why nobody knew how much you experimented on me. Izuku answered with a cold tone, making the other flinch minutely. I did not talk because I want you to become a great hero, because I know you can be one. You just need to stop being such a JRK, the green-haired boy declared while tackling Bakugo. Through a wall on the notes of the blonde's bones whining under the impact. What did you call me? Bakugo yelled while turning both around so that he could straddle Izuku and plant both gauntlets end at Izuku's face. A JRK, a moron, and utter b. the other roared, in what sounded like being years' worth of buried anger, condensed into two muscle-form fists slamming on both sides of Bakugo's head, making him howl in agony at his brain getting slammed back and forth inside his skull before one of said fists could land on his mouth, shattering most of his teeth. Nobody is good enough for you. Everybody is just a DMN extra. Guess what? None of us is a DMN extra in your power fantasy. Shut up. Bakugo, by now towing the fine line between sanity and madness, dropped all pretenses and started using his quirk full power, shooting Izuku with a big enough explosion to send him flying. Meanwhile, with Himiko, that sounds like years of issues getting resolved through violence. Of course Boombaka should know that should he overdo, I will carve his heart out and shove it up his butt while it's still beating. Himiko muttered while nearing Ida's position. That I want to paint him red, such a lovely color. But I am better than this. I won't relapse. Not now. For an instant the girl developed a wide, deranged smile before shaking her head wildly and taking a deep breath. Okay, I can do this, I can be a hero, I am not a monster like those two believed. I have a new father and a good friend now, and both believe in me. I can do this. Once recovered her center, Himiko closed her eyes tight to take a deep breath and recover her self-control. Ida-chan is going through a very schematic patrol round. I should be able to use the holes he is leaving behind to sneak through and steal the bomb from him. Hopefully he is not doing that on purpose to bait me. She muttered with a focused expression, and with another deep breath she erased her presence as much as she could while climbing through a near glassless window to near Ida from the boy's blind side. Who's there? Is that you, Bakugo-sen? Ida asked aloud once heard the faint noise of Himiko's feet softly tapping the ground. Sheet. The girl hissed as she barely managed to dive for cover before the other could see her. Back with Izuku. Why you don't believe me? Izuku asked while using the dust raised by the explosion to switch to a more stealthy tactic. Because you are a effing liar. Bakugo answered while randomly blasting everything in sight in hope to force the other out. Was I supposed to remain a Deku forever? To live my life as a loser nobody just to make you feel better? And oh, you yesterday. Dada. You either succeed or fail, there is nothing between. I have to continue winning, otherwise I will remain a useless extra like you others. But I don't want you to be an extra. But there can only be one top dog. And that will be me. That doesn't make any sense, Bakug Dash. Stop calling me that. You know what? You win. I won't talk to you anymore, I won't look at you anymore. I'll be just another extra, another background character for you to ignore. I won't force my friendship on you, but you won't force your attitude on me either. Forget I exist. Boy, what's that crap now? Katsuki bellowed, furious beyond comprehension. Don't you dare giving up on me. I want you to fight me at your best. Answer me, you FBSTD. You won't play that game with me, Deku. I know you just want to steal the show. You are just like everybody else. Bakugo yelled with a loud shriek while hurrying through the wreckage of a wall he had just demolished at random. As soon as he turned the corner, a section of the wall that was still intact detached in the form of a humanoid shape mimicking both color and texture of the wall almost perfectly. Luckily Bakugo was too much in a hurry to notice the faint difference between wall and camouflage. Okay, he is gone. How are things on your side? The humanoid wall thing asked to his radio as the skin returned being normal, showing Izuku down to his boxers. The young man now understood why James spent years of the kids' training making him consume cuttlefishes and octopus alive by the dozen. He had doubts Blacklight could extract those abilities from living animals, but once questioned the ex-soldier had said it was only a matter of time and effort, since the virus needed more time than normal when it came to absorb abilities from animals. It's not exactly easy, since Ida-chan is now scanning every corner after a couple of close calls, but I'm getting there. Do you think you can distract him too? Himiko asked. I'll see what I can do. Izuku answered once recovered his costume from its hiding spot. I need to ask for a way to avoid the need to strip to do this. Maybe a way for my biomass to cover and swallow the costume temporarily? The green-haired kid thought while stealthily moving towards Ida's position once dressed. You okay? Himiko asked with a concerned tone. I just gave up on Kaken, I suppose. You will bounce back. Ending friendship is always painful, but I know you will pull through, and I will be there for you every step of the way. Thank you, Himiko. That's so you gave up on me? Bakugo asked from behind Izuku, making the boy pale considerably. Was I supposed to always follow you around? Begging for your attention and ignoring abuses and insults? Forever, he asked. That is not the point, the other yelled, and the tone was different from what the green-haired teen was used to hear. Look at me. What? Izuku asked once finally turned around to look at Bakugo. Why you didn't tell me you weren't a useless quirkless? I was not aware that I needed a quirk to be your friend. We used to get along just fine before you manifested yours. Nothing changed between us. You had always been a demon crybaby. So we had never been friends? What was I then to you? What was I to you? An annoyance. Bakugo muttered, and watching as the other teen developed a broken expression. I hope you will find true friends then, Katsuki-san. Sorry for wasting your time back there. Izuku, once swallowed the tears, turned around to walk away. Where are you going? I have a bomb to find. You do whatever you want, as always. We have a fight to finish. I give up. You win, I lose. That is all that matters to you, yes? You are the strongest one between us and all that stuff. Stop right there and fight me. I won't let you have a moment of rest until you fight me with your all. Why? We are not here for that. Liar. You are just like everybody else. You all just want to surpass me. I will destroy you all until I will stand at the top. Bakugo yelled. No, you moron. I just want to be a hero. Izuku answered. Liar. The other bellowed in madness while preparing both blasters. Stop. At that setting you'll kill him. Nizu ordered from the arena speakers. He won't die if he dodges. Bakugo answered with a wild smirk as he readied his gauntlets. Then shoot. If to you a hero destroys everything that dares to face them, then kill me. To the blonde's surprise, Izuku did not dodge, but walked headfirst in front of the gauntlets an instant after the trigger was pulled. Boom! The explosion was terrifying, a giant blast of fire that pushed slightly back even Bakugo himself. But instead of guilt, the kid had a savage smile on his face. Yeah. Straight path to the top with this baby. Bakugo yelled in triumph while looking at the immense cloud of dust and smoke in front of him. See, nerd. This means I am the greatest. Boy. Deku? Where are you? He asked with a sing-song voice. Bakugo-san, you caught him fully. We are registering a flat line from his health monitor. Eraserhead declared with a void voice. Bullshit. Come on, nerd. I know you are just a coward that is hiding. Nerd. Bakugo-san, leave the area. We need to talk. Aizawa hissed with a murderous tone. With Nizu. Principal? Have you told the other teachers about young Midoriya's quirk? Toshinori asked. That I knew I forgot something, the Ratman muttered, grimacing. All Might could just facepalm at that. Test area. Bullshit, he is not dead. Come out of that, or I will do the same to your little girlfriend. Bakugo threatened. Hi Miko. He heard Izuku's voice coming from the smoke, each word dripping venom. There you are, you useless los dash. The new insult died in Bakugo's throat as a single shining red eye surfaced from the smoke. Then everything faded to black for the explosion user, and there was only pain. With Ida, the last explosion had been so intense to make the entire place tremble, making even Ida stumble a little in his steps while he made his rounds to scout the area around the bomb. Bakugo-san, that explosion was too much. Are you trying to kill a fellow student? He yelled to his radio. BFFFZFFZF. Only static noises answered him. Bakugo-san. Ida asked again. Too distracted. It was then that he heard Himiko's voice from right behind him. How did Waigia? Ida shrieked in a kinda hilarious girlish high pitch as Himiko shoved not one, but two knife-shaped tasers on his back and throat, making him fall down paralyzed. The weapons were literally knives with dull blades and tips and equipped with a trigger near the handguard. Once pressed, The blade area was designed to be traversed by an intense electric charge, enough to paralyze pretty much everybody, and if that did not work, the metal baseball bat she had on her back could do the same only with extra blunt power. And May had even promised an electrified mallet that as soon as Power Loader was distracted enough to not notice the girl creating such electrified, barely non-lethal sledgehammer. That kid is dangerous, you know? How can somebody so violent become a hero? Himiko said while using zip ties on both arms and legs of Ida. Glubblefega. Ida gurgled out while drooling, still half paralyzed. Sorry about that. Izakuen? Where are you? Himiko asked to her radio. Bang, 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 bang. In answer, a blur demolished the four walls separating them from where both Izuku and Bakugo were, and whatever that was, it stopped its run on the wall behind Himiko, showing itself as being a human covered in dull gray armor with various protruding, uneven spikes on the back and shoulders. Even his face was a smooth dome with only a single red eye in its middle. The green hero costume he was wearing above said armor and stretched to its limits around it made it easier to understand who that was. Hi, Izakuen. Himiko, utterly unaffected by the scene, happily waved at him. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Izuku asked immediately, voice distorted by the helmet of his armor form. Ahoo, not even a scratch. That moron of Boombaka actually distracted Ida-chan for me, she answered, happy to hear he was worried about her. So if I ask where is Katsuki-san? Ida asked, still slurring a little from Himiko's tasering him. Here. Izuku answered with a small, ashamed voice while taking a step back and removing the shield and armor he was wearing to return to normal. And show to the other two students the unconscious Katsuki deeply embedded into the wall inside the stamp left there by the shield Izuku had held in front of himself while charging him. Luckily the green-haired kid had not added spikes on the shield surface itself, but it still looked like Bakugo had been run over by a truck. Ugh! The blonde boy only gave a weak whimper before slumping to the floor, and his landing face-first on the floor also caused the few teeth still on his mouth to fall out as well. Oh boy! Overzealous much, Izakuen? Himiko asked. Sorry. Nah. It's okay, the boom we heard was loud too, so I guess he was not holding back either. But is pain our gain? Answered while marching towards the bomb to pat it with one hand. We win. Hero Squad wins. Please vacate the area, and somebody fetch recovery girl please. And a mop. Izuku muttered with a red face. And a mop? Bakugo peed himself. Not that I blame him. Izawa added with a sigh of dismay. I will free you, Ida-san. Izuku said while cutting away the zip ties. Thank you. But was it really necessary to hurt him that much? Had I been anybody else, I would have been dead. I barely had enough biomass to recover from that. He blasted open my chest and I had to regenerate organs and spine. Izuku explained with a defeated expression. And as the other two looked at him better, Izuku's body indeed looked malnourished, pale and drained, meaning that he had been forced to use a lot of his body mass to resurrect and heal from his wounds. Had he always been that violent? Ida asked after a long, worried silence while watching medics recover Bakugo to bring him to the infirmary. Not really, but he had grown every day worse ever since he discovered his quirk. I don't know how we got to this point, but I am afraid. He sees an enemy in everybody. I understood he doesn't want me as a friend, and I will take distance like he wishes. But I still worry about him. Nobody should be constantly angry. He can't see enemies or extras everywhere. That's almost what a sociopath is. Izuku muttered with downcast eyes. Unfortunately, it is not up to you. You can't take on yourself the mission to help him, especially if he doesn't want help. Let his parents and the teachers talk to him. It is not your job. Ida said while grabbing the boy's shoulder in a strong grip. Then why do I feel responsible? Izuku asked. Because you are a good friend, and maybe a bit of a worrywart. Himiko said while grabbing his hand. I am. Maybe a bit, Midoriya-kun. Come, let's leave the others have their test too. If you want, we can talk a bit more. Ida answered with a small smile as the three waked out. I don't want to impose. Izuku muttered shyly. No imposition. This is what friends are for. FF friends? I thought we were already, was I mistaken? Ida asked. No. I would be honored. Izuku said with wide eyes. Nice to hear, because the feeling happens to be mutual. Let's go eat something, Izuku-an. You need to replenish those biomass reserves. I am not really that hung dash. Grew. The green-haired kid almost died on the spot in shame as a loud growl came from his stomach. Sorry, Midoriya-kun, but that sound just confirmed that a visit to the cafeteria may be for the best. Ida countered, chuckling amicably at the boy's ashamed expression. 1 hour later, infirmary. Tashinori looked in apprehension as Recovery Girl finished her round of checkups on whoever got hurt during the battle trial, because even if everything happened in a controlled environment, incidents did happen. He caught the old woman's attention and cleared his throat while looking at the mummy that was Bakugo's unconscious body. So, he tried saying, "How bad is the kid?" Recovery Girl said with a knowing tone and half-lidded eyes. Yeah. Nothing too serious. Just broken arms, broken legs, collapsed ribcage, 3/4 of his teeth gone, a concussion, 2 black eyes and probably a slightly damaged pelvis nerve. But it happens when you get slammed through 4 walls and almost through a 5th by a speeding human-shaped tank. The healer listed in sarcasm. It's a miracle there was no internal bleeding. From what I was told by James, young Midoriya actually held back quite a lot and just let the walls do the dirty work for him. But what does the last one mean? That pelvis nerve and stuff? Tashinori asked, wincing, while looking at the still unconscious Bakugo. Nothing much, just a couple weeks of Urctal DSF and Cetans, a month at worst, nothing some specialized medicines and ointments won't fix. That I am not really good with medical jargon. All Might admitted. His little soldier won't march, Tashinori. Recovery Girl said, rolling her eyes. His noodle will stay floppy. I don't get it. Yagi. His little All Might can't go plus ultra. His what? Tashinori asked, utterly confused. His K can't get hard no matter what. Recovery Girl bellowed in fury while slamming down her syringe-shaped walking stick. The sheer volume of her voice not only made All Might topple over even in his muscled form, but also made sure everybody from AU heard of Bakugo's new little problem, and even if somebody somehow missed the news, the gossip mongers between teachers and students will be more than happy to report the new juicy update to whoever was open to listen. Now I get it. Tashinori said, still with ringing ears. Yes. And since you were the moron that insisted in putting those two together in the test as an utterly stupid plan to make them drop the hostility, you will be the one telling young Katsuki that for him, No Nut November will start sooner, the old lady added before walking away. And you can't. How dare you ask me, an innocent maiden, to kiss a boy there? Pervert, the healing hero answered before marching out of the room in great fury. I am not a pervert. Yagi muttered with a weak voice. The next day, UA High School Infirmary. When Bakugo finally woke up, he found a tablet propped on his bandaged chest, and Aizawa himself sitting next to him with a scowl on his face. Good morning, finally awake. Young. Bakugo tried saying, but his wired mouth turned everything into a muffled groan. I am here to tell you that you will be taking part to anger managing classes. There is no option, you will go there. Eraserhead answered while turning on the tablet. And this video is why we are telling you will take those classes. See? This is the part where the kid's torso gets blasted open and his organs turn to half-burned sludge. The teacher said, reproducing the closing part of Bakugo's battle trial, an extract of the exact moment his final attack pretty much killed Izuku, in high-definition slow motion that made the blonde's stomach churn. Do not look away, enjoy the fruits of your work. See this? This little thing flying off is the kid's liver, those white fragments are the ribs, and that is his intestines getting shredded and then burned. Aizawa explained, pausing the video and pointing at the blasted pieces of flesh between the giant splash of blood from Izuku's blasted chest. The quirk may have meant that the kid did not truly needed those body parts, but the image was still utterly gruesome. Huge. Bakugo felt something awful tasting and acidic travel upward his throat, but the tight bandages on his mouth and face made it impossible for him to spit everything out, forcing him to painfully swallow everything back. You are dim and lucky. The boy has insane healing abilities, as you can see here. While you gloated, he slowly rebuilt his body enough to stand and take you for a ride through walls. Do you understand how lucky you were? Any other human would have been dead. You would have killed them on the spot. Aizawa explained with a cold voice. On his part, Bakugo just closed his eyes as tight as he could. You can close your eyes all you want, but that won't erase your mistakes. Had him died, you would have been hauled to prison without much fanfare since you purposely blasted him full power. We are investigating why your gauntlets were that powerful, but as far as I am concerned, you got it easy by just getting some mandatory anger classes, something that the principal had already planned for. The only difference is that now you have no choice but taking them, the teacher said, before leaning closer to the blonde. You killed a student, Katsuki-san, regeneration or not. For a minute he was dead. Let that sink in and ask yourself, is my quest to be the absolute #1 worth getting my hands dirty in blood of friends and enemies? Aizawa whispered before walking away. Reflect on what happened while you are here. That Midoriya boy may not want to press charges or even ask for compensation for repairing his costume, but we teachers won't forget what happened to one of the kids under our care, and neither should you. There may not be an immortal kid in front of you the next time you lose control. Then you will have to explain to a mother why her kid deserved such a brutal death for annoying you. Slam. When the door to the infirmary went slammed shut, Katsuki simply clamped his eyes shut and stood in silence. Unfortunately, his brain saw necessary to replay over and over the detailed video of him killing somebody. At the same time, Rumi's penthouse. Unaware of all that happening, Rumi had just finished watching the recording of Izuku's battle trial, comprised the scene of his apparent death and regeneration, leaving the bunny hero looking at the screen in slight interest as soon as the final shield rush was over. Oh, Melodia, Rumi said to her phone while rewinding a couple scenes to watch them at slow motion. Yes. Maria Sakamoto, née Gastaldi, former Italian pro hero known as Melodia d'Amore, and now freelance promoter image manager for whatever pro hero eager to pay her exorbitant fees, asked as soon as she picked up the phone. Just watch the DVD. Yes? And? I think I can work with what I am seeing, very rough around the edges and zero finesse, but I love the brutal power. Should have used his legs more though. I am pretty sure you can teach him the awesomeness of leg power if you take him in, the promoter answered, chuckling. True enough. Do you have more material about him? I still saw too little to decide. Rumi wondered, rewinding the video to see the claws and muscle mass powers in action frame by frame. I can try have some videos of him mid-training in UA's gym. How's? They don't let cameras in. I have my ways. Are you interested? Yeah. Send more stuff, so I can see if he is worth the time. Is he cute enough at least? The woman asked, her smirk so evident Rumi could almost feel it through the phone call. Shut the F up. I'll take that as a yes then. I'll see what I can gather. Hey. Yes, she asked, unsure by the strange low and dangerous tone the bunny hero had just used. I know how money-hungry you can be. I am the only one you are showing off this kid to, isn't it? Rumi asked. Don't worry, dear. You are having an exclusive preview. Maria answered. You better. You can trust me, Rumi, the promoter answered before closing the call. At the same time, Sakamoto and Sakamoto Promoting Agency, Maria's office. The same video of Izuku's battle trial was being played on the woman's desktop while a secondary monitor had been neatly separated in sections, each one with a tiny window dedicated to a one-on-one chat between her and other clients. Chat 1. Fat Gum. Let's say that I am interested in the kid. How much for more material? Chat 2. Mountain Lady. Okay, I am fairly impressed. And you say that I can also get more points by adding him to my live streams than only partnering with Kamui. Chat 3. Ryukyu. Very unrefined, but a good diamond all the same. Can you send me more details? Chat 4. Endeavor. I am still not convinced. Send me more videos and I will consider it. And make it snappy. I have no time to waste if the brat is a weakling. Chat 5. Kamui Woods. He looks promising, but don't tell an lady I saw this. last thing I need is her getting jealous. I'll think about your offer. Chat 6, Edge shot. That whip power is similar to mine. He turned his arm into a thin string of flesh to attack his enemy. Send me more videos, I'm interested. Chat 7, King Orca. Unrefined. Unpolished. Just raw power with no direction whatsoever. A dumb animal destroying everything with no brain or strategy. Send more info, I want him. Sorry, Rumi. Maria muttered with a sigh as she saw those messages pile up from other heroes she had given exclusive preview of the same video. Business is business, that I just wish to understand what Nizu-san is planning. Not everybody is as good as him at 4D chess. The woman's defeated expression grew deeper the more she thought about what the UA principal may be planning by letting her leak that video to few pro heroes of his choosing. Ding. A new update, the changeling hero, Darwin. He chose quite the nice name too. And that too will be sent to those customers. I really hope you know what you are doing, Nizu-kun. The promoter muttered while sharing Izuku's hero name with the 8 pro heroes she was secretly sending info to. At the same time, secret location. So the Blacklight virus surfaced again. James Heller is still alive. So it seems, leader. Alert the league that I want the boy to be put under close watch. Keep me constantly informed, Kurogiri. It shall be done, leader. Pairing, Deku Ochako Uraraka Himiko Toga. UA High School, corridors, a week after the battle trial. Bakugo had finally returned to full health and was permitted to return to attend classes like normal, and he was now traversing the corridors towards Class A1, although he had plans more about somebody in there than for the lessons themselves. Yeah, the kid from Class 1A. Bakugo uttered, stopping mid-step to listen. The guy that hangs with Togata? Yeah, that one. Since when the big 3 are chummy with a first year. The F, are they talking about? The violent punk muttered as he stealthily neared the 2 second years talking by the bathroom doors. I heard because All Might took interest in him as well. Student 1 answered. That and the fact he is immortal. Student 2 added. Waff. That's what I heard. I have a young cousin that took the entrance exam. He said he saw that boy get squished like a bug by a car thrown by that rampaging robot. Squished. Totaled. He even lost an arm, not just, cut with a blade, but torn off from something heavy. His body, he said, was completely destroyed. Even the brain was visible, and he healed just like that. Bullshit. I have a friend with a regeneration quirk, and SHE took a week to regrow a finger after an incident with some fireworks. She explained to me, even regeneration quirks have limits. If you cut their heads off, they die. Everything dies if you chop their head off, dude. That's beside the point. Nobody is immortal. Then how do you describe it when somebody can regrow every organ? That comment made Bakugo flinch. Waff. I heard it from one of Recovery Girl's patients. She was in the bed right next to some guy. Apparently he blew that kid up, straight killed him. And they expelled him? No. That's the absurd thing. Since the victim resurrected and did not press charge, they did nothing. Okay, that's messed up. You can't let a killer in school, and neither an immortal freak. Yeah, both are bad. Shut the F up. Bang. It was hard to say if it was the killer or the freak remark that set Bakugo off. The fact remains that the blonde blasted both morons straight through the bathroom doors right before marching towards his classroom with heavy steps. Class 1. That sounded like Bakugo. Izuku said, sighing. So Boombaka is coming back? Himiko answered, sighing. So it seems, Toga-san. Ida answered. Would it kill you to call me Toga-chan? I thought we were friends. She countered with a huff. Karo. It's a losing battle, Himi-chan. He and Midori-chan can't call me Tsuren either. Tsuyu answered with an annoyed croak. We just don't want to annoy you. Both Ida and Izuku answered as one in perfect sync. Use the DMN nicknames instead. Himiko ordered. Himiko-chan. Izuku muttered, face completely red. Toga-chan. Ida added, just as embarrassed. Karo. Titsutan, both chorused. Good boys, the frog girl answered, smiling pleased. Do we have to fear the worst? Ochako asked, looking at the door in dread. I know he means well, he just has a very bad attitude, Izuku answered, sighing. He is violent, Aizachan. Himiko answered. I think we can befriend him instead. Kirishima declared with a wide smirk. It will take some work, but I too believe it is feasible. Siro added. If they permitted him to stay, it means the school knows he can actually be a hero. Momo said. As long as he doesn't get in the way. Todoroki answered with an uncaring shrug. Slam. Du. Bakugo hadn't even finished slamming the door open that he was already screaming Izuku's nickname. Yes? The boy asked back, and behind him Ida eyed in worry the glint of a knife he saw peek from the back of Himiko's uniform as soon as she moved to grab it. In answer, Bakugo lifted Izuku's shirt, flashing the entire class the boy's surprisingly well-developed chest. Are those abs? Mineta asked with bulged-out eyes. He did mention perfected biology as an added effect of his quirk. Tokoyami answered, shrugging. Yowie! 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 Toru squealed immediately. Karo, please calm down the hormones. BB Bakugo. Izuku in the meantime forcefully pulled back down his uniform and took a step back while blushing crimson. You don't have scars. Bakugo said with a low voice. I never get those Kaya, the other tried saying, before shrieking as the punk grabbed his chin to move his face around. Kiss. Kiss him, goddammit. Toru. Momo yelled while glaring at the invisible girl. How? Bakugo asked. How what? Izuku answered. I saw the video, I saw you. Explode and die. Bakugo answered, sounding strangely unwilling to talk about his death. I got better. You shouldn't have. You wanted me dead? Izuku asked, hurt, and now Ida and Ochako had Tio restrain Himiko before she could assault Bakugo. No. Yudai, it's not normal. It's my quirk. You don't have a quirk. You are a quirkless. Sling. Then what's this? Izuku asked while showing the claws. Power. I don't know, but it's not a quirk. Bakugo answered, stubbornly sticking to his point. But why it's so important for you that I am a quirkless? Because you can't have one. Why? Because I have to be the hero between us. Bakugo snapped angrily, then noticing what he said and turning absurdly pale. What? Forget it. Bakugo answered with a small voice to then drop on his seat at his desk and glare at whoever tried to talk to him. Are you okay? Himiko asked once finally broke free of Ochako and Ida's hold on her to check every inch of Izuku's body. I am okay. I swear, nothing bad happened, he answered. But it could have. Remember, I can't do this without you. You have to stick to my side always. We'll be heroes together, Himiko answered while adjusting his clothes and the tie of his uniform. Of course, I will be careful and always be there if you need me, Izuku answered with a small smile. Good, she answered, smiling wide herself. Same for all of you, he then added while looking at Ida and Ochako. Same here. Ochako answered with an embarrassed thumbs up. You all can count on me as well, Ida said while comically chopping around with his arms, as always when he was embarrassed. Good to see you all being in such a good mood. Then maybe today I won't regret getting out of the bed. Aizawa declared with a tired voice while entering the class. Why yes. Izuku muttered as he saw the man look at him intensely enough it seemed he was trying to give him a full-body scan. Nothing. Get seated, everybody. Today we'll move to the next chapter, so listen well because it will be new stuff, Aizawa answered before turning towards the chalkboard, only half his brain focusing on the current lesson. The other half was focused more on the faculty meeting they all had that morning in Nizu's office, before lesson started. Earlier that day, every teacher, old and new, of UA High School had just took their seat in front of Nizu's gargantuan desk, that many secretly thought was a childish attempt at compensating for the animal chimera's non-threatening height. Good to see things run smoothly as always. Now, to finish this meeting in a pleasant way, some tea? Nizu had, uncharacteristically for such a meeting, fished out a plain-looking tea set as soon as the meeting had reached its closing, an action that sent the more paranoid teachers on high alert. Thank you. Ectoplasm answered, unsure, while accepting her own cup. "This is gold imperial," Aizawa muttered with a strained voice as soon as he tried it, and just like him, every other teacher immediately went into full panic. "Oh, you recognized it? I am glad," Nizu answered with a chilling smile. "We all recognized it," Present Mike said, dryly, as if the meaning behind that choice of tea held a dark omen. "You don't like it?" the Ratman asked, sounding just as innocent as a butcher looked to a lamb. "You usually offer oolong or Earl Grey when you feel generous." "Enough to share," Midnight answered, tensing on her chair as if ready to bolt out of the room at the moment's notice. "But you take out the gold imperial when you are planning something," Power Loader added. He instead was eyeing the window and clearly calculating survival chances for his jump. "The windows are missile-proof. And the doors locked," Nizu said, his smile growing even more malicious. Both pro-heroes cursed under their breath. "Language," Recovery Girl chided them. She was the only one there to be utterly calm and relaxed. "I'll take him. You others run while I distract him," Gunhead yelled as he jumped to his feet. "I'll help you. Mike, you and Power Loader take down the door," Aizawa added while unfolding his scarf. "If you have quite done acting as if I was Satan," Nizu, uncaring of the chaos, asked while purposely drinking his tea with loud slurping noises. "You are worse. At least Satan does offer something in exchange if he asks something," Midnight answered while still shamelessly picking on the door's lock with a hairpin. "I just want to talk," Nizu answered, now showing some very faint traces of offense at the remark. "Give them time, dear," Recovery Girl said with a comforting smile. "Talk? About what?" Ectoplasm asked with narrowed eyes. "Nothing serious, just a remark about how one of our first years is not a quirked, but rather the holder of powers coming from his being completely made out of a super-adaptive, self-evolving, almost indestructible and unstable virus bioweapon that can hypothetically eradicate the entire human race should it go out of control." Nizu answered, tone calm and collected, like his answer was common occurrence. "That's it. I am out." Mike answered first as he tried to scream the door down. "Mike, cut it out," Midnight yelled. "Sorry. Relax. The boy has the thing under control. The guy training him is one of the guys that got infested the first time and killed the terrorist responsible of the virus first release that almost turned America into a wasteland devoid of life." Nizu answered with a placating and yet amused tone. "When did that happen?" "I never heard of that." "When?" "A couple years before Quirks appeared, early 2000s, Recovery Girl answered. "How can somebody be still alive to teach a kid then?" Midnight asked, confused. "But it's the kid that got exploded and resurrected, isn't it?" Aizawa asked with narrowed eyes. "Him indeed. What ticked you off?" Nizu answered, pleased. "That level of regeneration is unheard of, at least in somebody with a quirk giving them a solid body instead of a gas-like or semi-liquid one. And even then, once lost body mass that doesn't return that he regrew organs that had been incinerated instead. The boy has inside what we may call Quirks 1.0, the first version of what will years later become the mutation-generating quirks as we know them. I got plans that need the boy's secret to remain as such for a little while still, and I need your help." Nizu explained. "What kind of plans?" "We are still talking about a kid," Power Loader asked, neither him or the others liking what the principal was implying. "Nothing villainous, relax. I just need him as a bait of sort, and if things go as planned I will be able to pay him back 100-fold once the dust settles. But in order for this to work, I need no Prime Minister breathing on our neck to relinquish the boy to them to either force him to join the JSDF as a weapon or get killed because considered a national threat. Or worse, forced to spend the rest of his life as a lab rat." The last part was just a cold, low muttering that managed to freeze the teacher's blood solid from its malice alone. Bait. All for One is alive, we all know it. Cockroaches like him are hard to kill, he is somewhere out there to plan, and I hope he will be stupid enough to try something to get his hands on that virus, because the moment he tries, we'll be there to catch him. "And it will work?" Ectoplasm asked. "That thing is a man-made superpower able to rival quirks. That fool will like the idea too much to not find it attractive," Recovery Girl answered. You know something as well, don't you? Pretty much everything that there is to know, she answered. And I just so happen to have several copies of highly confidential information our government helped hiding years ago since they were part of the elite group of chosen that hoped to use that same virus to live forever. I just casually hacked into their mainframes and mistakenly made several copies of them to give it to you along copies of what Mr. Heller, the guy training Midoriya-san in using his powers, gave us that I can't believe I misclicked my mailbox and erroneously stolen and erased. Top secret government data from secret servers nobody was supposed to know about. How silly of me, Nizu said, not even trying to hide his smirk. He knew few soldiers in some secret Japanese base had just been summarily shot for the disappearance of those and many other similar irreplaceable one-copy-only data folders from their servers he pillaged, but since they were the same guys that used to experiment on him, well, he honestly didn't care. Will we get arrested if they know we have these? Gunhead asked while he and every other teacher accepted their own folder containing the copies of what Nizu stole. Oh, no. They will immediately shot you and say it was a villain attack. They are trying to cover an old moment of shame. A trial would get too much attention. Nizu answered with an amiable chuckle. So, memorize and destroy? Aizawa asked with a faint voice. Yes. Okay. Relax. It's better doing this than letting some white-collar buffoon know and get some moron politician muck everything just because they got greedy. Even if I believe Heller-san would be more than eager to kill every member of Japan's government so to hopefully get new ones in there that will have more common sense, but even I don't trust the odds of that happening, the Ratman said. Just let them read Nizu. There will be more than enough there for them to get on board with your little project. Recovery Girl answered, watching every teacher stand in silence with their nose deep in the folder in their hands. I hope so. If you have questions, there are several pie charts on the back of the last page detailing in simpler terms what you need to know about the Blacklight virus and its powers. Honestly speaking, the full scope of what Nizu was asking them to help along was so mind-numbing insane many wondered if it wouldn't have been easier chasing other careers when they were younger. Later that day, art class with Midnight. As you can see, the emergence of Quirks influenced the artistic production of the late 2060s. Suddenly, abstract art became normal as real people started having extra arms or legs, or electric blue skin or other features detaching from the concept of normalcy society held until that moment. Nemuri explained as the projector showed side-by-side two famous paintings, the Mona Lisa on the left and a portrait of a woman with goat horns on the right. Like in this case, one is a legendary painting of the pre-Quirk era, the other one of the first of the post-Quirk era, affectionately called the Modern Lisa, in honor of Da Vinci's work, even painted in the same style. What does this tell you? She asked. That human society evolved alongside Quirks? Momo offered. That is a way to describe it, yes, but it's also a lesson in how normal and beautiful are a product of our society. We, as a whole, unanimously decide what is normal and what isn't, based on our life experiences. Midoriya? Can you show the class those finger blades of yours? Nemuri asked. The claws, sensei? The boy asked while getting up. Yes, please. Sling. Good, keep them out, please. Ashido? Get up, please. The teacher then asked. Okay. Mina said, doing as asked. Ajui? Up and tongue out. Ribbit. Sensei. The frog girl said, getting up and fully unfolding her long tongue. Good. You others, what do you see? Nemuri asked. Our classmates? Kaminari asked, unsure. Look deeper, she answered, rolling her eyes. Quirks? Chaco asked. Almost there. They are anomalies in the human sense of things. Like many of us, they would have been considered freaks a long time ago. Mizo said while showing his extra arms. Precisely. In the pre-Quirk era, a painting of them would have been declared impressionism, an alteration of normal human appearances created for the sole purpose of drawing something alien. And had they walked the streets of early 2000, I assure you very few people would have been happy. They would have gained looks of pity, or disgust, or even caused mass hysteria. Them? But they are the nicest guys I know. Kirishima said, confused. Thank you, Izuka muttered with a red face. looking just as sheepish as Mina and Tsuyu were. Yes, because now they are normal, and their oddities are just part of the norm you see every day. You can see what's beyond and see the real them. And this reconnects to what will be your homework. I want you all to write a small essay divided in 2 parts, one from the point of view of a pre-Quirk era artist and half from the point of view of a post-Quirk era artist. Describe yourself, or a friend or a pro-hero you admire while using, or guessing, the point of view of the 2 artists in question. In our next lesson, I will then help you use that essay to create a drawing of the same subject in those 2 styles you described. Do this properly and you will hopefully learn that in the end, everything is normal if you have an open mind. Namuri explained, just as the bell for the end of the lesson rang. Good, you are free to go, and remember, I won't accept half-butted works. I'll punish you otherwise, the teacher said with a feral smile that made the entire class pale a little. Midoriya? Why yes. You can transform your hands back to normal, silly, the woman said, chuckling. Yes, sorry, the boy said, turning the huge spiked arms back to normal. It's okay. Remember, your quirk does not make you any stranger than everybody else, okay? Do not fear it, she said with a wink. Wise, sensei. Blushing crimson at the gesture, the boy hurried away to join Himiko, Ida and Ochako that were waiting for him in the corridors. Hard to believe that such a shy little thing is that dangerous. Good thing he is not an egocentric moron. Those powers could not get to a nicer kid, the woman sighed in dismay. With Izuku. Why sensei told you to not fear your quirk? Tako asked, curious. See, can you keep a secret? Izuku asked with a low voice. Of course, she answered immediately. Whatever is that is bothering you, you can tell me, Midoriya-kun. Ida added. Thank you. Tito Koyami-sen? Izuku answered. Yes? And why so formal? The Birdman answered, unsure. Didn't want to assume. No need to worry. You need assistance? He replied, waving him off. Pretty much. Can you others come with me for a second? It will take a minute. Lead the way as long as we won't miss lunch. Thank you, the young man answered, grateful as he took the guys to an empty classroom, unaware that Bakugo was tailing him in secret. What are you up to, nerd? The blonde thought with narrowed eyes as she stealthily got near the classroom's door enough to eavesdrop. Inside the empty room. So? What's wrong? Ochako asked as soon as they got in. It's a big deal, Ochako-chan. You others really need to keep it a secret. Himiko answered, sitting on the same desk Izuku was sitting on and grabbing his hand as a show of support. We won't talk, promise. Tokoyami assured her. Go on, Midoriya-kun. What's wrong? Ida asked. My quirk.my quirk is alive. Sort of, Izuku admitted, sighing. Alive? Ochako asked. Like Dark Shadow. Tokoyami said, and as on cue the shadowy creature in him peeked out. From behind him. Wait, does yours act independently? Izuku asked. More or less, he tends to go berserk if there are too many shadows around, otherwise I can control him, the Birdman answered. The chuckle they heard from Izuku was not happy in the slightest. Good for you. I have to hold mine back instead. It's always hungry all the time. Izuku admitted with dull eyes. Hungry how? Please elaborate. Ida asked, immediately catching the dread in his friend's voice. Hungry. My v.my quirk's name is not metamorph. It's consume. Everything biological can be eaten and absorbed. That I fear human flesh too. I can feel it wriggle under my skin constantly. Everything I touch makes my craving spike. Do you know how it feels to have a small voice in the back of your head listing you all the way you can kill and consume everything around you, constantly? My quirk scares me that it's alive, and wants to keep me alive by any means necessary as everything I eat heals me. Izuku admitted, looking down in shame. So, just like me, his quirk would be top of the list under the villain labeling. You still had no occasion to fully see mine. But if I drink somebody's blood I can turn into a perfect replica of them, even briefly copying their quirk if I really want to be them. The downside you did not know about is that I have continuous cravings for blood, and personality disorders with episodes of violence since I literally become somebody else for a brief moment and my brain risks short-circuiting when I revert back. That is why the principal signed us for the buddy program. As for now, he is the only hero that can work safely with me, and me with him. That's why the teachers sometimes remind him and me to not fear our gift. Himiko added. How do you do it, Tokoyami? How do you control Dark Shadow? Izuku asked. Iya. The birdman exhaled, scratching the back of his neck. Is not about control, Izuku. It's about trust, he answered. Uhu. Your quirk has a minimum quantity of sentience, right? It has basic thoughts and instincts, one of which is keeping you alive, as I was told you are kind of accident-prone. That would be an understatement. Midoriya-kun, you should also learn some self-preservation, Ida answered. Your quirk is not your enemy, it's not there to ruin you. It wants to keep you alive and safe, as you said, and you described it as hyperadaptive, yes? Changing itself and you the moment you need it the most, isn't it? Never to hinder, but to help. Why yes. Those are the marks of a friend, not an enemy. It sees everything as food, and that is also normal because at the end of the day, food and people are made of the same proteins and other components. It's up to you to teach him what is and isn't food. You should not immediately curse your quirk for mixing them up, see it as a child still learning. Trust your quirk and you'll see you won't need to control it. You two will just work together as a team. Tokoyami explained, and Dark Shadow behind him seemed to preen a little in pride at his words. You and Himiko are not alone, we are all here to learn to use our quirks to be heroes. And if you are here to begin with, it means that the principal and the other teachers know you can use your powers to help others, Ochako said, grabbing both Izuku and Himiko's hands in hers, making them chuckle at her keeping both pinkies up to not make them float. Powers like yours can easily be used for villainy, but so is mine, or Uraraka-san or Tokoyami-san. It is not the power in itself to be evil or monstrous, it's how we use it that determines who we are. And I can only see two great heroes ready to bloom when I look at you both. Ida added, smiling proud. To the other's shock, Izuku broke into a relieved crying fit, prompting Himiko to hug him tightly and both Tokoyami and Ida to awkwardly pat his shoulders, too used to keep their emotions straight to know how to deal with somebody expressing them in a more overt manner. It's okay, you two are between friends, nobody will think you are a monster, promise? Ochako said. Outside the classroom, Bakugo stood in silence, a blank expression on his face as he recalled all the times he had called him useless, and wondering if fear had been what held Izuku back from admitting of having a quirk. Were you afraid of me, Izuku? Bakugo muttered to himself, feeling a slight pang in his chest all of a sudden. Considering your attitude, it wouldn't surprise me, a voice said from behind him, making him jump. Why you? So he hates his own quirk, that we do have more in common than what I thought. Midoriya becomes more interesting the more time passes, Shoto Todoroki admitted, looking at the door with a raised eyebrow. What's it to you, half and half? Bakugo demanded, and his roar alerted the group inside the room he was out there. Nothing of your business, Katsuki-san. Shoto answered while walking away. We have not finished talking, Biggie. Katsuki-san? Izuku asked while peeking outside from the classroom. Just go have lunch, nerd. And mind your own effing business. Bakugo answered as he too marched away. Rude attitude aside, he is right, lunch break is almost over. Let's go, there is a quiet place in the school grounds isolated enough for us to talk, we won't be disturbed there. Tokoyami said, gently leading Izuku away by the arm and followed by the others. Unseen by them, Katsuki watched the group walk away to help both Izuku and Himiko, and had one looked wheel, they would find a strange light in the blonde boy's eyes before he hurried away. Meanwhile, secret location. Is everything ready? Ho ho ho. Our little anti-all might weapon is ready for deployment. Just waiting for you to give the order, sir. Good job, Doctor. Kurogyri. Yes, Master? Contact our spy. We need the exact date for their visit to the USJ. I want our little Nomu to have plenty of kids to play with. I want all might broken in mind and spirit. The will be done, Master. The others are ready as well. Even our new recruit is eager to take part to the raid. What about the Blacklight brat? Just monitor how he acts. It's still too soon for his role in our plans. We need him to mature just a bit more. Of course, sir. Once again in the dimly lit lab, a round of deranged laughter echoed ominously, making the various monstrous creatures sleeping inside their tubes stir a little in reflex. At the same time, Nisa's office. The rat man sat alone at his desk while drinking yet another cup of tea. As always, his dependency on the drink flared up in tandem with his latest plan. Next to the cup there were the papers necessary to take Class 1A to the unforeseen simulation joint that was planned to happen soon. "Sir?" Nisa's secretary said from the intercom. "Yes. The spy has been contacted, everything is going according to the scenario," the man at the other side reported. "Thank you, Ikari-kun. Keep me informed, everything must go according to the script we have planned for." Nizu answered, "Of course, sir." Taking a long sip, the rat chimera sat in silence for a moment, deep in thought as he savored his drink. "Your move now, all for one." "Surprise me," Nizu whispered to the empty room, before dialing a number fast as a flash on his phone. "James? It's me." "Yes. It's time." Sheet. Nizu could not in good conscience fault him for that answer. The stuff was really about to hit the fan after all. Extra file, stupid CC Deku. Art class with Midnight. Today we will study the human body and how the advancement of medical knowledge influenced art as well, and vice versa. Namuri explained as her projector showed few scans of ancient-looking sketches of a human arm. "Really?" Oyama asked. "You would be surprised to know many artists were actually commissioned illustrations at the start of their careers. But now we'll go into a bit of practice as well, to make it more interesting. Split in groups, one will be the model and the other will draw. Once done you will switch with your partner and the artist will become the model. No pervert drawing, of course," Namuri said, and skillfully ignored Mineta's whining fit. "Wanna go first?" "You are better than me at drawing," Izuku said with a sheepish smile. "Okay, but you'll have to go shirtless," Himiko answered, her expression becoming feral fast. "Don't be shy. Abs are not obscene," she answered. "Why, you sure?" "Ahoo." "Okay," the young man said, and recalling the biomass acting as the top half of his uniform so to remain bare-chested. "Not too far away, with Jiro and Momo." "Okay, so I'll be the model first?" Momo asked, eager. "I'll draw you good, have no fear," Jiro answered with a thumbs up. "Perfect. I trust Y.Wow." Momo's answer went interrupted as her wide eyes locked on something behind the earjack girl. "Something holy sheet." Jiro gasped as she too looked behind her to see the rocking abs and muscles of Himiko's model. "Karo, you could grate cheese on those." Tsuyu was heard mutter in awe. "CC, can you please stop looking? It's embarrassing." Izuku begged with a red face and defeated expression that only worsened the situation. "Class, please relax, and you, Midoriya, cover yourself. Just because Himiko asked doesn't mean you have to do it," Namuri called out from her desk with a sigh. Sorry, sensei," Izuku answered, meekly. "Sorry, mistress," the same boy-ummed inside Midnight's imagination, soon followed by a cruel female laugh and the cracking sound of a whip. "Anish," the teacher grunted while biting her knuckles. "If her dry spell did not end soon, that kid will be the death of her." Things unfortunately did not get better for Midnight when Aizawa dropped another bomb on her lap. Nexu had apparently talked Rumi Usajiyama into joining UA as a teacher, and SHE had to be the bunny girl's helper to get her acquainted as a teacher. Starting by taking Class 1A to the school pool for some water-themed recovery lessons in preparation for their future trip to the USJ building. "Okay, brats. Few back and forth to get acclimated to the water temperature and then we'll start." Namuri groaned as Rumi next to her gave a fairly good impression of an army instructor, almost kicking each kid into the water herself whenever it was their turn. "A bit of tact, Usajiyama-sen. Just a bit of tact." Midnight muttered in dismay. "I'll use tact when I will see something worth the effort." "You are up next, broccoli boy," the bunny girl answered, scoffing. "Oh, for the love of..." What Namuri was about to hiss, stopped when she saw the rapt attention the girls in class were giving to the pool. "Ooh? What now?" she muttered, confused, and it was then that the class watched Midoriya climb out of the pool wearing only a pair of super skin-tight, biomass-made, swimming trunks that looked paint-on and left nothing to imagination, and his wet hair hanging down in a very enticing manner. Theme. Both Namuri and Usajiyama were forced to mentally admit as their eyes fell on the young man's perfect but something that in their humble opinion was worthy to be immortalized on marble so that future generations could say, "That's some fire booty," for millennia to come once seen it. Midoriya Ubisi. Mineta howled in disbelief and tears of blood as he and Kirishima noticed how every girl in their class kept looking down there on Izuku's body. "Something's wrong?" he asked innocently. "No, baby. It's all perfect from what I can see from here." Rumi answered with a grin, before yelping in agony for the elbow to the liver Namuri gave her for her lack of professionalism. That boy will kill her, Namuri was sure of it. Luckily, in a sense, she was not the only one suffering from the boy's attitude. Heroics class, with Toshinori. "So, I have been reading some guidebooks for aspiring teachers, at Nisa's insistence, and I think I got this down." Finally, Toshinori, wearing the eye-watering yellow-striped suit he elected as his teacher's garb, admitted while still perusing the book in his hands. "Hallelujah." Bakugo groaned in relief, a sentiment shared by the rest of the class as well. Here it suggests using actual examples to help the lesson stick, pretty much. So today, since the program talks about teaching you how to deal with megalomaniacs that have took hostages, one of you will play the villain while you others will take turns talking to him or her. The goal is to keep the villain occupied for 5 minutes, ideally the time needed to your buddy or the police to get in and stop them for good. Got it? Yes, sensei. Good. Of course we won't be able to get all of you to be the villain today, but I was accused to rush too much, so if this time I take things slower they should not whine. Let's start. Azui? You first. And then came Izuku's turn. I am not exactly villain material, the boy admitted, sheepish. It's okay, just make it as much a stereotype you can then, at least we all will get a chuckle out of it like friends. Toshinori answered with an encouraging smile. Okay, it's so, stereotype villain, the boy muttered, and immediately, as soon as he mentally visualized what he needed, the Blacklight virus transformed his school uniform into an elegant dark green suit and shirt ensemble adorned by a blood-red tie. Sorry if I borrowed this, but if I got the idea for this scene, it's thanks to this fan art. Hehehe. So many heroes to play with. I can't wait, villain Izuku said with a very aroused-sounding as his gloved hands palmed his cheeks. We'll have so much fun together. He then said with a chilling smile and almost shining acid green eyes. Like this? Izuku asked once dropped the act. Yeah, that could work. Toshinori answered, unsure, especially at the intense silence in the classroom. So, who wants to take him first? Me. Me. No, me. Goddammit, I saw him first. I can take him all day long. You can stab me whenever you want, Izzy. Stab me. Stab me. Eek. Izuku shrieked as he saw the hungry looks he was being subjected with. I guess they like villain Midoriya, Todoroki said with an uncaring shrug. This is unbecoming for heroes. This is borderline SXL harassment. Ida answered, looking awfully indignant. I meant, take him on as a villain, Toshinori grumbled, face-palming at the chaos he had caused. That's stupid CC Deku. Bakugo's muttering though caused a new veil of silence to fall into the room. And thus, the rumor mill of UA had several other stories to share about Class 1A, and Inko got Aizawa begging her to teach her son to be careful and not stuck people around him by mistake. People's self-control could last only so much before snapping and attacking that stupid CC cinnamon roll. UA High School, Nisa's office. The Rat-Bearman Chimera was looking at the pro-hero 13 sitting in front of him with an unreadable expression. From the beginning, he asked. Exactly as programmed, Class 1A accompanied by Aizawa reached the courtyard of the building with barely a minute to spare from the accorded time. I went through the usual welcoming speech and explained to the kids why they had been brought there in the first place. Up until that moment, everything followed routine, the woman said, lifting the visor of her spacesuit hero costume to tiredly pass a hand on her face before lowering it back, flashing her face for barely a second. And you noticed nothing strange while you were doing that? No, Nizu-san. My quirk and its destructive potential had always made me wary of the minute changes around me thanks to my paranoia. Nothing was out of ordinary. I see. When did the League of Villains made their flamboyant entrance instead? Nizu asked next. Roughly an hour later, I was just about to divide the kids into groups that would have then been moved by my colleagues in the various test areas, following the accorded program. As soon as I started calling names, the first portal opened and that hand-covered freak popped out. He was excited. For an instant he reminded me of my niece during Christmas. He was clearly eager to be there. Then the others followed him out of that and once declared their intentions, it simply became hell on earth. I can't give you too many details. Add that mist-covered fool managed to monopolize my attention with his powers. 13 answered. They were prepared. And probably had a mole in the US building. Nizu muttered, thoughtful. How? She asked. The cameras were disabled. Well, the ones everybody knew about, the secret ones I personally installed, still worked, but I need some more details from people that actually were there. It's still confirmed that they had a spy in there, because any quirk about portal or teleportation works on coordinates. The more precise they are, the better. And that strange guy managed to split the students into groups and move them with pinpoint accuracy in the various areas. Same for the cannon fodder the villains had brought along. Nizu explained. So they either had somebody there giving them precise information or they got their hands on the building's blueprints. 13 hissed in anger. Updated ones. I have already asked few people I trust to dig around if somebody stole, borrowed, or even just breathed strangely too close to those files. The earthquake test area is brand new, barely a month old after being moved and rebuilt from the ground up, and yet that villain knew where to drop those kids to make it hard for them to leave. They were even too prepared. Whatever you need, just ask and I will help, Nizu-san, the pro-hero answered immediately. Good to know I can count on you. Nizu-san? 13 asked with a small voice. The things he said about the boy, are they true? You mean about him being a walking virus? Nizu asked, nonplussed. Why yes. True, every last word. But I can give you a more detailed explanation since they obviously left out enough details to make sure the kid will get alienated by everybody, so to make him easier to kidnap when they will need him, the principal offered. If you don't mind. Considering this is the same talk Aizawa and Recovery Girl are having with Class 1A this very moment, I don't mind at all. So I will start from the beginning. Thank you. At the same time, Class 1A? There was a somber silence inside the room as Aizawa, Midnight, and Recovery Girl were preparing a projector, and while they waited, most of the students' eyes were locked at the only empty seat in the room, while others looked at the civilian form of Toshinori, at Sir Night-Eye, and at Mirio that stood in a corner with sad expressions. Everything's ready? Toshinori asked. Just call him. Aizawa answered. Yes? The voice coming from the phone speakers was heavy, as if the man at the other side was dreading that call. We are ready, James. I put you on speakers, so feel free to intervene whenever you want, the retired pro-hero All Might said. As long as it will help Izuku, I will. James answered with a tired sigh. You still can't find him? Himiko asked, with the dark bags under her eyes showing how she had not slept a wink after the incident. Her voice too was cracked in worry. I keep combing the city, but he still avoids me. You said that you could find everybody, the girl snapped, furious. I can if who I am looking for has not Blacklight powers as well and can use them to avoid me. I no longer have a hive mind of infected to tap onto and hijack to find my targets. James answered with a tired scream. Hive mind? One of the students muttered, confused. Please calm down, we will find him and help him. But now we need to give people some background, they deserve to know the truth. Mirio begged. This wouldn't have happened had he not joined that demon school. They knew of his powers, sooner or later they would have tracked him down all the same. Night-Eye answered, unfazed. What are you thinking? That I should have consumed you all when you entered his house the first time? Then I would have took his mother and Himiko to America under fake identity. Like that they would have been able to live a normal life. James muttered with a dark tone, making Toshinori flinch in guilt. You have no right to decide for him, Mina muttered. Unfortunately, monsters like us cannot join society like normal people. We must live in the shadows. We are not worthy of the same rights apparently. That is a lie, and you yourself must know this, James-san. It's not the power that makes a villain, it's how it is used. Tokoyami countered. Not the Blacklight. This thing was created to destroy and kill. I consider the fact you all are open to listen a miracle already, but as soon as you learn the truth, then we'll see how far your understanding goes. You are the worst possible teacher Midoriya could have for his powers, Mizo said abruptly. I talk from experience, boy. Your experience, and you filled his head in fear, and this is the result. I know he consumed that monster attacking you all. You mean to tell me that for an instant he did not scare you? James asked with a mocking tone. The class fell into a deep silence at that question. Thought so. I was not afraid. Shoto said. I was more worried about what that would mean for him once eaten that thing. Mine was more worry about his health. The white and red-haired teen explained. The moment I saw it I understood why he hates his quirk. It's easy to be scared of something like that, even if it is under your control. But from what I saw, he knows how to use it. Until the very last moment he never used anything close to lethal force, even against that thing. It was desperation that made him do it. Shoto said. Give them a chance, James-san. They deserve the truth, but I think we can trust them. Midnight said. I don't trust them. I don't trust any of you. As soon as I find Izuku, I will help him pack his things. Japan has just become enemy territory. James. Toshinori gasped in shock. Wait at least until we have done. Aizawa said with a cautious tone. No. You will wait instead. Himiko roared in answer. Fine, but once done I will come collect you too, the man finally conceded. So be it. Very well, as you all remember, those villain that attacked the USJ 2 days ago addressed Midoriya by calling him Blacklight. 2 days ago, USJ Main Hall. The group of villains had just finished coming out from the portal the strange man with a body made of black mist created when he personally addressed them all. Greetings, heroes. We are the League of Villains and we are here today to send a message. The man had declared with a grandiose tone as other people joined him accompanied by a giant thing showing a physique of abnormal muscles. The creature just stood in place drooling and waiting for orders. All Might is not here, Kurodri. The leader of the group, a young man with several severed hands grabbing onto his body, one of which acting as his mask, said with a sneer once looked around. So it seems, but I wonder if killing these kids will give him the right push to come here. Kurodri answered, and the students could somehow tell he had a sinister smile on the quietly burning featureless flame acting as his head. But it seems like the other target is here at least, the guy with horrible scarred and leathery skin said with a tiny smile once his eyes landed on Izuku. Well said, Dabi. Well said. Kurodri admitted. Second target? Izuku asked, getting immediately on the defensive. Have no fear, young Blacklight. Kurodri said with a chilling tone, and pleased by the student's eyes growing wide. We are not here for you, yet we still need you to grow, to evolve, he then said. What do you mean? I don't know what you are talking about. Our leader knows about you, about your dirty little secret, about Heller and your virus. Virus? Tsuyu asked, confused just like many others. Are you sick, Midoriya? Aizawa asked, fervently hoping the villain won't say more. They don't know? How mean of you, kiddo. You should never lie. Dabi said, smirking cruelly. How long do you believe your lie will last? Especially with the potential you could unleash if you just stopped holding yourself back. Yours is not a quirk, and that is exactly what we will need once the time is right, once your strand has developed to our satisfaction. Not a quirk? Kirishima muttered, confused. Your dear friend does not possess a quirk. He can't even be considered human. He is, in its purest form, a virus. A weapon. A walking, thinking extinction event. Can you already do it, I wonder? The cloud. Kurodri asked, voice full of cruel amusement. The rest of the kids and pro-heroes present saw Izuku become impossibly pale and shaking, with tears already welling up in his eyes and mouth opening and closing with no sound coming out. I take that as a yes. How many would die first should you release it? 1,000? 10,000? A million? And how long before the entirety of Japan is erased from the map right after? Each iteration of Blacklight is stronger than the previous, so if Mercer could do those horrible things, if Heller could surpass him, what will you be able to do as the third generation? How far will you grow? For now we will let you go as it is still too soon, but your turn will come, we will come for you once it will be your turn to help us along with our plans, Kurogyari declared as several portals opened under the students to send them in random locations of the USJ building. Yeah. Mission start. The last thing the ones moved away before the portal closed was the hand-covered young man yell in glee. End of the flashback, present time, classroom. What is the cloud that BSTRD talked about? Katsuki asked. One of the most devious things Mercer could do, and that ideally me and Izuku as well could do, if we were sick monsters like him. Simply put, turn every cell of our body into spores of Blacklight virus and violently explode so to cover an ample area in it to start spreading an infection of biblical proportions. I can ideally cover the entire city easily, Izuku would just need to do it inside a mall during rush hour instead. Gentech estimated time ago that even for a cloud that small it would take just a month before a territory as big as half of Japan is lost. Blacklight spreads DMN fast. Too fast. James explained, making the class pale considerably. What is this Blacklight virus then? Momo asked. Here is where I jump in. Recovery Girl said while turning on the projector to show a picture of a jet black cell with thin stubs of hair-thin tentacles around it. This is the Blacklight virus, a picture of a cell from a pure strand, the strand that makes up for 100% of Midoriya's body. Is literally made out of these. Bullshit. That's no blood. He is a human. Katsuki said immediately. That opens another can of worms. James said from the phone with a bitter laugh. What the F do you mean? When you are infected with Blacklight, you become Blacklight. This thing overwrites your entire being, you barely remain you once infected, but transform into a completely different being, you only keep your mind and soul, if those exist, from what you were before. If the virus infects you after you die instead, the thing's able to resurrect your dead body and control it by itself. At that point what others see is just some Blacklight going around wearing your face as a mask, and using your memories to patch up enough sentience for itself to think and act freely. James answered. What? Most of it is explained here in this file, dated 1987. WHWWH. 1987? Tori shrieked. Please don't interrupt. Sorry, the invisible girl muttered. Blacklight's history goes back all the way to 1970s, but we'll get there. Yayorozu, please read it aloud. Aizawa added. Yes. May 10th 11:27 a.m. Test subject Rex. 1-1, dog, race, Rottweiler, owned by Agent Redacted and fully trained as a guard dog. Perfect health. With the agent's approval the dog has been put down by blunt force trauma to the head and then had the head removed completely by gulp. By cutting it off with a medical saw above the third neck vertebrae. Momo read aloud, gulping down her disgust with clear difficulty. What the hell is wrong with that, people? Jiro screeched in horror. They did the same with humans, thousands of them. Keep reading, girl. James answered. I'll try, she answered, taking a deep breath. Once waited 24 hours after incineration of the dog's head, 20 cubic centimeters of strand 3 of the virus has been injected inside the headless body. 10 minutes after injection, subject is once again alive, and once fed dash. With a living and unwilling human, trust me on that. James added, my God, subject is once again alive, and once fed shows no signs of trauma from its death and can still obey commands from Agent Redacted like before. Only difference seems to be cases of heightened hostility towards everybody else that is not the subject's owner. Further test pending. Momo finished reading before shakily returning to sit. What you have heard is one of many similar tests done by the now long defunct Gentech Industries. Aizawa said, showing the next slide. An old picture of two people shaking hands in front of a giant plaque with 3 hexagons. This was a biological and genetic research company founded by Dr. Raymond McMullen while posing as a normal pharmaceutical company. Behind the scene they were the leading experts in biological weapons research. And the guys that created the Blacklight virus, Midoriya's Quirk. Midnight explained. But haven't you said that his is not a quirk, sensei? So you asked. It is. In simple terms, if we all have quirks today, it's probably because Gentech did those experiments and created the Blacklight virus years ago, Recovery Girl said with a grave tone. I am sorry, I don't understand, Tenya asked with a shaken voice as the first to break the long moment of silence. Next slide, please read it aloud, Ida. Aizawa asked somberly. Okay. The boy obeyed and once cleared his throat, started reading aloud what the projector showed on the wall. Dr. Alexander J. Mercer. July 25th. Subject, Maria. Titan, 10 years of age. My God. Subject is healthy and is developing well under the effects of strand 11 of the virus. She is already able to regrow her legs after having them surgically removed as per standard procedure after the car incident where she has been found as the only survivor. Muscle strength increased of 200% along accelerated metabolism. As a curious development, the new feet have an extra toe joint, and no matter how many times said toes are removed, they reform with the exact same defect. Further studies are needed to see if more defects put subjects' health at risk. Tenya finished reading with wide eyes. Beside how disgusting they were to run their tests on children, have you seen anything peculiar? Midnight asked while the bespectacled teen sat back down. The toe joint. One of the ways we still use to recognize the possible presence of a quirk. Momo muttered. So the girl had a quirk? Mina asked. The kid developed powers once artificially mutated by a variant of Blacklight. Aizawa answered. We have theorized that after the battle between James and Mercer, Gentech went forcefully decommissioned to hide their researches that later other companies secretly continued developing until the first quirk appeared. Night Eye explained. They wanted to get quirks? They created quirks. Blacklight was at the beginning just another bioweapon to sell to the best bidder. It was by chance that they discovered it could also create super soldiers. Whoever took over Gentech's researches wanted humanity to take a step forward in evolution, and even a moron can tell they actually did it. James said. How? How did they go from a weapon to, I will make humans better? Kaminari asked. Blacklight is a virus. When it enters a cell, it uses that cell's DNA for its own purposes, activating every non-coding regions of the genome. For you others that have not studied medicine yet, it means drastic and violent biological changes. Recovery Girl explained. Now that usually means massive organs failure, so a very horrible death, but with the Blacklight virus it would sometimes produce a barely functional, semi-liquid blob they could use as a culture to keep that particular strand of virus fresh. The woman said, making many develop a green face of disgust. Then came the funny part. A couple of test subjects, like that kid, did not die or turn into flesh puddles trapped inside an immortal semi-liquid body in constant agony. They got uplifted. They become what you would call quirk today. James said. At that on the screen the teachers projected pictures old and new of Mercer, James and Izuku sporting the mutations caused by the various powers of the Blacklight virus like the claws, the blade or the hammer fist. That picture and the date on it. You are the same James that fought Mercer all those years ago? Chaco asked. Yes. As long as I eat something not necessarily human, I will not grow old or die. There is no illness or old age for somebody like me as long as we have biomass to use. Mercer was killed before he could bring to light Gentech's experiments. The Blacklight virus he had with him as a proof infected his corpse and brought it back to life while also infecting millions of people, turning the ones with weak DNA into zombie-like creatures or other monstrosities, and for a while the virus believed to be Mercer, before it learned the truth and just rejected its newfound humanity, in a sense. Tashinori explained, sighing. Years later Mercer infected me with the idea of turning me into his lieutenant in his quest of world domination uplifting. I instead killed and consumed the bestiardi. Done that while the leaders of the world managed with some difficulties to erase every trace of what happened from history books, I went into hiding and switched identities for years. Until I met Izuku and got him almost killed because of a punk villain wannabe. In order to not have a kid on my conscience, I took a gamble and infected him with Blacklight to save his life, and here we are. James said, sighing. Was he still alive when you did that? Tenya asked. Yes, don't worry, he is Izuku, not a virus pretending to be him. Why did you do that? Who the F gave you the right? Katsuki demanded, wild micro-explosions popping in his hands without control. It was either that or letting him die, you megalomaniac Pomeranian. Please calm down. Mirio begged. So what now? Jiro asked, uncertain. Now it's up to you. The Prime Minister is already breathing on our neck. Midoriya will have to either return here, or be closed in some lab under their direct control. Depending which one of the two options he chooses, he will either learn to be a hero or be removed. Midnight answered, shuddering a little. You meant killed, sensei? Momo asked, making many look at her with scared eyes. That's the best scenario. I would not put it past them to use him to create their personal quirked agents, like Hawks has secretly warned us about. James answered with a bitter tone. Thank God Nizu convinced him to be our mole in there, Toshinori muttered, sighing. What do you think? Ochako asked to her classmates. He must be demon scared now, Kaminari answered. Not in small part thanks to his teacher. James must have filled his head in tales of Gentech and whatnot, so now he probably sees enemies everywhere. Aoyama answered. Those were justified fears back in the days. Now that we are in a quirked society, if Midoriya does not stand out too much, nobody will notice his powers are different. Mizo added. So you guys are not afraid? Mineta asked. With how soft-spoken he is, not really. I just can't see him going on a rampage if even being Yamamo's aide as a class representative turns him into a nervous wreck. Toru answered. If I did not slaughter you all, and god damn it there are days you make me feel tempted, that nerd won't either. He wanted to save round face down there and broke a taboo of his by eating that thing, nothing more. Katsuki answered, scoffing. You all are lying. James said, making the others groan. James, not everybody is out to get you. For God's sake stop making others live in fear. Himiko begged in annoyance. About that thing though, how does it work? Shoto asked. Consuming? Yes. Simply put, a possessor of Blacklight can absorb into themselves everything about their victim, knowledge, memories, abilities, and we suspect even quirks. Recovery Girl answered, making several eyes bulge out. So if Iken consumes me or Ochako-chan or anybody else, Tsuyu asked. He will then be able to use your quirk just as well as you could until that moment thanks to your memories and then later train in it at his leisure. He would even be able to turn into you and perfectly pretend to be you. Or at least that is my theory, since luckily Midoriya never consumed living beings with quirks, except that monstrosity. The old woman answered. I can do a similar thing thanks to my quirk, albeit for a limited amount of time and without absorbing the memories as well from the blood I drink. Himiko added. That also may confirm the theory, he does possess the first version of the mutation from which quirks came to be. Some of his powers are similar to many quirks around nowadays. Momo muttered. So? What will it be? We are leaving the choice to you since only this class knows the truth about him still. We are trying to make sure nobody will be too scared should things become public knowledge, but we can't force you to accept him here. Aizawa asked. I say we let him in. Kirishima said. Ah? From the phone they all heard James choking on himself in surprise. I mean that he never bothers anybody, right? The teen tried saying. We accepted Katsuki, so why not him too? At least we know Midoriya won't attack us just because he is bored. Tokoyami added, chuckling. Yeah, said Blonde roared in annoyance. Karo, I remind you I have animal instincts as well as humans, and those never warned me against him. I say he has every right to be here, scary quirk or not. Tsuyu added. He either comes here or I leave. Himiko said, huffing. I owe him my life. Had he not consumed that thing, I would not be here today. I want him to be back. Ochako, still shivering at the memories of the hulking Nomu about to squash her under its fists, said with a trembling flashback. During the attack at the U.S., Ochako and the others could only look in shock as their classmate exchanged blows with the hulking figure the villains called a Nomu. Neither of the two seemed to care about pain, as whenever the creature grabbed Izuku to slam him on the ground hard enough for his body to almost break apart, the teen would just heal, regrow the heavy hammer fists on both his arms and assault the thing with thunderous hits that did send it tumble on the floor. Boom, boom, boom. And more than once the thing would give back the pain by grabbing Izuku by a leg and slam him on the ground several times with enough strength to leave craters, until the boy broke free, thus restarting the cycle. Is he immortal? Mina asked with wide eyes. He isn't. He is getting thin fast, he is consuming himself to heal. Tenya answered tersely. If he runs out of usable body mass before stopping that thing, he will die. Momo, guessing his quirk worked similar to hers, said between clenched teeth. Then why is he not stopping? I fear he doesn't care anymore after what they said, the young woman muttered, looking distraught. Having grabbed the teen in both arms, the Nomu slammed Yuku on the ground before mercilessly jumping on his chest, driving him deep into the concrete of the floor. Gra! Ignoring the pain, the kid grabbed the legs of the creature and forced it to lose balance until it fell on its back, and once climbed on top of its wide chest, used the muscle mass power to harden his fists and start pummeling the monster's head with no mercy. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, embracing the monster in you now, boy? Dabi asked aloud, amused, and watching Izuku try out punching the Nomu without even bothering to evade or defend as both rolled on the floor. Shut up, shut up, shut up, the green-haired kid would reply, eyes stained in tears of anger while slamming both hammer fists several times on the sides of the Nomu's head, making it howl in both pain and anger. Blunt force won't work. You are wasting time. Shigaraki taunted him with a sing-song voice. All Might is not here yet. Maybe it's time for one of the kids to actually die. And you. Kurogyari ordered, making the hulking beast stop exchanging blows with Izuku to briefly look at him. Kill the girl, the villain ordered while pointing at Ochako. No! Izuku yelled in horror as he went shoved aside by the Nomu's charge against Ochako and Himiko. Yeah. The creature let out a monstrous roar as it soon was on top of the two girls. No! Splat. Before the Nomu's punch could actually land on Ochako's face with enough power to split her head open, the giant hand stopped at an inch before impact. You? The girl muttered while peeling an eye open to see why no hit landed on her. That was not part of the plan. Kurogyari admitted, shocked. There was a long and thick jagged blade piercing the Nomu's head from the back and all the way out of the front neatly. Splitting its skull in two, a blade that took place of Izuku's right arm and managed to cut through the monster's tough skin after the various hits, softened it enough. I am sorry, the kid said in tears while thick tendrils started covering the Nomu from the blade's entry point until those rapidly covered the entire body under a grotesque web of engorged pulsating roots of flesh. Under the horrified eyes of the ones present, those very same roots rapidly and forcefully compressed the body of the giant Nomu into a small ball of flesh that went then absorbed Izuku's body, with the kid collapsing on the floor in agony right after once consumed that giant blob of biomass. That was our thing. He was not supposed to consume it. The doctor was certain the Nomu he created was impervious to such a thing. Kurogyari hissed in contempt. Well, we have other things to worry about. Dabi answered, bitterly, as All Might choose that exact moment to burst into the room. Present day, end of the flashback. Me and Ochako-chan went very close at dying. In the end what he did was the only thing he had left. I know he is not evil, and for all that is worth, I am ready to vouch for him 1,000 times over. Himiko said, sighing. We never have enough eye candy in this class. Okay, and I like him for real. Toru admitted, chuckling. I trust him. He clearly wishes to use his quirk to be a hero. Tenya said. Yamamo? Mina asked. I am okay to have him as a classmate, she answered. Yep. But I am scared of him. Mineta said. Good effing riddance. Switch class if you don't have the ball to sit at the big guy's table. Katsuki answered. So beside the cliché pervert comic relief character, all of you are okay with this? Aizawa asked. Yes, sensei. The class answered as one. Hey, I am not that cliché. You are just a teenage Master Rashi, Hapasai and Jiraiya with barely a fourth of their redeeming qualities. Shut up. Jiro answered. No. What do you say, James? Not convinced yet. Night-Eye asked. Not really, but unless we find Izuku, this sappy moment won't help much, the other answered. Sigh. I think I know where he is hiding, Katsuki muttered with a sigh. Where? Where? Himiko asked immediately. He is probably hiding near the same river we used to play in as kids, before I got my quirk, and F'd up our friendship, the blonde admitted with a groan. Why that happened, by the way? Kirishima asked, curious. None of your business. That he hates the notion that since they both have a quirk, Midoriya won't be able to see him as his hero. Apparently he believes that in order to be his friend's idol, Izuku has to be a quirkless. He is just afraid he won't have his friend's real respect and adoration if both have a quirk. Night-Eye answered, making Katsuki's face turn into a blinding shade of red. How do you know that? The teen shrieked. Since we got tired of your tsundere attitude, we asked to a student with brainwash. Quirk to have you spill the beans and then forget the questioning. We were worried you had murderous intentions towards a student after the incident at the battle trial instead of just a need of validation from your childhood friend. Aizawa answered, shrugging. Phew, but that's adorable. And also completely stupid since Aizachan has always openly admitted of finding your quirk cool and you a good candidate for the #1 hero title, but it is still adorable. Mina declared, chuckling. Phew. Katsuki roared again in shame. That is an excessive form of overreaction, Shoto commented. So we have a clue about his possible position, Midnight commented. Possibly. Give me the coordinates, I am going there myself. As for now, I am probably the only guy that can get close to him without him attacking out of fear. James offered. Take him here, James. Then we will talk about this infectious paranoia of yours. Recovery Girl answered. Yes, madam. 1 hour later. Silence fell into the room as soon as James entered the place accompanied by a shivering Izuku. Hey, you are late, Midoriya. You okay? Present Mike asked with his usual jovial tone, as if nothing was out of ordinary. My fault, mate. I needed some time with him, so he missed a couple days of school. James answered, lying blatantly as both he and the teacher knew the truth. It's okay. I will let it slide this time, the teacher answered with a double thumbs up. Nobody missed how Izuku instead kept hiding behind the hulking man to look at the class with scared eyes. Izuku, Himiko muttered as she tentatively neared him. You okay? Ochako asked while doing the same. Aye. We know about your quirk, Midoriya-kun. It's okay. Tenya offered with a kind smile. I told you already, it's how you use your powers that says who you are, not the power itself. Tokoyami said with dark shadow peeking out to wave at him. I am sorry, Izuku muttered. It's okay. Himiko answered, slowly hugging him tightly while Ochako did the same from behind him. Welcome back home, nerd. Katsuki said while giving a gentle squeeze to his shoulder. WWWH. The desperate cry of relief made the other let out a breath as they watched their friend collapse on his knees while crying his eyes out. Should we tell him to change the name of his quirk? Tsu, smiling warmly at the scene, asked. No, there is already a quirk called Blacklight out there. It would be too confusing otherwise. Momo answered, smiling. While the students were welcoming their scared friend back and repeating over and over and over again that yes, they did not think any less of him after learning the truth of his powers, the adults in the know, meaning James, Yue's teachers, Nizu, Night-Eye and Toshinori, all had a question gnawing the back of their head that still needed an answer. Why all for one wants the Blacklight virus? What does he plan to do with? Pairing, Deku Ochako Uraraka Himiko Toga. Disclaimer: I don't own Boku no Hero Academia or anything else I will use, nor I make a profit out of this. I am writing just for the pleasure of doing it. The Power of Evolution Chapter 8, Trust. UA High School, Nise's office. The diminutive, but not less lethal, man-animal chimera was sitting at his gargantuan desk while regaling Aizawa with an extremely rare sight, the short guy's look of utter confusion. I beg you pardon? Nise blurted out, unsure. I want to use Midoriya to prepare Class 1A for the sport festival. Aizawa asked, now finally free from the extra bandages Recovery Girl covered him with after the USJ fiasco. Define use, please. Nizu asked, and the tone made it clear to Aizawa that a wrong wording would mean the short animal man pulling the teacher's spine out of his butt. Look at it as a trust exercise. Class 1A versus Midoriya, to help them grow closer. I wasn't aware your students didn't trust him. Oh, it's the other way around actually. The kid doesn't trust himself around them. It takes both Uraraka and Toga to have him take part to class, and he is still wary with them as if waiting for them to stab him in the back. Aizawa answered. And a fighting exercise is supposed to help? As a start, if he sees that they are not afraid of fighting against him during a common school exercise, I hope it will be the right opening for me to talk him into understanding that they can actually fight alongside him without fear on both sides getting in the way. Aizawa answered with a shrug. And none of them are afraid of him? Nizu asked, surprised. Maybe at the beginning, but they seem to have come around. Me and Mike and Nemuri secretly kept an eye on things, and everything seems to show nobody fears him. Except Mineta. So nobody important fears him, okay? The principal nodded, pleased. Though we can always nip the problem in the bud and switch Shinso with Mineta, he seems to be getting curious about Midoriya's quirk, probably for solidarity between holders of villainous powers. Aizawa tried saying, after the sport festival, so we'll have a proper excuse. Just promise me to stop asking. Nizu answered while rolling his eyes at the new request about young Shinso. Will do. Thank you, Principal Nizu. Aizawa answered, and leaving once got a written permission from Nizu for the training exercise. That's so much for Shota. I don't show favoritism, Aizawa. At least we are just sacrificing Mineta for that. Very little of the fandom will mind, hopefully. Nizu muttered while shaking his head and sighing in dismay. With Class 1A, Gym. Under the watchful eyes of Gunhead, the students all were following their own tailored training regimen the muscle giant devised after few weeks of observation of their fighting styles and quirks. Clang, clang, clang. Izuku and Mizo, for example, were lifting weights next to each other. The machine helping them was a bulky block of steel pushing down with a cubic arm with a settable strength mimicking the weight they were tasked to work with, and the servos of the machine clanged loudly every time the two teens pushed back up. Powerloader was DMN proud of his invention, considering it a masterpiece machine for super-strength weightlifters. They increased the weight again? The multi-armed youth asked, trying to strike a conversation with the now taciturn boy. The boy mumbled something with a low voice. Good God. I am not going to hit you. We are classmates. What happened to the trust between friends? You used to help me with biology up until the USA, for God's sake. Mizo thought in dismay. Izuku, he tried again. My muscles can rewire themselves to increase performances and then become denser, so while not putting up more mass, my muscles are still getting stronger, the boy finally said. So from outside you remain unchanged, but the muscles increase in power? Ahoo! That's actually very convenient. Excessive bulk is bothersome. Managing to gain more power without losing freedom of movement is a great advantage. Mizo said. Thank you. Sighed. Izuku. Weiss, the boy shrieked. Relax, the other asked. I don't know what Heller-san told you about his time with your quirk, but I assure you that seeing enemies everywhere is not healthy. Sure, paranoia can be of help in a small part if out there is really somebody to get you, even if to be precise that League of Villains is out to get everybody, and even then this much paranoia is still not okay. We are friends here. We are Class 1A, a family. Mizo explained, voice low and gentle. I am scared, okay? Izuku whispered. Of us. Izuku, I can't create extra ears now, please speak louder. Mizo begged with a groan. That I am afraid of losing you all as friends. Okay, he repeated with a half-scream that echoed in the entire room, making every student stop training abruptly, except Tenya and Ochako on their treadmills, for obvious reasons. Duh. Surprisingly, it was Gunhead to let out that gushing sound. Eek. In answer to the touched expressions on everybody's face, except Katsuki and Mineta, Izuku crumpled down into a tight ball of shame while above him the machine's safety brakes stopped the robotic arm from descending on him like a guillotine. Nerd, you are supposed to be a living weapon, can you not say such sappy bullshit? Katsuki asked with a groan while rolling his eyes. I think that in Katsuki that means, thank you for the sweet words. Tur guessed, chuckling. Mind your business, invisi crap, he answered. Bite me, she answered with an invisible raspberry. Don't tempt me, he countered. That's it? That is why you stopped talking altogether? Mina asked. Yes. Izuku admitted while returning to lift weight to finish his exercise, but while looking straight down. That is a very stupid fear, you know? Momo asked. Hey. Language. Himiko hissed, annoyed. To be fair, that is the only right term to use, unless you want to go with a more elegant, foolish. It has been a while since the USJ incident, and one would think it was clear nothing changed for us towards you, Midoriya. Not one of us took distance, not an insult or a mean look was exchanged behind your back, nor we requested you to be moved to another class when you returned. So why that fear? Tokoyami answered. Either something Heller-san said or something Bakugo did. Shoto guessed from the normal weightlifting area. Poi. I have nothing to do with this, half and half. And since when you are so chummy with the nerd? Katsuki answered with a roar. You wouldn't understand. The bi-elemental young man answered. You wear your quirk like a medal and strut around while showing it off? You can't understand what it feels to hate your own powers every time you see yourself in the mirror. Shoto thought with a sneer. It was a bitter surprise for Shoto to meet somebody like him at UE, but he saw it all the same. He hated his fire side, and Midoriya hated his consuming powers. He knew both could be happier without those stigmas, and Shoto knew, or he thought he knew, how heavy was the sense of powerlessness at knowing how those stigmas were there to stay. It was indeed a strange feeling of kinship what was starting to pull Shoto close to Izuku. It was then that a gentle knocking caught everybody's attention. Come in, Gunhead said. Good evening, Gunhead-sensei. The new arrival said with his metallic face mask giving his voice a heavy robotic undertone. Good evening, young Shinso. You need something? Just relaying a message from Aizawa-sensei. He wants to talk to Class 1A as a whole, so he wants to meet you in the dormitories after this class. Is it okay? Shinso asked. No worries, I will tell Namuri myself she will need to postpone her lesson with them, don't worry. Thank you, the student answered with a bow, but before leaving he looked at the entire class with narrowed eyes. This is my own message instead. Soon there will be the sport festival, and that will be a chance for the ones like me to take our rightful place in the hero course once shoved off the bad ones between you. And as far as I can tell, there is lots to space to free for better heroes to shine, he said, gauging the level of annoyance the students of 1A showed on their faces. Just according to his plans. There won't be your pro-hero daddy to save you, you won't be able to ride coattails forever, he then said, noticing Shoto's furious glare. Daddy issues. I can work with that. Shinso thought in satisfaction. You wanna fight, Bastard? Katsuki roared in fury. Short temper, even better. You have no proof we are not good. Toru said with a quivering voice. Low self-esteem. Perfect, the masked boy thought in glee. You all are just keeping my seat warm. Do not lower your guard or dada. Izuku. Before I forget, if you want I am free this evening if you need my help again with your English. Shinso said with a more calm tone. Oh, okay, the green-haired boy answered, unsure at his abrupt change of tone. Good. Train hard. The sport festival is no joke, so you need to give it your all. Why are you singling him out? Mineta asked, outraged. I do because people with villainous quirks like me, him and Togasen must stick together, Turd Nugget. We three will show that is not the quirk that says if you are a villain or a hero. You others instead beware, I will take the seat of one of you. Don't be mistaken, if you are not careful this sport festival will be your last as a member of the hero course. Shinso declared, pleased by the assorted screams of outrage from Class 1A. Is it okay if I pass by after present mix lesson? Izuku asked, interrupting his intimidating walk to the exit that would have been normally adorned by a dramatic freeze frame and music piece. Sure. Just help yourself in my room, I'll be there. Shinso, unfazed, answered with a thumbs up before resuming the dramatic exit as if nothing happened. Every year students of every class start doing this right before the sport festival that it's a curse. Gunhead muttered in dismay, there seemed to be no end of that strange tradition. Villainous quirk? Himiko asked. Shinso-kun seems to have it in his head that me and you are similar to him because we three have quirks people would assume belong to villains only, so he apparently threatened our entire class for some plan of his except me and you because we are, like him, unfortunate people that will need to use the sport festival to show that we too deserve to be heroes no matter our powers. It's very complicated, mostly because it is only in his head and the jeers of few bullies he met growing up as well probably didn't help him develop these issues. Izuku answered, sighing. You know how his quirk works? Himiko asked. He showed me how it works as a testament of trust. The way he talked about me and him being similar victims of fate was disturbing, to say the least. I am trying to talk him out of it whenever we meet to help him, but beside me getting better in English, I am not making good progresses, he admitted. I'll help you, God forbids we snap him out of a future psychosis before it fully develops. I can personally testify those are a pain in the butt to have. The girl replied with a wide smile. There are not hero quirk or villain quirk. Labeling a power so strictly is pure insanity. Or bigotry at the very least. Tenya declared, appalled. A lot of people think like that, though. Even if it doesn't make it right. Jiro answered, sighing. That boy needs a hug, Mina said, shaking her head ruefully. Or a kick to the butt. Kaminari added, fuming. He just wanted to get under our skin, relax. Kirishima answered, shrugging. I wonder why though, what does he gain by openly telling us his plans? Chaco asked. Probably a spur of the moment, the sport festival is approaching fast, so maybe nervousness got the better of him. Momo answered, unsure. He was very mean, Koda muttered. Indeed, a total lack of finesse, Aoyama added, annoyed. Let's get back to work, children. I still have 30 minutes of your time to use, and I want to use them to make you sweat. Chop-chop. Back to work. Gunhead declared once cleared his throat loud enough to grab the class attention. Yes, sensei. Class 1A answered as one. Later that day, dormitories, common room. The class was looking in astonishment at Aizawa as soon as the teacher explained his insane plan. I am starting to get annoyed. Is my idea really that bad? The man asked with a grunt of annoyance. More than bad, but it's a bit outrageous, sensei. Himiko answered. She was sitting on the floor with Izuku's head on her lap and was gently playing with his hair, something that had become the norm ever since the League of Villains told the class about the boy's powers. Himiko had pounced on the opening offered by Izuku's initial relief at being permitted to remain a student of EU to come out clean about her feelings, and ever since then the two have been pretty much attached at the hip, and had Momo not being hellishly strict, Himiko would have as well tried sneaking inside Izuku's room to sleep next to him. The only problem was that Ochako as well was starting to get closer to him, like in that instance where she was sitting next to Himiko and idly twirling a fringe of Izuku's hair with finger of hers, and no matter how many times Himiko slapped that accursed hand away, just a minute and that finger would return playing with her fluffy boy. Okay, he saved your life twice, but don't get strange ideas. Himiko thought in annoyance. It's not outrageous. It's a textbook example of trust exercise. Midoriya will learn to trust himself and you others, and you all will have a special training for the sport festival. Everybody wins. Aizawa answered, sounding insulted at her jab at his plan. What is the exercise be about, sensei? Momo asked. I divided it in 2 parts, capture and fight. In the first we'll have 2 turns. First you will have to hunt and capture Midoriya with any non-lethal means you can come up with, then he will hunt down you and you have to escape him. Both turns will have a time limit. It will help him and you learn that if he wants he won't hurt you, and at the same time it will teach him you all won't hurt him even if given the occasion to chalk it up as an incident. The fighting is just that, a friendly spar to help understanding. You will see each other Quirk in action and help each other discover and fix your weaknesses. Aizawa explained. Where are we doing this? Tenya asked. In the same place we used for the Quirk test when you firstly got here. Recovery Girl, Tashinori and James will be there as well, he answered. Katsuki asked. Sighed. Izuka said, please be gentle. Jiro said while rolling her eyes. Immortal asked us to be gentle? Kirishima asked with a raised eyebrow. I am not immortal. Izuku speak demon louder, I am not your translator. Jiro hissed, furious. Sorry, he muttered, this time at human volume. Better. There is a thin line between immortal and hard to kill, yes, but clinging to semantics is not helping, Tenya said with a groan while massaging his eyes in annoyance. As you can see, we need this. Get ready, tomorrow we'll do it. Aizawa declared with a groan. Yes, sensei. The next day, training ground. As the class neared the place, Aizawa saw another teacher standing in wait with several students behind him. Oh, God, that it's Vlad, Aizawa groaned in disbelief. Good evening, the teacher said with a colloquial tone. What are you doing here, Vlad? Aizawa asked. I wasn't told you booked this place and dash. You were told. Everybody was told. You are here to spy, that's why you took only your most promising students here today. The other cut him off with a deadpan stare. Did at least pretend to believe my ruse, Shota? Vlad asked with a growl. Not even if my life is on the line. This exercise is to help a student of mine to recover his trust in himself and his classmates. Any training coming from it will just be an extra. Aizawa explained. Who? The tall man asked, confused. Me, sir. Izuku admitted. What happened? Vlad King asked once near the short boy. He discovered a side of his quirk he wasn't aware existed, and he grew afraid of it. James offered from the sidelines, his eyes never missing a single move of anybody coming too close to his fellow Blacklight user. What side? Blood absorption. Now he is afraid he will SCK dry whoever he meets. Heller lied with zero effort. You can absorb blood? Vault asked, intrigued. As a way to heal myself. Izuku muttered. May I? He asked. What? Absorb. Vlad asked while using the special gloves of his costume to let some of his blood drip out. To the others' surprise, Izuku did as asked, showing them how the pro-hero's blood was easily absorbed by the palm of his hand upon contact, and neither of the two seemed bothered by the sheer quantity that was being used for the test. Impressive, your quirk seems to be a natural counter to mine. Vlad sighed once finally stopped dripping blood from his hand. It was just the tip of the iceberg, and the entirety of Class 1A knew that they saw the full scope of Izuku's own consuming power, but for the sake of their friend, they kept their mouth shut. And you are afraid to lose control and attack your friends? Yes, Vlad-sensei. Izuku admitted with a low voice. So you plan to do what, Aizawa? I was thinking that with this exercise he will learn to trust himself by seeing that even in the heat of battle he won't use his quirk against his friends by mistake. Aizawa answered, shrugging. A bit convoluted as a plan. Why everybody says that? Because it is, Vlad answered before drawling. It's Suka, Tsunatori and Tetsu. You two will join, the pro-hero ordered. Hey, why not me as well? Another boy asked outraged. Do you want to lose control and absorb the blood of everybody around you, Monoma? Do you want to leave behind dried-up corpses of dozens of innocents? Vlad asked back. No, the boy, Monoma, shrieked while paling. Eek. Thank you, Vlad, exactly what my own student needed to hear in this situation. Aizawa groaned once heard Izuku's horrified squeak. I was not implying the boy would do that, the other said, outraged. Monoma can copy other quirks, but due to his own attitude he tends to let them run amok without control. He would have probably done that unknowingly, but I am sure your student, as the original owner of the quirk, can stop that from happening. Vlad explained immediately. Just get in a corner and we will start. I am here, Izuku. It's okay. James muttered while patting the boy's back. And you are? Vlad asked. I helped him train his quirk before he even got here. But got a problem with that? James answered with narrowed eyes. Not really, while I believe it is finally time for my beloved Class 1B to steal the scene from 1A, I won't do so on the back of a boy afraid of his own gift. So today I will help as well, but during the sport festival we won't show mercy, the teacher answered. Glad to hear you can be reasonable, no matter your blatant favoritism. Aizawa said with a mocking tone. Look, somebody is bullying Shinso. Where? Pot meat kettle. Vlad said with a vindicated smile. That you'll pay for this. Shota growled with a low voice. Later. Let's start this thing first. How will it work? The capture first. The others have 5 minutes to restrain Midoriya in any non-lethal way they can think of. Past those 5 minutes he will try to restrain them. Then after that we'll have a bit of sparring. His quirk is very versatile, so he will help the others getting better by facing different kinds of enemies. Does this have something to do with the talk Nizu had with you others? Vlad whispered. Yes, the very same one you missed. Aizawa answered, rolling his eyes. I already said that I am sorry. I was at a wedding. As the best man. I could not miss it. Then ask Nizu if he can tell you too. Just a warning, though, it very heavy stuff, he answered. Oh joy. Well, I'll cross that bridge later. Let's get started. Yes. Midoriya, get ready. Aizawa answered. Why yes. Izuku answered, and to the other's surprise his school uniform melted to show his rebuilt hero costume under it with the hood and mask closing around his head with a metallic click. Class 1B uttered in discomfort. He hides his costume under a layer of skin mimicking his uniform. Ready? Aizawa explained, unfazed. That doesn't make it less freaky. I am ready. Good. Shiro, Minoru, Ida and Azui. You'll go first. Okay, sensei. Tsunatori you too. Vlad added. Okay. Girl with horns and horse-like legs answered, she too getting ready. Good. Go. Aizawa yelled suddenly, and the ground under Izuku's feet exploded as he dashed forward with explosive speed. Incoming! Tenya yelled as his own legs blasted to life, making him zoom forward at high speed. Rip it! Still too fast. Tsuyu yelled as she too jumped forward. Horn cannon! Pony in the meantime had shoot her horns forward and was remotely controlling them to attack Izuku. With Izuku, Reif, hearing the roaring of Tenya's legs exhaust, Izuku threw himself down to skid on his knees to avoid the other boy's tackle so to let him jump over him. Good dodge! Tenya admitted while accelerating in the opposite direction and intertwined his fingers with Izuku's to push him back. Crumble, crumble, crumble. The green-haired boy's feet dragged 2 deep trenches on the ground as Tenya managed to push him back with some difficulties, showed by his legs' exhausts roaring deafeningly while going full throttle. You're surprisingly heavy. And this is nothing. I am strong too. Izuku answered, surprisingly Tenya by lifting him off the ground to throw him behind his back, and right on the path of Pony's flying horns. Cage! The tall boy yelled in surprise as the 2 things slammed on his back and pinned him to the ground. Sorry! Pony yelled with a sorry expression. I am next, Aizu-chan. Tsuyu declared once finally in range, and shooting her tongue forward soon after. To her surprise her friend turned his right hand in the whip fist, only with a dull round head instead of a deadly sharp jagged hook. Jeech! The frog girl gurgled as her tongue and his whip arm got tied together, but contrary to Ida no amount of pulling seemed able to move Izuku. Reif! Here I am! Tenya yelled once again, assaulting Izuku from behind. Why itch? In answer, Fu shrieked in surprise as she went pulled along and threw against Tenya's chest, making both tumble on the floor in a heap. Now! Just as he watched the 2 land on the floor, a long strip of tape from Shiro circled around his arms. We won. Mineta yelled in glee as his own pop-off ball trapped Izuku's feet in a purple blob of adhesive spheres. Who has the better quirk now? The short SXL deviant thought in satisfaction. Ryep. Schlop. The sound, objectively, was almost comical, a strange suction noise mixed to something wet being ripped apart. But as the tape broke apart thanks to the claws making their appearances, Izuku's legs simply absorbed the mass of ball, gluing him on the floor to disappear once become part of his body. Phew! Mineta yelled with bulged-out eyes. Somehow, I am not surprised. Zero answered while shooting more tape against Izuku that decided to cut his way towards him by shredding said tape mid-flight. Midoriya-kun! Tenya yelled while speeding towards him. Bionet! Izuku answered while rolling to the side to avoid Zero's tape while turning his right hand into a shapeless mass of twisty muscles with a three-fingered hand from which he shoot a projectile of black goo that exploded into a giant net that glued the speeding teen to the floor. Go help him, Aizawa said to Mizo and Mina. Yes, the two yelled, hurrying at Tenya's sides to help him. What's this? It's too sticky, the multi-armed young man said while trying to use his extra arms to tear the webbing away with no results beside his hands trying to get stuck as well. I'll try to melt it, get ready to pull them free. Mina answered with bubbles of acid already mounting in her hands. With James. Those are the tendrils' power. Those things can even glue a tank to a wall and rip it to shreds. No way a kid can break it apart by hand. James said with a proud smirk. The F-. The other students from 1B shrieked. Hagakure, Aizawa said in dismay. I'll try, the invisible girl answered, immediately disrobing so to fully disappear from view. With Izuku. Turasen, cover yourself. And hear Izuku shriek with a red face while covering his eyes as soon as she got in front of him. While you can see me. Kaya. Not really, but with heat vision I can see way too many details still, he explained, still looking away. Wah-waya. He saw me naked. Now I will never get married. The disembodied voice was heard echo in the entire training ground while she, probably, ran away back to the dormitories. Get back here. Aizawa yelled in dismay. Do you want us to go as well? Kirishima asked, unsure. Yes, please. Let's get this over with, the teacher grumbled. 20 minutes later. That was fairly pathetic. After the sport festival I will force you into some harsh teamwork training. You spent more time getting in each other's way than coordinating. Aizawa muttered in dismay. It's not our fault if Midoribro can switch powers on the fly. Kirishima answered, whining. That is hardly an acceptable excuse, the teacher answered. Instead of stand there grumbling, help me. Vlad yelled in outrage while pulling with all his strength on the adhesive goo trapping Pony face down on the floor. I hope this stuff can be washed away from my hair, or I'll murder you, the horned girl hissed while managing, with some difficulties, to move her head aside just enough to send a one-eyed glare towards Izuku. Give me a minute. Izuku answered while hurrying at her side to lay a hand on the huge patch of black webbing trapping her and the Tetsu boy. Under James' satisfied eyes, the thing melted and went rapidly absorbed by the boy until nothing remained. Okay, my hair is safe. So is your life. Pony commented once confirmed the lack of damages. I am glad your hair is safe, Tsunotori-san. Do it here too. Mina, she too glued Tetsuyu and Ochako by the same stuff, begged with a groan. I'm coming, the boy replied while moving to free his friends. That not just blood absorption, Vlad said, eyes narrowing. To Nizu, trust me. Aizawa answered, sighing. I am starting to fear that talk, the other muttered in dismay. So? What we learned? Beside the concept of spacing, sensei? Momo asked, sighing. Yes. Aizawa answered with a deadpan tone. That we need to work on our collaboration. There were moments where had me and Mizo actually worked in tandem, we could have subdued Midoriya in the small window of time he needed to break free of Minoru-san adhesive ball and Kirishima hands holding him down, the girl answered, meekly. Instead we got in Zero's way forcing him to shoot his tape elsewhere, thus gluing Mina on the floor and making her waste time melting it to free herself instead of providing more distraction with low-power acid rain. She answered, now sounding almost depressed. Good. Uraraka? Floating the target is good and all, but standing in place instead of moving means being targeted by a counter if the floating target have a way to fight from distance. Like blunt-headed whip arms, for example. Ochako muttered, face red in embarrassment. You were good though, Uraraka-san. I didn't see you coming to tag me. Izuku said immediately. Thank you, the girl answered, a bit shy at the praise. Kaminari and Jiro instead surprised me. You worked well together. Aizawa admitted. Electricity seemed to help to slow him down, the blonde boy answered, unsure. Next time warn me, though I was still looking for the right frequencies to disorient him before you shocked him. You almost fired me alive. Jiro added with a grunt. Sorry about that. Same going with Toga and Todoroki, good teamwork. I don't like fighting with Iken, though. Himiko answered, pouting angrily. Then don't do it easy. Shoto answered, uninterested. The red and white young man was more curious about the way Izuku kept looking at him the entire time. It seemed to him like the green-haired boy had seen something in him he could not fully grasp, and Shoto couldn't tell what that was. Freezing Izuku seemed to work best compared to just trap him inside a cage of ice, since in the latter case he would break through quite easily instead, but even the normally detached young Todoroki didn't wish to try his luck and risk killing a classmate. Aoyama and Koda instead were out of time completely. There is a flow in battle that must be followed. If you miss the tempo, you will put yourself and whoever is around you in danger. I am very sorry, I was distracted by all the bugs I called being eaten, Koda admitted with a low voice. My beautiful laser is hard to aim with, but I shall improve on it. Aoyama promised with a flourish and a bow. And you? I am very sorry, sensei, Toru muttered with a small voice. Learn to live with the knowledge that to be truly invisible, you will have to be naked. Unfortunately, we still can't work around the issue with your hero costume. This time it was a training exercise, but a similar situation may happen on the field one day, and that will put countless lives at risk. I will forgive you this time, but after today I will ask Nemuri to help you. God knows she knows how to get naked in public with absolutely zero shame, and Esachi is fully visible. Thank you, sensei, the girl answered. Midoriya? Have you seen what me and your other teachers meant? Aizawa then asked. Problem, child? He asked again, rolling his eyes. That I can control my strength and not kill my friends, nor consume them or maim them. And even if given the chance, they did not hurt me too much, and don't mind training with me. They also trust me and my control over my quirk to create harmless versions of my attacks that won't hurt them. Sorry for the electroshock. Kaminari said again from the sidelines. Nice to hear. You are here to become a pro-hero, kiddo. I believe you can trust them not being afraid of you. James said with a sigh. Don't tell me you hate being proven wrong on your belief of everybody is an enemy. Aizawa asked. Maybe, the man answered with a low grunt. We still have some time before your next lesson. Any of you up for some sparring? Me. I want to try and see how strong the monster of Class 1A really is. Tetsu said with a fanged smirk. Am a monster. I believe they use it in an endearing way, Aizu-chan. Tsuyu said while giving him a reassuring pat on the back. You sure? 0.8% sure, truth be told. Karo. Tsuyu answered, shrugging. They'll come along, Izuku. Have no fear. I will join too, if you don't mind. I went for restrain before, but now I want to fully measure my strength against you. Mashareo added while stretching his arms and taking the initial stance of his fighting style. Poi. I want to see who's harder. My quirk or his armor? Kirishima said, sounding really excited. Armor? Tetsu asked. You'll see it, it's demon manly, the other answered. I will have to pass on this time. I almost dislodged few of my extra arms while trying to hold him down. Sorry. Don't be, it was actually fun to have somebody matching me for once, he replied with a chuckle, a wink and 4 thumbs up. That I'll pass. Katsuki muttered right after. Since when you don't take on an excuse to throw hands? Jiro asked, impressed. I have my reasons, long ears, the young man spat in answer, and unwilling to comment on the flashes of the old video he saw where his explosion quirk turned Izuku's chest into burned minced meat, his brain decided to replay frame by frame immediately after Aizawa started to look for sparring partners. 3 against 1? Good enough. In position. Are you sure this is a good idea, Shota? Toshinori asked, worried. You put him in a similar situation already, don't be a hypocrite. Aizawa answered. That hardly justifies it. Armor's up, Izuku. Muscle mass and hammer fist only. James instructed, channeling his drill sergeant side. Yes, sir, the young man answered, and covering his new costume in a thick layer of biomass. He then transformed into the smooth full-body armor form with the single big red eye fixed on the 3 challengers. He looks like Kamen Rider. Pony squealed from the sidelines. That because I made a smooth version of it without the sharp ridges. Izuku answered with a distorted voice. Thank you for the concession, bitch. Mashireo answered before jumping high in the air to spin on himself and deliver a downward slam with his tail. Boom. Ugh. The young man grunted in pain, once felt the flesh of his tail get bruised on impact while forced to take the shape of Izuku's elbow as soon as the guy raised his arm to defend himself. KWH. Unperturbed, Mashireo grabbed Izuku's other arm and his shoulder to throw him on the floor to pin him down by using the green-haired boy's right arm as leverage by forcing it straight behind his back. Enyuch. To his shock though, the third holder of the Blacklight virus answered by fully reversing the ligaments of that arm, followed by the rest of the body twisting around in a perfect 180 that soon made sure Izuku and Mashireo were face to face. Hi. That is both disturbing and cool, you know, the tailed boy admitted. I know. I don't have bones in this form, so I can twist in every direction. Izuku answered before headbutting him hard enough to push him away. My turn. Tetsu yelled with his skin turning metallic and grabbing Izuku in a bear hug from behind. I'll pop you open, jackass, the 1B student declared. I can just do the 180 thing again, you know, Tetsu-san, the other replied, again twisting his body around and turning the hold into a normal hug. Slam. Juch. Metal skin or not, that punch to the liver thrown with a muscle mass-empowered arm still shook Tetsu enough to force his hold to waver and let Izuku break free. Hammer fist. Once at arm length from the boy, Izuku raised an arm and focused biomass in his right hand, making it grow into the bulbous and heavy hammer fist form he then used to punch Tetsu on the stomach with, sending him fly with a loud gong sound. Fuuihe. The 1B student shrieked during his short fly, mostly in outrage instead of pain. Booyah! Kirishima yelled in glee as his own hardening quirk came to life to let him force Izuku in a test of strength, with both teens trying to push the other away. This is it. Never fear your powers, Midori bro. Always go all out, the boy said with a satisfied smile. But what if I hurt somebody? Izuku asked. Do you want to hurt people? Mashireo asked, unconcerned as cracks started appearing on his armored legs while trying to push the other back. I don't want to be a hero. I want to help people. There you have it. That's the spirit. Incidents happen every day, no matter how hard we try to avoid them. What's important is doing everything to fix them and face the consequences head-on. That's the essence of a hero. Of a manly hero. Kirishima answered while slamming his head against Izuku's hard enough. Pieces of his armor flew off. Unfortunately, the same didn't happen with the Blacklight armor form. Dimenit, that's hard. What is it made from? Hardened keratin carbon bioalloy built in a covalent, tetrahedral network structure of atoms. Izuku answered. Kirishima gurgled out with crossed eyes. I am not done yet, UBSU. In that precise moment Tetsu made a second coming by tackling both Izuku and Kirishima to the ground, using the disruption of their precarious position to throw both down and straddle Izuku. You are finished, the student of Class 1B declared while showering his target with dough-ward punches. Whoa, a bit too brutal, Kirishima commented with an angry frown. Shut up. In a surprising bout of strength, Izuku managed to throw Tetsu off with a literal hip move upward that buckled him off. I am not done either, the boy answered once dropped the armor. Hard to say that without an armor. Tetsu said, smirking. I can still punch through it, don't forget. The other answered with both his arms turning black and double the size thanks to the muscle mass form. DMN it. The metallic boy cursed angrily as one of said armored punches landed heavily on his crossed arms, pushing through the defense through brute strength only to bury Izuku's knuckles deep into Tetsu's stomach. While the young man went sent skidding back, Mashireo once again assaulted Izuku. Wii you. As soon as the boy's tail went grabbed by Izuku, a loud alarm blared loud all around them, and coming from the school proper. That's the intruder alert. Vlad King yelled with wide eyes. A breach? Aizawa echoed. A breach? You mean somebody is attacking AU? Mina yelled in horror. Another villain attack? Mineta cried out, afraid. Need some help cleaning up? James asked with a dark tone. You escort the students back to the dormitory. Should things go south, we'll see if we actually need you to do your thing. Aizawa answered, shivering slightly at the mental image of the massacre he knew the man was potentially able of. Fair enough. Come along, kids, I will take you back to safety. James said before walking back towards the dormitories. You? Minoma asked. Kiddo, there is a reason Izuku knows how to use his quirk, the man answered while showing the claw form of his own arm. It's because he took it from me, he then said, smirking. You are his father? Pony asked. A faraway family member on his mother's side. James answered with a chuckle. Stay close to Jameson, me and Vlad and Toshinori will go making sure the situation is under control. Aizawa promised with a tense tone. Whoever is that stupid to attack us, they will pay. Vlad said with a furious growl. Be careful, sensei. Izuku begged. Have some faith, I am a professional. Aizawa answered. Half an hour later, dormitories. News reporters. It was news reporters. Aizawa declared with a tired sigh as soon as he entered the common room. You sound disappointed, sensei. Momo answered while handling him a big cup of coffee. I am disappointed because different from villains, we can't kick news reporters out like we can do with villains. If you punch the teeth out of one, all the others start whining about violent heroes and blah blah blah. So we could only smile and gently ask them to leave while being gentle and stuff. And believe me, the entire staff would have been very happy to just beat the tar out of them and drop their unconscious bodies out into a pile. The teacher answered, sighing. That was anticlimactic. I'll be going home. James answered with a sigh and already marching towards the door. Thank you for the help all the same. The teacher answered. What do we do now, sensei? Tenya asked. What else? You go to lesson and we pros will teach you how to be the next generation of pros. This was just a minor disturbance on our schedule. And as a bonus, our principal Nizu promised that a custom-made alert specifically for news reporters will be implemented, so to stop everybody in here from having a heart attack by mistakenly paparazzi for villains. Aizawa answered, emptying the coffee mug in a single gulp and then moving towards the door. So? Move, you have classes in 2 minutes, you are not here for a pleasant vacation. Yes, sensei, the students answered as one while leaving the common room in an ordinate fashion. Midoriya? Yes, sir. Feeling better? The man asked. I will, sir. Thank you. The boy answered with a small smile. Good, remember to ask for help if you need, you and your classmates are not alone, we can help. Of course, sir. Thank you. Izuku answered before hurrying out on Himiko's insistence. Sometime I forget they are still DMN kids. They are still frail and under development, gotta remind that to the others too, Aizawa muttered with a sigh, closing the door behind himself and joining the students on the way back to the classes. He was just glad nobody got hurt. With James' empty classroom. I caught a small spy, what a surprise. James said with a bitter tone while his hand was strangling a guy while holding his body up effortlessly. Let me go, freak, the man growled. No can do, buddy. I saw you trying to sneak into the dormitories to bug them, James answered while toying with a tiny microphone in his other hand. This is top-of-the-line stuff. Military-grade bugs. So, who are you? A spy of some villain group that managed to steal some expensive toy or somebody from the government? He asked. I'm not telling you, the guy answered while spitting on James' face. Oh, I don't need you to tell me, buddy. I can discover it by myself. James answered before easily punching through the man's chest and immediately consumed the guy's body without leaving behind a single trace. Hero Public Safety Commission, Always some politicians playing the evil chess masters from behind their big. The more time passes, the more things remain the same. Guess it will be soon time to start hunting down white collars for me. Good thing I didn't get rust through the years. James admitted with a growl before stealthily leaving the high school. He needed more information before acting. Pairing, Deku Ochako Uraraka Himiko Toga. Disclaimer, I don't own Boku no Hero Academia or anything else I will use nor I make a profit out of this. I am writing just for the pleasure of doing it. Chapter 9, Festival. Part 1. Muzutafu, Hero Safety Commission HQ, Office. In the small kitchenette on one of the many floors of the tall building, two unassuming men in cheap business suits were having a small meeting in front of the microwave, both certain that such a strange location will hide the importance of their talk. No news still of the guy we sent to you, eh? One of the two asked with a very low whisper. No, we lost every contact right after he left the school without bugging the place. He called me and said he was going into hiding until things calmed down, but nobody has seen or heard him since. The other answered, annoyed. Do you think he is compromised? Nizu is not exactly an easy target. Doesn't matter if he is, that rat knows he can't risk it. The commission is the one making the rules in the hero business. What we say, happens. And even Nizu has not the clout to get some really big shot involved to stop us. If he really tried anything with one of our men, it will be over for his little school, the second man said with a sneer. The other schools all lowered their heads in the end. He is the only one still pretending to do things his way. Give that animal some time, he will learn his place, eventually. They all do. The guys in the big offices are tired of waiting, you know it. Soon our boss will get involved, and nobody wants to see that happen, the first guy declared. What do you want me to do then? Nothing for now. From what I heard, they will first deploy Hawks, then we will move. The boss wants those microphones inside UA, and he will get them in there, one way or another. PFT. That idiot of a rat. He should have just obeyed like the others, he would have spared himself a lot of misery, said that the two men shared a long laugh and then went their separate ways unaware of the janitor emptying the bins nearby having heard them even from the opposite side of the room. Bathroom. One of the two men, the one with a slightly higher position between the lackeys at the bottom of the commission's hierarchy, had just entered the place whistling merrily, and once lowered his zip, he loudly relieved himself at one of the urinals. Aya! He even released a loud groan once sure he was the only occupant in there. Oh, good morning, Toki, he said with a yawn once seen the janitor enter the bathroom as well. Taciturn today, Chim? Can't blame you. Bad days happen to anybody. Darichin. Yeah, you can say that it's a bad day today. The janitor finally answered, and shoving a fist through the guy's chest with zero effort. A weak gurgle escaped the man's mouth as black biomass covered his entire body in an instant. Too bad the one having a bad day, it's you, buddy. Heller declared in the man's voice after consuming him completely and taking his appearances. He then just fixed his new tie, washed his hands and left the bathroom without a single proof left behind of what happened. Level 1 clearance. Tisich. They sure love to make things complicated, the man muttered while using the guy's keycard on a panel to gain access to a ramp of stairs. Time to climb to the top one paper pusher at a time, like good old days, James muttered with a sigh, and shifting through the man's memories to find the perfect next target. He needed the right credentials to enter the commission's secret files hidden in their servers after all. Meanwhile, UA High School dormitories. The students of Class 1A were at the moment relaxing in the common room of the dormitories, each and every one of them trying to not give in to panic at the notion that the following day they will have to take part to the famous sport festival of UA. And all of them were failing spectacularly. Your move, except Himiko, that as usual was the most relaxed of all of them, as shown by her having a game of chess against Tenya with a completely serene posture. I find this a bit strange, the young man answered while making his move. Iken needs the distraction, and a bit of extra weight can only help him more, she answered. Thank you for indulging me, Izuku added from under them. Both Himiko and Tenya were sitting on his back while having their game of chess as an added weight for the green-haired young man's push-ups. Well, you and Toga-Sedash. Toga-chan, he said, a bit uneasy, are helping me fight off anxiety as well, so we are basically helping each other. Croak, I am with Himi-chan in this. You others are way too nervous. Tsuyu, lying on Kaminari's back as he too used her as extra weight for his own nerves-driven exercising, said while lazily reading her favorite magazine. I don't know what you are talking about. Nobody here is nervous. Haha. Momo answered with a strained and forced laugh. She was eating industrial quantities of chips while small dolls of herself in either her hero costume or school uniform kept falling from her arms thanks to her quirk, creating a never-ending cycle of fat being stored and then used. Mina was instead pacing non-stop around the room trying desperately to find online any possible lead on what that version of the sport festival will be about. They keep changing the events. Besides the fighting section, they hardly repeat the same events twice in a row, she would shriek from time to time. Shut the F up. Katsuki bellowed in answer. Fatality, the TV declared right after. Phew-uck. My win. Wanna try again? We are just 23-3, Toru said with an unseen grin. Shut up. Next time I'll win, the blonde punk roared in defiance. They both had been playing for close to 2 hours and changing games randomly, in their way to not snap under the pressure, and the invisible girl was surprisingly cleaning the floor with him. I know we are not at risk of being expelled, but I still want to make a good impression. Any suggestion? Ochako instead had just decided to lie on the floor with her head close to where Izuku's landed when he moved down, all for Himiko's annoyance. Honestly? I don't know. A part of me knows that they don't expect perfection already, but it's true that a good result will attract goodwill. Izuku answered, speaking only when he actually pushed himself up, so cutting his answer in sections. And what is a good result? Kyoka asked, fiddling with the chords of a guitar absent-mindedly. Sticking out mostly. Show good attitude and skill, maybe showing that you have lots of determination or the right mentality, then winning or losing won't matter. Mizo answered while showing the cards in his hands to Shiro and Kirishima. A straight flush. Exactly, the multi-armed young man added with a sigh as he watched the last remaining chips in his possession join the big pile in front of Shiro. You shake your shoulders when you have good cards. Stop doing that and Shiro will stop taking your chips away. Aizawa suggested once entered the common room, calling on himself everybody's attention with a short clapping. Sensei. They all answered as one, dropped everything they were doing and moved in front of the man. Except one. Where is Mineta? Shoyuta asked with a raised eyebrow. Is that a rhetorical question? The turd nugget is doing what he always does when he has jack shit to do. Katsuki said, sneering. Or is bored. Kirishima added, sighing. Or nervous. Izuku added. Or hungry. Kaminari said. Or tired. Mizo said. Or even just awake. Tokoyami added, rolling his eyes. Which is? Aizawa asked. Jerking off. The boys of 1A answered in chorus, the girls instead just gagged in disgust. Of course, the teacher muttered with a sigh. Ah, that was a nice one, What's happening? As on cue, the missing student rejoined the room to see everybody look at him. Just get in position, and I fervently hope you washed your hands. Aizawa grumbled in answer. Wash my hands? Why? The shot guy asked confused, and in answer Izuku and Kaminari at his side took a wide step aside with a scrunched nose to take distance from the pervert. Can't blame you two. Whatever. I am here to give you a small pep talk for tomorrow, As Aizawa said that, he was pleased to notice all of them got on edge, meaning that they were taking the event seriously. "We are ready, Professor," Momo answered immediately. "But it's simple actually, the most important thing is not being nervous," the man started saying with a bored tone. "We surely are not," Tenya answered promptly. "Good to hear," teacher said, nodding. The next day, Sport Festival Arena. They were nervous. Every single student taking part to the event was a human-shaped ball of nerves desperately trying to not self-combust out of sheer worry. Not a single word of Aizawa's pep talk managed to return to the front of their brain to cut through the fog of anxiety as they could feel every single pair of eyes of the audience study them in great detail. They all thought they were ready for the huge crowd scrutinizing them, but unfortunately they all had underestimated the sheer weight of all those eyes looking down on them. "You know, for once I am glad nobody can see me," Toru admitted with a shaken voice and nervous laugh. "I got it worse. I am bright pink so I am standing out too much instead," Mina answered. "I thought you loved being the center of attention?" Jiro asked. "Do I like being noticed? Do I like this feeling of, we will judge every single little thing you do?" "Not at all," she answered. "Ooh." They all were also wearing their hero costumes as well, updated just a week before the event so to have them shining new, ready and proper for the audience there and back home to see. "Iken?" Himiko asked. "Yes. Why they gave us these red bands? And why nobody else is wearing them?" "Because the is part of the buddy system we have been signed up for when we joined UA. This red band means that whoever is watching us will need to consider us like a single student," he answered. "So we are a package deal?" she asked. "Pretty much. Sorry, this may mean you won't get as many internship offers because of this," Izuku muttered with a low voice. "Oh, I don't really mind, as long as we keep being together, I am happy," Himiko answered, leaning her head on his left shoulder. "That I still can't believe you accepted being my girlfriend," he admitted, sighing, and putting his head on top of hers. "Oh, believe it instead. I am more than happy about this. I was really waiting and hoping for you to ask me, enough to start getting desperate when you kept taking your time," the girl said with a chuckle. "Sorry for the long wait then, but I am still going to find it surprising," Izuku admitted, chuckling as well. "You need to believe a bit more in yourself." "I second that," Ochako echoed, with her head leaning on his right shoulder. "Do you mind?" "You are ruining the moment," Himiko hissed. "I am your love rival, deal with it," she answered. "Why?" Croak. "Because otherwise the love triangle is not believable, adding a bit of tension before the resolution helps instead. And making it comedic lightens its mood just a bit. If it works for love comedies, it can work for you three too." Tsuyu answered. "Nobody asked you, Tsihan. I won't lose to you, okay?" Ochako said. "Why must I watch my back? I finally got him. You only need to admit defeat," Himiko said, whining. I like him too, okay?" Ochako answered. "Uraraka-san," Izuku muttered in shock. "There, I said it," the girl whispered with a red voice. "And that is in itself surprising. I expected you would have needed some more extreme circumstances for you to say it," Tokoyami admitted with a small smile. "Like what? A horde of angry people or a villain uprising? Or even both?" Kaminari asked, smirking. "Not that extreme," the Birdman answered, chuckling. "This changes nothing. This is a battle you can't win," Himiko declared with narrowed eyes. "We'll see," Ochako answered while returning the glare. "Well, you can always, you know," Toru offered with an amused tone. "What?" both girls asked, cautious. In answer, Mina simply hummed loudly the Russian anthem, making both Himiko and Ochako go wide-eyed. "Absolutely not," both yelled at the same time. "Duh. You are not saying a thing, Midoriya," Shoto said, confused. "I am in a lose-lose situation where anything I say will spell my destruction, so my lips will be sealed shut in this case," Izuku answered. "Understandable," Todoroki answered, nodding. "As fun as this is, and believe me, this is hysterical, it's finally time to start. So back straight and look professional because it's time for the opening speech." Nemuri interrupted any further talk by jumping in and playfully cracking her whip. It's my turn already? Fine, whatever. Katsuki answered with a suffered sigh, and walking towards the small podium with a frown on his face. Who the hell decided Bakugo was a good choice to give the welcome speech? Shiro exclaimed in shock. I am sure our teachers had a very good reason to do this, Mizo answered. Flashback Teacher's Lounge. Okay, we got every student's name inside the hat. Who wants to draw the name of who will give the welcome speech? Aizawa asked while showing his colleagues the worn-out fedora filled in folded pieces of paper. Shouldn't we go by grades? Or even just with who has the best attitude for it? Ectoplasm asked. Normally yes, but then Vlad will whine about us choosing anybody but somebody from Class 1B. This is the less painful way to choose, and the better way to assure no favoritism. Shoyuta answered. Are you saying that I play favoritism? Vlad King shrieked. Yes you do. You are a Class 1B fanboy and never stop gushing about how awesome your students are. Now shut up, fangirl. Make me. Silence. Now sit down and act like adults instead of children. Nemuri snapped in anger. Sorry, both men muttered, but still threw a glare at each other when the woman turned around to address the rest of the room. Anybody else besides those two idiots wants to draw? Nemuri asked. Sorry, don't feel like taking responsibility for this. Gunhead? The honor is yours, Present Mike answered, and once grabbed the hat he handed it to the muscles giant. Oh my! How brave of you, Mike! Forcing me to bite the bullet, the man answered, and plunging his hand deep into the thing to stir the names and finally taking one out. Please be a good one, Power Loader muttered with crossed fingers. Class 1A, Katsuki B. Gunhead read aloud with an unseen grimace. God damn it. The assembled teachers swore as one. Present time. Under the worried eyes of students and teachers alike, the blonde explosion maniac cleared his throat to give his speech. I won't go into a too long spiel as I don't need one. I just want to warn you all that you are going to waste your time looking at a bunch of extras giving their best to look decently prepared at the very least, so keep your expectations low and your mind very DM and open. He said with a very condescending tone. Just be gentle, they are still learning to not be useless, at least compared to myself, Katsuki said with a shrug. After listening to this giant piece of bullshit, I motion for us to dye every piece of clothing he possesses bright pink, and keep doing this for a month. Himiko said. Seconded, every other student of 1A answered as one, frowning. As for the other guys and girls here behind me, go at it and give your best. Just don't cry if I leave you behind in the dust, that is all, he finished saying, unaware of the doom he had just called upon himself. The clapping of the audience was awkward to the extreme, albeit quite a sizable slice of them actually sounded happy with such peculiar speech. Very inspiring words, big guy. Just good enough to warrant somebody will try to beat the crap out of you at the first occasion. Whatever, in the end it's still a good way to keep the show interesting. Nemuri said to the mic in her hand as she neared the amassed students. Not my fault they are pansies. Katsuki answered, shrugging. You won't say that for long after you will start your mandatory anger management classes. What? What? You believed we would have let you act as you please? Please. The jackass character was a good archetype years ago in the early 2000s, and only in anime manga at that, but nowadays it has once again become annoying. So we are going to fix your attitude, with gratuitous brutality if we need. Midnight answered, smirking. No, you can't do this. Angry, it's the only character trait I have, the blonde cried out in despair, and many around him felt vindicated at his distraught crying fit. Sorry, but even Doom Guy Doomslayer is more complex than that. You'll need to develop a more 3D personality. Whatever you like it or not, the teacher answered. God damn it. Mineta laughed while pointing at him. Nemuri's smile became almost diabolical at that. No, the short pervert muttered in abject horror. It will be respect women classes for you instead, she answered. No. Darth Vader wished his screamed, was that sorrowful. Now, after this small moment of comedy dash. We are not laughing. Both Mineta and Katsuki interrupted her with an outraged scream and tear-stained eyes. Whatever. As I was saying, after this small moment of levity, we will start. The first trial will be something easy, so to not have all of them drop down dead tired immediately. Nemuri said to the crowd that immediately turned wild in excitement. Here is the first event, a nice obstacle course to warm our young heroes up and get their blood pumping. The PG-18 heroine then said while pointing at a giant door on a side of the arena. She then turned to look directly at the students. There aren't many rules, what's really important is that you stay on the track, done that you are on your own. We will follow close behind you so people can watch what you are doing, so don't slack off. And don't you dare make us look bad either, I will personally punish whoever does that. Yes, the students answered as one. With a loud metallic sound a faraway door slowly opened towards the outside. Good. That's the door you have to get through. In 3. Point 1. Go. At the GO signal, the students seemingly forgot every notion of self-control and clamored towards the exit, pushing and kicking, and in few cases even biting, whoever stood in their way so to be the first to get out. F off. Katsuki was heard roar as he pushed himself forward with a duo of explosions from his hands that propelled him towards the door and launched everybody else behind him flying back. Too many people. Iken. Himiko said in distraught once left the main body of the horde run forward. I am here. You okay? Izuku asked once returned at her side. Why yes, still a bit unused to too many people squeezing around me. Can you carry me? She asked. Of course, he answered, and blushing hard when she climbed on his back. Ready, the girl declared with a wide smile. Well, James did say to show off. So, the young man said while covering himself in his armor form, smooth version. Go. Bulldoze through them. Himiko cheered happily. Okay. Coming through. With a loud scream himself, Izuku dashed forward at top speed with his head slightly lowered down like a battering ram. And as soon as he reached the tail of the group, students started being throwing up in the air like rag dolls by the speeding human bullet plowing through them. That is not very nice. Tenya, running side by side with Izuku, said with a disappointed tone. Move aside or I will F your mother, a student from 1B said while trying to outrun them. Both Izuku and Tenya momentarily stopped running to punch the guy hard enough he lost consciousness before even touching ground. The two then returned to run without sparing the moron another glance. Okay, that one was on me. Tenya added, clearing his throat. Tenya-chan, you need to relax. Himiko said. I know how to relax. Son of a bit dash. Finish that sentence and I shall erase your bloodline from the face of the planet. Eek. Okay, maybe I am a bit nervous, he finally admitted. You do know I am always open to talk, yes? We are friends. Izuku offered, and summoning a one-arm shield to bash aside a student trying to tackle him. I know. Midori Yakuen. But I do appreciate you reminding me of this all the same. Tenya answered with a touched smile. Jump. Himiko yelled all of a sudden, and just out of reflex, but Izuku and Tenya complied and took air in a high jump forward. Why you said dash? Fush. Tenya's answer came not from Himiko, but from Shoto Todoroki himself using his quirk to glue everybody else on the floor by encasing their feet in ice. I saw Tadu-chan gather ice in his hands and got worried. She explained with a smug tone. Okay. Thank you for the heads up, Himiko-dash. Tenya. Himiko-chan. The young man corrected himself with a sigh. It's a battle you can't win, Tenya-kun. Himi-chan always gets it her way. Izuku said, chuckling, and the trio in the meantime finally exited the arena. This happens because you always let her, Midori-kun. You are spoiling her. Tenya answered, shaking his head and chuckling. I can't help it. I want to spoil my girl. Izuku admitted as he dropped his armor once they took the lead. You heard that, Oka-chan? He said, my girl, while talking about me. Himiko yelled behind them. I didn't, but that still means nothing. Ochako screamed in answer from way behind them. Is this rivalry really necessary? Izuku asked. It's a matter of pride, she answered. And what if he starts loving both? Tenyuki. No. Izuku yelled in horror. Tenyuya. The roar that tore its way out of Himiko's throat was not even close at being human-like. Oh, that looks like Bakugin. I must go see if he is all right. Bye. Tenya screeched with wide eyes as he hurried to run forward as fast as his quirk could carry him. Chase him. Himiko yelled in fury. Better him than me. Izuku answered with a shrug, and he actually accelerated to reach Tenya again, making him shriek in horror at seeing Himiko's scowl get closer and closer. Face the consequences of your actions like a man, coward, she yelled. I am sorry. Tenya yelled back. Izuku did have the same doubt of the Ida boy, being not so dense to not notice Ochako's blooming interest in him and her rivalry with Himiko growing alongside it, but he was also smart enough to not mention it at all. And that was how Katsuki and Shoto, running side by side in a heated race for first place, went run over by Tenya running away from Himiko and Izuku chasing after him so that the guy could be the sole target of the girl's fury. As Izuku said, survival of the fittest. This is new. Shoto, face 3 inches deep into the ground and with a perfect imprint of Tenya's shoe on the back of his head, groaned in pain. Not again. Katsuki, in the same situation but with Izuku's shoe imprint on his head, answered. A bit further on the track. And here they are nearing the robots. Let's see if we teachers did a good job in teaching them how to defend themselves. Mike said to the audience that kept following the action from one of the giant monitors in the arena. They better taught most of them, and I will be said if a single robot wipes them out. Aizawa answered with a growl, and getting a good slice of the audience to laugh at his expenses. Blade. Claws. Izuku yelled, dropping Himiko and turning the fingers his left hand into long blades. He plunged deep into a robot's chest as if it was paper and then cleaving it in half with a swing of the single giant blade taking the place of his right arm. I am hurry. Himiko in the meantime had jumped a robot and shoved the blade of her knife-shaped taser in the base of the thing's neck to fry its circuits. Nice attack from the students in first position. They are taking part of the buddy system and are being trained as a future hero duo. The changeling hero, Darwin, and the bloodletting hero, Bloody Mary. Mike declared with an excited tone. I really hope Niza's plan works, Aizawa muttered while momentarily muting his microphone. Me too, Shoyuta. Me too. We are playing a dangerous game here, Mike answered, muting his own mic and growing concerned. I just hope one of our students won't get burned by one of our principal's games. Me too. For now let's do our best. Should things go south we will move ourselves. I can do that. Shoyuta answered, nodding. Good, now let's get these people excited, shall we? Mike said, and offering the audience a scream they all were more than happy to return. With Izuku. While Izuku was helping Himiko downing robots to show they both worked well together enough to hopefully entice a pro hero into having him or her take them both in, behind him Katsuki was beheading robots left, right and center with a savage laugh escaping him at every explosion he made. Die for me, fucker. Wah. Do you really have to make all this ruckus? Shoto, right next to him, asked while freezing the robots facing him solid, and not even sparing them a glance whenever they would fall down and break into tiny pieces. I got a lot of anger to burn through, okay? Why? Shoto asked, curious. Just because. Do you want me to call Midoriya? You can tell him if you don't want to tell me. Why do you think I want to talk to the nerd? Don't you want to rebuild your friendship? Are you being a tsundere like Aizawa-sensei said, perhaps? What? Me a tsundere? Shut the F up. I have read that talking with a friend about your feelings helps. I am not a tsundere. Yes, that is exactly what a tsundere would say. If you. Katsuki answered, marching away with heavy steps. Well, if he really doesn't want Midoriya as a friend, I guess that slot just became available then? Good to know, the bicolored young man muttered with a shrug. If possible, Katsuki went at the robots even more savagely. Obstacle course, Area 2. What the hell? A girl with horse-like legs and horns on her head shrieked in surprise once she and the students with her came out from the robot area to see a deep chasm abruptly welcome them and separating them from the rest of the track. Only few big pillars of rock jutting here and there in the giant hole offered some sort of stable ground to use to pass through. How are we supposed to pass this? Monoma asked with bulged-out eyes. Come on. It's all a matter of creativity, an older voice answered amused. Sensei. Mei Hatsum welcomed her homeroom teacher with a beaming smile. Hello there, Hatsum. Glad to see you taking this seriously. Now, returning to the matter at hand, this will be your next challenge, children. And let me tell you this, it will be more about skill than raw power. Power Loader said with an amused chuckle as he looked at the assembled students studying the hole in apprehension. All about skills? A seekest to be you then. Ah. Katsuki didn't waste a second and instead propelling himself forward with a series of loud bangs, landing on a pillar midway to flash the others his middle finger before flying the rest of the way until he landed on the opposite side. Anger management. Remember. Power Loader called out with a loud scream. Don't you remind me? Fuck. Katsuki's shriek came echoing back in all its agony. Hound Dog will have fun disassembling him on that couch. The pro hero commented with a chuckle. You others instead ready? He asked. Many faces looked ahead in worry, only a few were actually taking measurements for their next plan. Iken? Himiko was heard ask. Yes. Can you glide while carrying me? She asked. Not really, the distance between pillars is still too big, even with the push. Izuku admitted. Then throw me. Easy. Many eyes threatened to plop out of their sockets once heard that. Was. I trust you, she answered. Okay. Once took a long and huge breath, Izuku turned determined and nodded. Midori-skun that I don't think, Tenya tried saying. Just be there to catch me, okay? Himiko asked. I will always be there for you, he answered. I know. Bang. Once again, like it did during Aizawa's test, Izuku's arm became giant and covered in overgrown muscles, and ping his hand back, he watched as Himiko landed on a crouch on his now giant open palm. Ready? He asked. Ready. Then fly. And to the other student's shock, the green-haired young man threw Himiko high in the sky in a log arch that will clearly send her to the other side. Each. And apparently she was loving it. I am coming. Not even a second after throwing her, Izuku had already recalled the extra biomass from his arm and had blurred forward in a mad burst of speed. Boom. The ground exploded under his feet as his jump sent him flying with enough wind pressure behind him. Many students fell flat on their buttes, and even if he looked like he was about to fall into the void under him, a sudden bang resounded behind his back and compressed air shoot him horizontally forward. Then he opened his arms and he glided at high speed towards the ground. Ikain. Himiko squealed happily, while falling to the ground. I am here, he answered, bouncing upward from the floor as soon as he landed so to grab her in a bridal carry and then land back down hard enough he dug a crater. He nerd albeit. That was actually neat. Katsuki admitted, having stopped his run to see what Izuku and Himiko were actually doing. Thanks, Kaken. You called me Kaken again? Sorry, Bakug Dash. No, it's okay. Just use whatever, I don't actually care, he answered, waving him off with an uncaring tone and then resuming to run forward. That he is a tsundere, Himiko declared while dismounting from Izuku's arms. Kinda. Ready to go, he answered. Of course. Let's go, she replied, making him laugh amused at her apparent endless energy. Back at the other side of the chasm. That quirk is insane. Tenya admitted with a sigh. I heard that it's not a quirk though, Pony tried saying. Believe me it is. It's just very versatile, Momo answered. What would it be otherwise? Alien powers? Haha. Kaminari added with a loud laugh. Somebody had started spreading rumors about Izuku's powers being not a quirk, and Class 1A had decided to both squash those rumors whenever they started, and to skin alive whoever the BSTRD was that started spreading them. Nobody ever noticed how Aoyama would get slightly paler whenever the promise of bodily punishment was brought up. As long as it is not power coming from hell, I don't mind. Ibara Shiozaki answered, and using her vines she started swinging from a pillar to the other to traverse the fissure. Now, that is a good idea. Momo admitted with a low whisper, and using her quirk to create a grappling gun to mimic the vine girl to make her way through the pillars. Maximum effort, let's float. Ochako yelled while taking a long running start to then use her quirk in short bursts and long jump from a pillar to the other. Well done, Nishiki-chan. As for me, I guess I will just jump good. Tsuyu cheered her friend on before using her own powerful legs to jump from a pillar to the other. Behold my frog power, she also yelled, chuckling. I don't need frog powers. I am Mei Hatsum. I am AF genius. The girl with pink hair from the support department answered to the bold claim by using the grappling hooks she could shot from her belt to swing her way forward. So I guess I too need to bring honor to the Ida lineage with some showmanship added to it at full throttle. Tenya declared with a defeated sigh, before he himself sprung to action to jump his way through the giant hole. Area 3, Minefield. Careful now. That is a minefield, so a wrong step and you'll go kaboom. Mike declared in sadistic glee to whoever reached the new area. How's that safe? Kaminari asked. Relax. Those are all smoke and no danger. We loaded them in flour so at worst you'll get a bit white. Sure, the bang is still strong, but a light burn never killed anybody. Showing there were good microphones hidden around, Aizawa actually gave an answer to that shriek with a bored tone, although his words still caused many faces to pale. You people are DMN insane. This was not in Yue's pamphlets when I decided which school to join, Mizo muttered to himself, and cursing his towering height as he tried to take comically large steps to avoid stepping on any mine, wherever those demon things were. F dash. A guy from behind him with acid green skin shrieked as a mine went off under his feet. Too DMN stressful. Kirishima admitted, soon joining Mizo once followed his steps. Not manly. I can find something a bit too much too, you know? I am not one-dimensional, he answered. Fair enough. Haha. Haha. F dash. Both students dropped their laugh in favor of a high-pitched scream once the guy right next to them blew up in a thick cloud of flour. With Izuku and Himiko, midway through the minefield. Okay, careful now, Himi-chan, he said while both slowly took very measured steps forward. I can kind of see the outline of the mines if I look close enough. Himiko answered, still with an amused smile. Do you know no fear? Izuku asked with a weak smile. Nah. I just ignore it, she answered before growing pale and starting to sweat buckets once seen her shoe come dangerously close to a mine, making her heart momentarily stop beating. You were saying? He asked, now smirking. Shut up, she hissed back with a red face, and blushing even harder when he kissed her cheek. Embarrassed Himiko is cute too, he admitted. I am not cute, I am adorable, she muttered with a low voice. That you are. Stop flirting with your beach and move. Monoma yelled from behind them with a scathing glare. The answer came as easy as breathing to Himiko. She unclasped the sledgehammer on her back and slugged Monoma on the teeth with a perfect home run swing that launched him away flying like a comet, with his teeth flying just behind him as the tail of said comet. Luckily Power Loader had talked Mei into making that hammer way lighter than a normal sledgehammer to avoid accidental murders. It still hurt a lot when hit by that though. Let's go, we are almost there. Himiko then said with a wide smile while reconnecting the hammer to the H's on her back. Boom. Okay. Izuku squeaked, not daring to see what happened to Monoma upon landing as he had apparently caught one of the mines at the very end of his flight. They just turned around and continued traversing the minefield with all the caution they could muster. Was that necessary? He asked. He called me beach, what was I supposed to do? She asked back. He mumbled something in answer while blushing red. Just a tad louder? He said, you should have let me punt him, that the boyfriend's job. Kind of sweet thing to say. Kyoka, walking just a bit behind them, said. Ah, Iken. Himiko gushed happily. It's kind of true, Izuku muttered, shy. I can defend myself though. I know. I just thought I'd just like to be there for you. And I like that a lot, she answered, smiling pleased. Oh, shut up. Ochako, a bit farther behind still, growled. Such jealousy does not suit you, Uraraka-san. Tenya, walking right behind her, answered. Do you want a second black eye to go with the one Himiko gave you, perhaps? The girl asked without looking at him. No, madam. I will mind my own business, madam, he answered immediately while sweating in dread. Good. But punching friends is bad. Hypocrite, somebody said, but it was too low to understand who said it. Tenya still blushed hard in shame at that. How long before we arrive at the end of this hellscape? Itsuka Kendo asked, jittery, and jumping like many others whenever an explosion happened behind them. Almost there, I can see a sign up ahead. The end of the minefield should be beyond that, Setsuna answered once sent her head slightly forward to scout. Hallelujah! Izuku, Himiko and every other student that heard her said in elation. What the f are you doing, you midget? Get off! It was sudden like a mine go off, but out of the blue the small group that was about to finally leave behind the minefield saw Mineta himself of all people fly past them with a loud shriek once thrown away by a furious Tetsu. What happened? Katsuki asked, groaning. That little piece of sheet of your classmate was hitching a ride on my back, the young man, now sporting metal skin, answered with a roar. And judging by the perfect imprint of a closed fist on Mineta's cheek, what sent the short guy flying was a punch to the face from Tetsu. Is he alive? Mina asked in just a tiny bit of concern, as while the tiny pervert's absurd luck made sure his tumbling on the ground didn't set off any mines until fully rolled out of the minefield, he was just lying face down in the dirt and not moving. I'll check, Izuku offered as the first to finally set foot on safe ground and out of the minefield. You okay? He asked, worried a bit for the guy. Kinda. I felt worse. Mineta admitted, still face down. Need a hand get up? Izuku asked. I would prefer a kiss from Himiko or Ochako to make the pain go away. On the D if pos dash. In answer, Izuku's foot came crashing down with zero mercy and driving the pervert's head fully underground. Sorry, my foot slipped, he said in a monotonous voice after a long silence. Oh, don't worry, accidents happen. Momo answered with a kind smile. It was clear that at least from 1A the short guy will not get much mercy after that comment. Buddy, talk to me, Kaminari asked while trying to dig out his friend and fellow pervert. A strange gurgling sound came in answer from Mineta. That sounded like a concussion. Mizo supplied, grimacing. He finally got on Midoriya's nerves as well, with him got the full class to hit him at least once in anger. Tokoyami added, impressed. Must be a secret talent of his, remember Koda? That was it. Magnificently executed and strong punch to the PP he gave Mineta. Just as surprising as Midoriya's stomp was, yes. It's indeed true that one should always be wary of the anger of the gentlest men. Tokoyami answered. Well said, well said. Instead of talking philosophy, help me dig. Kaminari cried out. Later that day, cavalry battle arena. Once confirmed they had no more obstacles to run through and got enough time to catch their breath, the various students started wildly hunting down friends or possible allies to form the squads that will take part to the incoming battle. Midoriya. Here. Shinso called out while wildly waving his arms around. Shinso-kun, he answered. What do you need? Himiko added. Both soon walked close to the boy to hear what he needed. I want you two to team up with me, he said. Iken and me came second place after Boombaka, you sure? Himiko asked. Yes, I know that technically being in a team with you is a suicide, but I have a plan. Shinso answered. A plan? Izuku asked. As second place, your headband will be the second biggest source of points in the entire race, and while most of the teams will focus on that Bakugo guy, mostly the most daring or idiotic, another great slice of the competition will focus on you as well. And that means there will be several headbands coming our way, enough to hopefully collect enough points to pass with minimal effort. He explained. So you want to go high risk, high reward? Himiko asked. Pretty much. So you finally decided to show off? Izuku asked with a wide smile. I remember our talks about us not needing to hide, but facing the naysayers head-on. I think I understand what you mean. If I want people to stop saying I have a villain quirk, I have to show them I have what it takes to be a hero, and if I keep hiding I can't do it. That's right, Shinso-kun. We three can show them we are not monsters. That a quirk does not determine if we are evil or not. Izuku answered, hugging him tight. Do you have to hug me? Shinso shrieked in horror. I am just so happy. I got it. I got it. Now let me go. Shinso begged. Nope. We enjoy hugging our friends, so SCK it up. Himiko answered while adding herself to the hug. That a minute, Shinso cuttered in dismay, and yet a tiny smile did surface on his mouth. You want to be noticed and get in the hero course? Then maybe I can be of assistance. To their surprise, Shoto walked up to them and offered his hand. Shoto-kun? Izuku asked. There are issues about my quirk I prefer to no dwell on, but I can still understand your struggles with yours. And I wish to help, he explained. Why? Shinso asked. I am of the idea that Midoriya and Toga don't really care about the background of their friends, and while I enjoy some loneliness from time to time, I don't really want to be alone all the time. I hope you understand. Shoto answered. I think Shoto-chan is taking a very roundabout way to tell us he wants us to be friends, while also asking us to respect his space if he will prefer remaining alone 90% of the time. Himiko tried guessing. Pretty much. Shoto answered, kind of impressed by her deduction. Any chance to drop that down to at least 70%? Izuku asked. Feasible, but in the far future. Shoto conceded. I can live with that. You others? Izuku answered. Okay. Himiko answered. Meh. He is at the third place, so more points to add to our bait. But I want to specify I don't like Endeavor, just so you know. Shinso added. Me neither, so we are all right. Shoto answered, nonplussed, and was already starting to appreciate this friendship thing. Welcome on board, Shoto-kun. Who will be the rider? Izuku answered. Me. I am the second more flexible and the swifter between all of us. I will steal their headbands before they even notice. Himiko said, sounding very proud of herself. Why second more flexible? Shinso asked. Thanks to my quirk I don't really need bones, Izuku answered. I saw him fold himself literally in half, Shoto added. Okay, she will be the rider. Shinso conceded with a grimace. So we have a plan, we will try to ourselves while stealing as many headbands as possible. Shoto said. Yes, Aizawa-sensei has already set his sight on Shinso, but he will need more proofs to justify his moving to the hero course. Izuku answered. And both you and Toga need to stand out enough that hopefully somebody will offer an internship even if they will have to get you both instead of just one, the young Todoroki boy added. Yep. Himiko answered. It's straightforward enough, I like it. I will make sure to order whoever tries assault us to trip on the floor or even handing over their headband, trust me. Shinso said with a feral smile. How? Shoto asked. We'll see. They have no idea how creative I can actually be if I want to, the other answered with a sinister smile. Cavalry battle. We have a deal, Roundface. You help me win and I will help you with that romance bullshit of yours. Katsuki said. You have a strange way of helping your friends. Ochako answered. You want your Deku? This is the only way. Cat Eyes never lets him go too far out of her sight, so you either murder her, or somehow turn their relationship in a polyamory thing with you becoming the second girl, he answered, scoffing. So a harem? Shiro Kaminari asked. Harem is for more than 3 girls boys involved. Polyamory is good for even just 3. Katsuki answered. And how do you know that? Ochako asked. That old hag of my mother reads too many DMN love novels and likes to talk about those with her friends, willingly or not. I had some terminology stuck in my brain. Now focus. Katsuki answered with a growl. Ayawand Gugu. Any further talk went dropped as soon as Namuri gave the signal to begin, and the various teams rushed against each other. Utter bedlam ruled on the battleground as soon as the event started. Teachers' seats. As the cavalry battle continued, screams of every kind resounded at random intervals, with insults and attack names echoing from all over the place. Ewa. What's this sheet? That's my Bionet. Midoriya, stop being creepy. SCKMYPP. It's SEK my D dash. Kirishima. I forbid you from teaching swear words to Midoriya. Sorry, Momo. Die, fucker. Ice Age. A bit more feeling, Shoto-chan. You sound like reading from a script. This is going surprisingly well? Aizawa asked with a pleased look. As I told you, that guy losing an arm last year was an isolated case. Vlad answered. Wah. Such youthful energy. Such heroic spirit. Give our young heroes an encouraging scream, people. Plus Ultra. Toshinori, having whined enough to convince Aizawa to let him be the commentator for at least that event, was heard yell in his microphone. Would you look at that, he is enjoying being a commentator. Nemuri said, chuckling amused. He may play the humble pie all he wants, but it's clear he loves being in the spotlight. Ectoplasm answered. Seems like your dear Shinso is getting some good advertisement, Vlad said while pointing at the arena. Izuku's team was often heard praise the young man just loud enough to be heard by whoever watched, even when it was not exactly thanks to him if they got headbands, although a good chunk of their points did come from him using his quirk to hypnotize other students into tripping or dropping their headband altogether. That kid really went along with it. For such a problem child, he does have a heart of gold under that deadly virus. Good boy. Aizawa thought with a tiny grateful smile. And same going for both Midoriya and Toga, the buddy system always makes difficult to find people open to offer internship, but they may actually get some this time. They both have powers and skills versatile enough, Gunhead declared. Just in case, I will put a good word with a couple colleagues if ever, they will at least offer some pointers if a full-fledged internship is impossible. Nemuri answered with a wide smile. Would you look at that, I was thinking the same. Mike added, smirking. Everybody deserves a chance. We all have the potential of being a hero if we are determined to put in some hard work. Toshinori answered. I think it's time to close the event, Nemuri? Want to do the honors? Nizu asked once checked the timer and getting a nod in answer from the woman. Time's up, kids. Stop trying to strangle each other and let us decide who's the winner. Nemuri yelled in her mic so to be heard above the crowd and then blowing her whistle to fully stop the cavalry battle. Down in the arena. It's over. Shinso exhaled in relief while their group disbanded. That was fun. Himiko admitted, laughing. Thank you for all the help, Shoto-kun. Izuku answered. I was of the idea that friends help each other, so it was nothing too hard to do, he answered, still with it. Monotonous tone of voice. Shoto-kun, you are not reading a manual on how to have friends, right? Izuku asked slowly. Of course not. The other answered, and just as a precaution, his hand pushed a small book a bit deeper into the back pocket of his hero costume. Well, small talks aside, thank you for your help, hopefully this will already be enough to join the hero course. Shinso said, sighing. After this there will be the fighting rounds. How do you feel? Izuku asked. How do I feel? Scared, terrorized even, the young man admitted with a shaken breath. I believe in you, you'll do great. That makes one of us at least. You'll do great, I know you have what it takes to be a hero. You just need to show everybody else too. Himiko answered, and the hard slap she gave to his back almost made the boy topple forward. AGK. But, just don't get so violent in your cheering. Pansy, she answered. What if we fight each other? Shinso asked. We can go hand-to-hand only if you want. We won't use our quirks. Only raw fighting skills. Izuku offered. You would do that for me? Yeah. Me too. Himiko answered. Thank you, the young man answered with a weak chuckle, and walking away once they were told it was time to know the teams, and so the students, that got enough points to move to the next phase of the festival. You know, I really want him to join our class, Izuku admitted. Me too, Iken. Me too. More friends are always welcomed. Himiko answered, hugging his arm and leaning her head on his shoulder. He looks way less annoying than many people we already have as classmates, so he would not be a bad idea to see him join us. With your permission, I will be going too. Shoto added before walking away. Want to go grab something to eat? Izuku asked. Lead the way, Iken. Himiko answered, and with an amused laugh, the duo made their way towards the school cafeteria. Then Ochako and Katsuki joined and Himiko's day was ruined. But that was of no concern to Katsuki. He did end up first for points, even if Izuku's own team had been a single point under his. What mattered was the big golden one next to Katsuki's name, and that meant he did have to help Ochako now. And while one could say the Bakugo boy had a very bad temper, nobody could say he was one to go back on his word. He made a promise and it was now a matter of honor for him. Also, Katsuki really did want to apologize to Izuku for their rough past as kids, so helping him get 2 girlfriends sounded like a good way to start. But tell a soul he was apologizing and he will kill you, bastards. New chapter done. Sorry the wait. What a tsundere that Katsuki.